Hi, I'm Nellie Steele, Queen of Soap Opera Romance and author of the Billionaire's Royal Challenge. This is an original audiobook written by me, produced by Novel Idea Publishing, and read by a real human voice. Enjoy the story.
The Billionaire's Royal Challenge, a Sweet Royal Billionaire Romance. Devotion and Dynasty Sweet Royal Billionaire Romance Trilogy, Book 2. Written by Nellie Steele. Read for you by Allie Gordon. Chapter 1. Elena. Elena wrinkled her nose as her father spoke from the opposite side of his desk, though she tried her hardest to keep her face neutral. She hadn't succeeded based on the look settling on her father's features.
"Have I said something odd?"
he questioned. Of course not, she answered, forcing her features back to pleasant neutrality. He heaved a sigh as he rose and paced behind the heavy mahogany desk.
"Elena, need I remind you that
my engagement to Nathan Kingsley has not yet been approved? No, you need not remind me of that, father."
"Good,"
he answered, centering his fatherly gaze on her again. She fidgeted under his scrutiny, her lips tugging into a slight frown.
"Do not fidget, and do not frown. Heavens, Elena, such habits you have picked up from your time in the States."
"I have not picked up any such habits. I only—" She shook her head. "Never mind."
"No, please,"
he said with a wave of his hand.
"By all means, enlighten me."
She shifted in her seat again. "There is nothing to say on the matter."
"Which means you have plenty to say."
She flicked her gaze to him, before her features melted and she spat out her thoughts. "But, father, why can we not simply announce the engagement? It's rather silly, don't you agree?"
"I do not, which is why I have said as much."
Her shoulders slumped, and she frowned again. "But, father, I am an adult. If I was a normal girl, I would have made my choice, and that would be that."
"You are not a normal girl, Elena. You are a princess. One day you will be queen. And on that day, it is vital that your king consort has the wherewithal to stand by your side and support you in overseeing a country."
He sighed as he clasped his hands behind his back.
"Really, Elena, we have been over this, and to be quite frank, I am unimpressed with these latest outbursts. I am convinced they are a result of your time in the States."
"They are not. I simply—" She paused to gather her scrambled thoughts. "I simply worry that this exercise is one in futility for Nathan and I."
"And what exactly does that mean?"
"It means that you have no intention of accepting him or our engagement, and that this is merely a formality by which you seek to cancel our relationship." He pressed his lips together, his frustration obvious.
"I will not continue to defend myself against these accusations. You have the same chance with him that you would have with anyone. No, that is wrong. You have more of a chance. You are intended to marry Prince Eric."
"Who arrives in less than 2 weeks. Why?"
"That is a planned state visit, and you know it."
She shot him a fiery glance. "Is it? It just so happens that planned state visit is the one where we were to announce our engagement. Have you informed the royal family of Corinthia that we will not be doing any such thing?" Her father lifted his chin as he stalked to the nearby window and gazed out. "So you haven't," she answered. He twisted to face her.
"No, I have not. But it is not for the reason you think."
"Then what reason?" she demanded.
His jaw flexed as he crossed back to the desk, his fingers tracing the polished wood. "Because I wish you to keep your options open. Perhaps you will find that you cannot tolerate Nathan once you are no longer in the throes of a new relationship. When reality sets in, Elena, you may find you prefer Prince Eric."
"Prefer Prince Eric over the man I love?"
"Love will only take you so far, and I suspect this is more infatuation than love."
Her features crinkled as her jaw fell open. insulted at his suggestion that she did not know her own heart.
Before you berate me over the comment, remember, I was young once too. Love is not flowers and chocolates, romance and fireworks, you know. It's the daily things. You will not feel the way you did in 6 months, 1 year, 10 years, 30 years.
You do not know that.
I do, and I only wish to spare you any pain. You must know that.
Elena's lips formed a pout as she stared at her lap.
Oh, Elena, I am your father. I do not wish you any pain. I am not insisting on this caution to hurt you. Quite the opposite. I very much wish for you to make the best match you can.
He hadn't wished for her to make the best match, she reminded herself. It had taken quite the effort to convince him to give Nathan Kingsley a chance. Her mind reverted to those painful moments when he'd ripped her away from him, moments after their engagement. The veiled threat he'd made had been enough to make certain that she'd followed him, dutifully slid into the royal convoy's car, and left the man she loved behind for what she assumed would be an eternity. The argument that had ensued had been epic. Lucky the royal family had rented the entire floor at the hotel, lest any neighbours may have gotten an earful. She'd fought for her relationship, but he hadn't given in, even then. She recalled her lady's maid, Caroline, had soothed her when she'd flung herself on her bed in tears. Her thumb caressed the emerald engagement ring Nathan had given her when he'd asked her to marry him. I have it on good authority that your mother might share your opinion, at least to some extent, Caroline said as she stroked Elena's hair. Mother? Elena wiped at her tears as she sat up. Caroline gave her a hopeful smile. Yes, it seems your mother may not be entirely happy with your engagement to Prince Eric. Let us hope she succeeds. I wonder if you've managed to grab hold of my phone. Caroline shook her head. No, but I have sent a message to Nathan already, if that is your aim. She wrapped her arms around Caroline's neck and squeezed. You are a darling, Caroline. That is very much what I wanted to do. He must be so devastated. The tears flowed freely again. I don't even know if he's angry or upset or... There, Your Highness. Remember, he did the very same to you. He should understand. Yes, but to find out the way he did, I should have told him sooner. You did the best you could, darling. If he truly loves you, it will not matter. Elena's features fell, her lower lip jutting out. If he truly loves me, it may not matter at all. If Father has his way, we will never see each other again. I will wed Prince Eric, and life will move on. Except my life will end today. Oh, my dear, your life will not end. It is painful now, yes, but it won't always be. However, let us wait to see the results of your parents' discussion, shall we? In the end, her soft-spoken mother had prevailed, convincing her father that Elena deserved the chance to explore her own options for marriage, despite the promises that had been made at her birth. But Mother had to convince you. If she had not, I would be welcoming Prince Eric as my fiancé. Her father wrinkled his nose at the words. I cannot always be right. Occasionally I must be proven wrong so my head does not become too large for the crown. He grinned at her, though she failed to return the favour, concern over his motives still roiling inside her. I am joking, Elena. Even kings joke. But do fathers? He skirted the desk and perched on the edge, gently lifting her chin to face him. Elena, I wish for you to be happy. Truly I do. And I have seen the error of my ways with insisting that you accept Prince Eric. I will give your Mr. Kingsley as fair a shot as possible. Will you?
Please, Father, do not make his life impossible just to drive him away." "I will do no such thing, I promise." She grinned at him, her smile finally breaking through her gloomy mood. She rose from her seat and flung her arms around him. "Thank you, Father. Now, I must be off." "Is your afternoon schedule very full?" "Yes," she said with a nod. "I plan to make the final arrangements for the Kingsleys' arrival tomorrow, along with a few other things." "Talking to Mr. Kingsley among them, no doubt." "I must prepare him for what is expected. I do want him to make a strong impression on you." Her father settled into his chair again as he studied her. "Elena, please keep your head about you during this. As open as you would like my mind to be, I ask that yours remain open also." She frowned at the words before she nodded and slipped into the hall of the royal palace. Caroline awaited her, leather journal in hand to assist her with her remaining tasks for the day. "And how did things go with His Majesty?" Elena lifted a shoulder in response as she made her way down the hall toward the staircase. "As well as they could have, I suppose. I remain unconvinced that he will give Nathan a fair shot, but I suppose I must take him at his word." "You believe he wishes you to accept Prince Eric, but do you think he will really make it difficult on Mr. Kingsley?" Her features fell as she studied the thick runner under her feet. "I sincerely hope not. And to make certain Nathan has the best chance possible, we should go over the events again so that we may prepare him and all of the Kingsleys." "Yes, of course, Your Highness. I have everything listed here." She pushed into her room and crossed to her writing desk, retrieving her phone. A grin spread across her features as she stared at the message beaming from her screen. "I'm assuming there is a message from Mr. Kingsley?" Caroline asked. "There is," she answered as she read the text. "Just finished my packing. I can't wait to see you. Any last-minute advice before I arrive?" Her face lit up with an excited grin. "I can't wait for you to be with me. Everything will be fine, my love." She set the phone down and spun to face Caroline. "I just told Nathan everything will be fine, but we must make certain it is. There is no margin for error." "I understand, Your Highness," Caroline said with a nod. "I have already reminded them several times that when they arrive and are greeted by any member of the royal family, yourself included, that they should bow or curtsy, and I will make every effort to intercept them before they are presented, to ensure those gestures are up to snuff." "Thank you," Elena said, resting her chin on her phone. "We must ensure the Kingsleys, particularly Nathan, are viewed as royal material." "I am certain they will be." "I am not," Elena said, her voice a bit shrill. "I am still concerned my father is only allowing this to prove to me that Nathan and I will not work." "Because?" Elena sucked in a breath, her mind recalling the details that had still bothered her. "He asked me to keep as open a mind as he when he allowed the Kingsleys to come for vetting. He hasn't told Prince Eric's parents that we won't be announcing our engagement, and he says he prefers I keep my options open." "And you believe this means he hopes you will accept Prince Eric?" Elena nodded. "Exactly. And I expect he will do something to make me see the light." Caroline raised her eyebrows toward her hairline. "Really? You don't actually expect His Majesty would sabotage your relationship, do you?" Elena stalked to the French doors, gazing out over her balcony, overlooking the sprawling gardens that transitioned into the lush valley that housed the city of Cresthaven. The bustle of the small capital city was a stark contrast to the rigid schedule of her gilded cage. "Yes, actually, Caroline, I do." Her mind assessed their conversation again, deciding that she had to be vigilant. Her father may have agreed to allow the Kingsleys to visit, but she still did not believe he'd allow their engagement to stand. And she had to change his mind, or she had to do something drastic. Chapter 2. Nate. Nate's stomach twisted into a knot again as he stared down at the 2 shirts, one clutched in each hand. At the last minute, he'd torn his suitcase apart and repacked it. Twice. Now he stood frozen, trying to decide between 2 blue shirts. Would royals even like blue shirts? Maybe they preferred white, or off-white. Did they dress formally all the time? His mind whirled with questions. What he'd known of Elena hadn't been anything like what he expected of a stuffy royal. In fact, he'd never suspected the shell-shocking news that had been delivered after he'd proposed. He eased into his armchair, the shirts still clenched in his white-knuckled grip. The moment he'd proposed raced through his mind. She'd scared him for a minute when he thought she wouldn't accept. Then she had. But she'd insisted she had something to tell him that would change his mind. She never got the chance. Instead, her royal father had arrived, making the shocking announcement for her. His Ellie, the woman he'd spilled coffee on, the woman who had enchanted him from the moment they'd met, the one who had shared a hot dog with him, who had giggled with his sister over a slice of pizza, the woman who had changed his life, was Princess Elena Montclair of Eldoria. And not only was she a princess, but she was the princess who would ascend to the throne, the person who would one day reign as Queen of Eldoria. The thought made his stomach clench even tighter. He wanted desperately to marry her, but the pressure of her royal life frightened him. Could he be a good husband for her? Funny how when he'd assumed her to be a normal woman, he'd thought he could give her the world. Now, knowing her royal status, he wondered if he'd drag her down. His faith in his ability to win over her royal family and showcase his ability for royal duties was waning fast. He puffed out his cheeks as he let his chin sink to his chest. The knock at his door pulled his attention from his own ruminations. "Yeah?" he called, rising and stalking back to his suitcase with a frown. The door creaked open, and his mother and sister peered in. "Still packing?" "For the 8th time," he said with a sigh. Victoria flicked her eyebrows up as she stepped inside and stared at the mess in his suitcase. 8? I suddenly understand women when they say they don't have anything to wear. I feel like none of this is going to pass muster with the royal family. Victoria chuckled as she pulled both of the shirts from his grasp. I don't think they walk around in gowns and royal mantles all the time, Nate. They're normal people, too.
Yeah, didn't Ellie wear jeans when we went for pizza? His sister Maddie chimed in.
Yes, when she was pretending to be just Ellie. What does she wear when she's Princess Elena? Probably not jeans. Which one of these do you want? Victoria asked, holding up the shirts. I don't know. Neither. Both. She flicked her gaze between the two before she tossed one on the bed and folded the other. Nate, I think you're tying yourself into knots for nothing.
Yeah, you should be excited to see Ellie again. And that she's a princess. You're going to be a prince, Nate.
If I'm approved, remember that. This is a fact-finding mission. Victoria pressed her lips together, offering him a consoling glance. I don't think it's that clinical. I do. What did he say? We could discuss an engagement after we'd met, and they'd seen if I could handle the royal protocol, duties, and life. Victoria heaved a sigh as she shot her daughter a glance. Maddie, can you give us a few minutes? Don't forget to ask, she warned her mother with a wag of her finger. I won't, Victoria said, sliding a lock of hair behind her daughter's ear. I'll meet you back in your bedroom. Maddie squeezed his arm.
Don't sweat it, Nate. You two are perfect together. It'll all work out.
I wish I had her enthusiasm, Nate said as his sister left the room, pulling the door closed behind her. Victoria slid her arm around Nate's shoulders and led him to his chair, easing him into it. Nate, if you don't want to do this, no. he said with a shake of his head. No, I love Ellie. I just want things to go back to the way they were. Things were so easy, and now I'm just worried they won't be. Because of all the pressure from the royal family and their lifestyle? Yeah. I mean, when Ellie and I met, he sank his forehead into his palm with a shake of his head. We just did simple things. Hot dogs in the park, pizza, the museum. Victoria sucked in a breath, offering him a tight-lipped smile. Have you thought about this from her perspective? I know, this royal stuff is all normal to her. She's not going to understand. I don't think that at all, and that's not what I meant. He pinched his eyebrows together as he studied his mother's face. What did she mean? Victoria leaned closer to him, narrowing her eyes. Let's pretend Ellie is just a normal girl. The girl you thought she was when you met her. Now, how do you think she felt when she found out you weren't who you said you were? But I was still the same person. I only lied about my name and bank account. Maybe so, but once you told her you were a Kingsley, everything changed, whether you want to admit it or not. No, that's not true, he said with a shake of his head. Isn't it? Do we have no commitments? You have no social constraints as a vice president at Genotech? His shoulders slumped as his eyes rose to the ceiling. She had a point. Imagine Ellie, not a princess. She's met this average Joe. He's taken her for hot dogs, pizza, low-key average dates. And then suddenly she's thrust into a billionaire's world. Now it's not hot dogs anymore, it's dinners with investors. Replace the pizza with a charity gala. But we could still have hot dogs in the park. And I imagine royals can have average moments too. But your life isn't ordinary either, Nate. You were raised to live a public life. You would have expected her to host dinner parties, contribute to charity events, make small talk with your clients. It just feels different. Because you're not used to it. But she wants you to succeed. She believes in you. He rubbed his chin, slumping in his chair. I just don't want it to be misplaced. It's not misplaced, Victoria said with a rub of his shoulder. He didn't answer her, his eyes fixed on the thick area rug under his bed. Are you at least looking forward to seeing her? The image of her smiling face appeared in his mind. He'd missed her beauty, her calm support. He missed being able to touch her hand or kiss her lips. He desperately wanted to see her. I am. If we can actually see each other without some crazy royal protocol where we have to be chaperoned or sit 6 feet apart. Victoria threw her head back with a laugh. Oh, Nate, I'm certain things will be very structured, but I'm also certain you'll have some time alone. I think Ellie will insist on it. That's another thing, he said. Do we call her Ellie? Can we call her Ellie? Or is it against the rules because she's Princess Elena? Maybe we should ask her what she prefers. She didn't seem to mind Ellie. Maybe her parents call her that. I think they call her Elena, but I can ask, he said with a sigh. Victoria wrinkled her nose as she winced. Can you ask her one other thing? Nate snapped his gaze to his mother. What's that? Are there any colors that we should avoid for the royal ball? Maddie read somewhere that we cannot wear red, and now I'm second-guessing my black dress and her red one. Nate chuckled as he pulled his phone from his pocket. See what I mean about overthinking things? Well, it's different for women. You, your father, and Stephen aren't going to be wearing a red suit. Dark suits are always appropriate for men. For women, the spectrum is so broad, and I don't want to offend the royal family. You and me both, he answered as he tapped on his phone. I've been practicing my curtsy, Victoria answered. Nate winced at her. I'm afraid my bow is woefully lacking. I can't tell if I'm doing too little or too much. Let's see, Victoria said. Nate puffed out his cheeks, tossed his phone onto the cushion beside him, and stood up. He bent at the hips, nearly touching his toes. Victoria winced. Okay, that's a little much, I think. Really? I didn't want it to look half-hearted. Maybe stop at the hip, you know? Kind of like this. Victoria rose and bowed. Oh, okay, let me try that. Nate tried again, before he straightened and glanced at his mother with hopeful eyes. Better, yes. And don't worry, I checked this against royal protocol because I've been helping your father. And Stephen? Does he have to come? Nate, he's your brother. But please, do not get into a fistfight with him while we're there. We don't want the royals to think we're typical Americans, all violence and crudeness. I won't, as long as he doesn't cause any trouble, which is what I'm worried both he and Chloe will do. They don't know how to behave. I don't want to be sent packing because my brother isn't. Don't say anything you'll regret, Victoria said with a wag of her finger. I wouldn't regret it. Well, treat it as a lesson in patience. As a king consort, you'll have to deal with lots of people you don't like. You can't punch them all. He sucked in a breath, mulling the words as his doubts swirled inside him again. The chiming of his phone split his thoughts, and he snatched it from the cushion. Okay, Elena says there are no off-limit colors. She says you are both welcome to wear whatever formal attire you prefer. See, they can be reasonable. I wasn't worried about offending them with a dress color, Mom, he said as he typed a message back. Victoria settled her hands on his shoulders as he kept his gaze on the floor. She gently raised his chin. Nate, you are a wonderful man who I am proud to call my son. You'll be fine. You can handle some formal rules. I know you can. He nodded as he sucked in a breath. I just want to be perfect for her. I want her father to have no doubts about me. I know she has no doubts, Victoria said. And I'm certain she will guide you to make sure everything turns out fine. He blew out a breath as he nodded. You're right. I need to trust our relationship. I think being away from her for so long has just made me nervous. Yeah, the 2 weeks she's been gone have been far too long. Very funny, Mom. It's been long enough for me to start to question everything. I mean, we barely had a chance to discuss things. But you did discuss them, right? He sighed as he tossed his phone on the bed and straightened up a few items in his suitcase. Yeah, we did. And I thought that set everyone's nerves at ease. I'd rather look in those sparkling green eyes when she tells me she still loves me, and that the royal protocols won't be impossible to get through. Soon you will. Unless you don't finish packing. She waved a finger at his messy suitcase. I'm going to finish now. Good. We're going to be fine, Nate. You'll be fine. He offered her a smile, though he felt anything but fine. But he'd put on a brave face. He wanted to be the man Elena deserved. He made his final choices, trying to practice his decision-making skills he was certain would come along with being a royal. He shook his head at himself. He was a vice president at a billion-dollar biomedical corporation. He had a degree in bioengineering. He was not stupid. So why did he feel so nervous? With the final items stowed in his suitcase, he zipped it shut and hauled it to the hall to be taken to their private jet. He snatched his phone from the bed as he collapsed onto it. Just finished my packing. I can't wait to see you. Any last-minute advice before I arrive? She answered him within a few minutes. I can't wait for you to be with me. Everything will be fine, my love. He smiled at his phone, the message reminding him of their texts from a simpler time. She made things seem so easy. A knock sounded at the door. His grin stayed on his face as he climbed off the bed and crossed to it. I'm really feeling better. His voice cut off as he stared at his brother's features. Stephen. "Hey, Nate," his brother answered as he shoved his hands into his pockets. He sucked in a breath, wondering what his brother wanted. They'd been through a rough patch lately. Their fistfight had been the worst of it, but they'd never patched things up. He desperately hoped Stephen didn't continue his antics while they were in Eldoria. He didn't want any more incidents. Come in," he said, trying to think of a way to offer his brother another olive branch. He'd done it once, though they'd argued after it again. "I'd rather not," Stephen said. Nate flicked his eyebrows up. Their conversation was going swimmingly so far. "I'm just here to... There's something you should know." Nate narrowed his eyes at his brother. "Look, if you don't want to go to Eldoria, I get it, and..." "No, that's not it at all," Stephen said. "Plus, Mom said it wouldn't look right if I didn't go. She doesn't want it to seem like there's a rift in the family." Nate bobbed his head up and down. "Right. Well, I'm sure we could..." "Nate, that's not it. Stephen licked his lips before he settled his eyes on Nate. "Chloe and I..." Nate's stomach clenched at her name. Had his brother finally seen the light about the woman? She'd bounced from him to his brother, desperately trying to keep herself tied to the Kingsley money. The next words out of Stephen's mouth stunned him, though. "We got married last night." His stomach twisted into a knot. His brother had married his former fiancée?
Chapter 3. Elena. Elena bounded down the stairs, a grin on her features that slid into a frown in a split second. Her muscles stiffened and her footsteps slowed. She smoothed her dress as she lifted her chin and pounded down the remaining stairs. "Elena, there you are," her mother said from the foot of the stairs. In front of her, 2 of Elena's 3 royal cousins stood, the 2 she disliked. Noticeably missing was the one she couldn't wait to see. Her heart pinched, a battleground of hope and dread. Perhaps she was wrong to drag Nate into the viper's nest of royal intrigue, like leading a lamb to the slaughter. "Here I am. And here you 2 are. Where is Alexander?"
"Lovely to see you too, cousin," Julian answered with a smirk. "Your favorite cousin is coming in on the next flight. He should be here within the hour."
"Now, Julian," Sophia said with a polite smile. "There are no favorites." Elena shifted her gaze to her cousin, Isabel, 2 months her junior, and the youngest of the Montclair cousins. She couldn't forget the day, 10 summers ago, when Isabel had accidentally pushed her into the palace pond during a state gathering, ruining her dress and her evening. "An error in foot placement," Isabel had claimed, though her smug smile told a different story. Elena arched an eyebrow at her. "Welcome, cousins." "We are so pleased to be here," Isabel answered in her usual snippy tone.
"Yes, but so very surprised,"
Julian added. "I hadn't expected to be invited to meet Americans." "Not meet," Elena reminded him, ice edging her voice. "You have met Nathan, remember?"
"Yes, I do recall meeting Mr. Kingsley while in the States. How interesting that he will be joining us here in Eldoria."
Elena wrinkled her nose at the statement, while her mother smiled graciously through it.
"We are very pleased to welcome the Kingsleys and get to know them better," she said, with a slight tilt of her head. "And so pleased to have you here as well." Elena held back, rolling her eyes at her mother's poised behavior. Why she did not put the royal pains in the rump in their places was beyond her. "We are pleased to be here. Mother and father send their regrets, but then I'm certain they're hardly needed to greet the Americans. They will be in attendance for the arrival of the Corinthian royal family."
"Of course they will be," Elena answered with a sigh as she crossed her arms.
Her mother shot her a warning glance, and she dropped her arms to her sides.
You will no doubt wish to settle in."
"Yes," Julian answered, "and prepare for the visit."
Something about the way he said the word prepare sent a chill snaking down her spine. She added him to the list of worries along with her father. Julian could create trouble of an entirely different brand. She had to be on her guard constantly to ensure the visit came off without a hitch. There would be someone lurking around every corner waiting for her to fail.
"We understand," Sophie said. "I've had your bags placed in your usual rooms. Shall I expect you for tea later when the Kingsleys arrive?" "No, Aunt. I have something pressing already. But I look so forward to reacquainting myself with Mr. Kingsley at dinner."
"Good," Sophia said with a nod before she shifted her pleasant gaze to Isabel. The brunette lifted a shoulder, her gaze sliding from Elena to Sophia. "I wouldn't miss it." "Wonderful. See you both then." Sophia followed their departure up the grand staircase before she set her sights on her daughter. One eyebrow arched as the pleasant expression faded just slightly. Elena shifted uncomfortably under her mother's scrutiny, clasping her hands in front of her as she lowered her chin. "Well, I should go." "Elena," her mother said, her soft voice filled with a warning. "Yes, Mother?" she asked, as though she hadn't a clue what she was getting at. Her mother waved a hand toward the sitting room off the large foyer. After closing the doors behind them, her mother whipped around to face her. "Elena, you must stop being confrontational." Elena's jaw unhinged as she wrinkled her nose. "But, Mother—" "Do not," her mother warned, with a single wag of her finger. "You know better than this, Elena. I am beginning to agree with your father that your time in the States has been a detriment." "Mother!" Elena shouted, her fingers curling into fists. "How can you say that?" "I can say it because of the way you just behaved. Julian and Isabel are your cousins." "Who are both troublemakers. Have you forgotten that Isabel hates me openly, or that Julian is the one who attempted to ruin my life by telling Father about Nathan and I?" Sophia clicked her tongue, her features remaining in stoic check as she waited for Elena's outburst to finish. "I have not forgotten. But, Elena, you have been raised better than this. You will be queen one day. You cannot race about being rude when you disagree with someone or dislike them. Diplomacy is the best option always." Elena settled her arms across her chest. "Suppose someone invades Eldoria. I suppose you believe I should be diplomatic then, too." "Do not be flip with me, Elena. This is not an invasion." "That is where you are wrong," Elena shot back. "It is a full-scale invasion of my life. The Kingsleys are due this afternoon. There is enough tension already without Julian and Isabel deliberately creating more drama." "Tension? Are you nervous about their arrival?" Her mother narrowed her eyes at Elena, reading her features. Elena shifted her gaze to the floor, avoiding eye contact. "No? Then why do you say tension?" "I only meant... that is... Oh, Mother," Elena said with a shake of her head, tears shining in her eyes as she betrayed a rare moment of vulnerability. Her mother crossed to her, cupping Elena's cheek in her hand. "Elena, are you having second thoughts?" "No." Her eyes went wide as she snapped her gaze to her mother's face. "No, I'm not. But I am nervous that something will go wrong. I feel as though Father is simply waiting to prove me incorrect." "Elena, that's not true." Her mother shook her head, a slight frown on her soft features. "Your father would not do that to you. He would not have agreed to allow Mr. Kingsley to come if he didn't believe it could work." "Are you certain? Even to teach me a lesson?" "You will learn those lessons on your own, darling. And you must. But do not think for a moment that your father is merely doing this to set you up for failure. He wishes you to succeed in all things." Elena sucked in a breath as she laced her fingers through her mother's, the simple act providing her some measure of comfort. "Nathan is so nervous." Sophia stroked a lock of Elena's hair, nodding in understanding. "Oh, darling,
And that's making you nervous. Yes, we are used to this, but there are dozens of tiny rules and points of etiquette that they will not be aware of. Yes, there are. It is important that they understand and respect them. If he is to become your consort— Yes, I know, Elena answered, a pout forming on her lips as she pulled away from her mother and stalked to the window. He must be prepared for the duties that go along with it, I know, Mother. Elena, I believe you may be short-sighted. Elena whipped around to meet her mother's gaze. Was her mother also trying to dissuade her from marrying Nate? Do not give me those fiery eyes, Elena. I do not wish to say you are making a foolish decision, nor that I disapprove. I have made no decisions on the matter, having not met Mr. Kingsley. I trust your judgment, but— But, Elena prompted. Elena, your interest in protecting Mr. Kingsley and ensuring his ability to navigate royal life is admirable. But who will assist you? I need no assistance. I am quite good at navigating royal life. I have spent a lifetime preparing for it. Sophia offered her daughter a soft smile before she crossed to her and took her hands. Yes, you have. But the crown weighs heavy, not just on the head that wears it, but also on the heart. You will encounter difficult situations that require support. You should have a strong spouse who can offer you the assistance and loyalty you will require throughout your life. Elena heaved a sigh, unable to argue despite her desire to lash out. I know you do not wish to hear this, but when your father says to keep an open mind, he means to be aware that you will require support too. Make the choice that gives you that. How in the world can that choice be Prince Eric? Elena said with a scoff. He is quite used to royal protocols. It will hardly be an issue for him. He is well versed in diplomacy, in matters of state. And we know nothing of each other. The support is overwhelming. Sophia offered her daughter a tight-lipped smile. You may have more in common than you imagine. And marriages that begin like this often grow into very strong partnerships. She tugged one corner of her lips back as she eyed her mother. And what of love? Is that not in the cards for a princess? Love is not simply romance, darling. The true test of love is not butterflies in your stomach, or the way your heart flutters when you find his eyes on you. The true test of love is that when you are at your worst, they are there with you to bring you back to your best. The word struck her as she found herself unable to imagine her mother at her worst. Do you and father bring each other back to your best? We do, her mother answered. Though at times we are both at our worst. It is a fact of marriage, darling. You will hit rough patches, even with your Mr. Kingsley. No matter how strong your love feels, there will be disagreements, arguments, differences of opinion. Elena squeezed her mother's hands. So far we haven't argued. No, but you will. And I'm not saying that to upset you. I'm saying it to prepare you. Elena, darling, I know you believe love will be perfect always. But love is imperfect. People are imperfect. You will argue with Mr. Kingsley if he is your husband. You will argue with Prince Eric if he is your husband. You will argue with Mr. Smith from down the street if he is your husband. You make marriage sound so lovely, Mother. Sophia laughed, a delicate sound that made her smile. I am sorry, dear, but you must be prepared. Marriage is not easy. It can be very lovely, and it can also be very difficult. You are about to make a very big choice. I know you believe your mind is made up, but please take this time to observe Mr. Kingsley's behavior while here to ensure he is the best match for you. Elena swallowed hard, her stomach twisting into a knot. Why did everyone seem to think Nate was not the right choice? At every turn she faced opposition. No one assumed she could make the best choice for herself. Despite herself, she nodded. I will. Her mother smiled, patting Elena's cheek. Before they could speak further, the doors burst open. The tension in Elena melted as she studied the figure filling the doorway. Tall, dark, broad-shouldered and stately, he was everything a royal should be. A smile spread across her features before she broke away from her mother and hurried to the man. She flung her arms around him as he lifted her from the floor in a bear hug. "Alexander!" He set her on the floor, pulling back and grinning at her. "Elena, lovely to see you, little cousin." "It's lovely to see you too. Your lateness put me in quite an awkward position earlier." "Oh?" he asked. "Hello, Alexander," Sophia said as she crossed to him. "Aunt Sophia," he answered with a bow. She kissed his cheek. "I'm sorry to rush off, but I have another appointment. Will we see you at the tea this afternoon?" "Yes, of course. I'm looking so forward to meeting the Kingsleys." "Wonderful." She squeezed his arm before he stood aside to allow her to leave them behind. He turned back toward Elena, who grinned at him again. "Now what is this about an awkward position?" Elena rolled her eyes as she strode across the room to the grand piano, tapping a key. "I raced from upstairs when I was told my cousins had arrived, only to find Julian and Isabel." "Oh my, I am sorry," he said with a grin. "How awful. My siblings leave something to be desired." She plopped onto the piano bench. "They do." "My goodness, what in the world has life in the States done to you? I've never known Elena Montclair to be this glum." "Oh, please, not you too," she said with a pout. He clasped his hands behind his back, arching a dark eyebrow as he paced across the floor. "Me too?" "Everyone keeps telling me of the woes of my stateside visit. But the truth is, my woes only began after I returned home." Tell me about it over a ride?" "Only if you promise me a race," she said with a grin. "Challenge accepted. Shall we meet at the stables after changing?" She nodded. "Yes." They parted ways, and she hurried to her room to change into her riding gear and have Caroline pull her hair into a braid. When she arrived at the stables, her cousin awaited her with 2 saddled horses. She climbed aboard hers, and they set off at a gentle canter. When they reached the top of the hill, she set her horse into a full gallop, and they raced along together, laughing as they fought to reach the steeple in the distance. Elena arrived first, tugging her horse to a stop and spinning it to face him. "Well done, Elena. You have beaten me again." "You let me win," she challenged. "I did no such thing." He set his horse at a meandering pace. "Now, please, tell me all about these woes you face in Eldoria." Her horse fell in line next to his. "Everyone knows what's best for me, except me." "Ah, yes, the pressures of being a princess. Your royal match is being closely monitored." "I wish it was not. I'm being told to keep an open mind at every turn, as though there should be no emotion involved whatsoever." "Emotion?" he repeated, sliding his eyes sideways as the horses walked under the canopy of trees making up the forest on the royal property's back edge. "Are you in love?" "Yes," she answered before she snapped her gaze to him. "Do not laugh." "I am not," he answered. "I think it is wonderful, Elena." "Do you? So you will not tell me to consider my choice carefully?" He sucked in a breath. "You likely should, though I will say I envy you." "Envy me?" she questioned, her brow furrowing as she pushed a pine branch aside. As they rode through the dappled sunlight, Alexander confessed his own troubles to her. "You are making your own way. I am being asked to accept the attention of Lady Margaret." "No," Elena said, her eyes wide as she shifted in the saddle. "Oh, yes. She is quite poised, dear. She would make a lovely wife, dear. She's very quiet. You would have no trouble with her." "No trouble with her? Heavens, if that doesn't convince you to race down the aisle, what will?" They continued through the forest, their horses slowly wandering the familiar path. "So, despite your woes regarding being told to keep an open mind, at least your parents are allowing you a choice."
she sucked in a breath. I am sorry, Alexander. I do hope you will find someone. But we are not wed yet, and I fear you are incorrect.
What do you mean? He asked as he tugged his horse in a new direction.
I fear my parents are only allowing me the illusion of a choice. I believe they are hoping Nathan fails in his bid to withstand royal life. Alexander let his head fall back before he nodded.
I see. Trying to show you the error of your ways, but seem like they are giving in to you.
Exactly.
She twisted in her saddle, her eyes pleading.
Alexander, please, will you help him? Take him under your wing and guide him?
Of course, cousin. I am happy to help. I will do whatever is needed. Whisper in his ear, kick him under the table, give him obscure hand signals that no one could understand.
She giggled as they emerged from within the trees, the bright sun shining down on them as they rode into the lush valley. Thank you, Alexander. I knew I could count on you.
Of course you can. We must stick together.
That sounds ominous, she answered.
Unfortunately, I believe there may be some trouble ahead. You may suspect your parents of hoping your interest wanes in Mr. Kingsley, but I wouldn't put it past Julian to deliberately set out to ruin his chances.
Her stomach twisted into a knot as he said the words she didn't want to face. Julian's mischief was no stranger to Elena. He'd tormented her while she dated Nate in the States, and she had no illusions that he may try to do it again. Would Nate's visit turn into an all-out royal war? And would they survive it? Or was she destined to sacrifice love for duty?
Chapter 4. Nate. Nate's stomach twisted into a tight knot as the corporate jet bobbed and weaved its way through the clouds toward the ground below. Eldoria, a country he hadn't heard of before a few weeks ago. Now he was about to step foot inside it and head to the royal palace, a place where he may live one day. He'd spent the past few weeks trying to read up on the history of the country and its customs. He wanted to impress Elena's parents with how much work he'd put in. He hoped it meant something. He couldn't shake the feeling that Elena's father would continue to dislike him. Despite the man's invitation to learn more about him, he wondered if it was all a smokescreen to convince Elena he wasn't the man for her. He flicked his gaze across the plane's cabin, his eyes landing on another source of stress. Chloe stared down at her manicured nails, admiring them along with the wedding ring on her finger. The light glinted off the gold band and the flashy diamond she wore. His mind regressed to the moment his brother had stunned him with the news. Stephen had married his former fiancée. It bothered him, but he didn't know why. He wanted no parts of Chloe after what she'd done. Finding her in his brother's bed had been a blow that had led him down a dark path. He shifted in his seat, pulling his gaze away from the woman who had nearly ruined his life. However, he had to be happy that they'd not tied the knot. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met Elena. But that may not pan out either. The plane continued its descent, the landing gear banging down below them. Maddie slid into the seat next to him with a grin and buckled in.
Are you excited?
Yeah, he said, trying to steady his shaky voice.
You don't sound excited.
He waved his fists in the air with a smile. Yay.
You're mocking me, she said with a sigh.
I'm not, Yes, I'm excited, but I'm nervous too.
Why? We can wear any color we want, so everything is fine.
He chuckled at her concern. I just want to make a good impression. And there are so many rules and protocols. I'm afraid I'm going to bow at the wrong time, or sit down when I'm supposed to stand, or call someone by the wrong title.
Ah, Nate, Maddie said as she rubbed his arm. I'm sure it'll be fine. Ellie will help you. I've been texting her since we found out, and she's been so nice.
I'm glad you're so thrilled about her being a princess.
I am. And you should be too.
She slid a lock of her blonde hair behind her ear.
I'm going to be the sister of a prince.
Maybe, he said with a wag of his finger. Remember, our engagement is not official until I pass the test.
You'll pass with flying colors, big brother.
He stared into mid-space, his heart a mix of hope and dread. Would he be able to pass their royal test? Or would this visit be the end of the relationship with his beloved Elena? The wheels smacked against the runway, jarring him as much as his thoughts. A lump formed in his throat as the pilots announced their arrival to the cabin.
Welcome to Eldoria. We are taxiing to the deplaning area.
His fingers tightened around the arms of his seat as he realized he'd soon be at the palace. Soon his test would begin. He chewed his lower lip as the plane slowed to a stop and the engines wound down. Everyone else unbuckled their belts and rose, stretching after the ride. Nate stayed in his seat, his mind whirling.
Nate?
His mother's voice called to him, tugging him out of his rumination. He sucked in a sharp breath. Yeah. You ready? He slowly unbuckled his seatbelt as he nodded. Yeah, guess so. She slid an arm around him as he rose. You nervous? A little, he said with a chuckle. But I'm excited to see Elena. Truthfully, he wondered if it would be any different. Would she be different as Princess Elena instead of just his Ellie? His heart, a battleground of hope and dread, thudded against his ribs as he exited the plane, breathing in the clean, crisp Eldorian air. The lush greenery and thick forests that rose around them reminded him of illustrations and fairy tales. He wondered if they'd used this country as a model when they'd drawn those pictures.
Wow,
Maddie exclaimed from behind him as she descended the stairs.
This place is amazing. It's so pretty.
It really is beautiful here, his mother agreed as they stepped onto the tarmac and crossed to the waiting limousine. Nate slid inside, blowing out a long breath as he wiped his sweaty palms on his pant legs. Thankfully, he wouldn't have to shake anyone's hands. From what he'd read, he needed to bow to the king and queen and even Elena, but they didn't shake hands. They wouldn't know how nervous he was, at least. Everyone else piled into the car. Stephen and Chloe, their hands entwined, took the seats across from him. He shifted down, trying to keep them out of his sightline. Maddie squealed as the car set off.
I can't believe we're going to a palace.
She pulled her phone from her purse and snapped a selfie.
Nate, let's get one together.
She leaned closer to him and grinned.
Say Prince.
He smiled as she snapped the picture, then tapped on her phone, posting it to her social media feeds and sending it to her friends.
All my friends are so jealous that I'm going to a palace.
Nate shifted in his seat again, reality pressing down on his shoulders with each passing moment. As the town's buildings whisked past him, he tried to focus on the vast difference between this country and his own. He peered through the tinted windows, his eyes landing on the giant palace rising on the hill in the distance.
Wow,
Maddie exclaimed as she snapped a picture of it through the window.
It's beautiful.
His gaze traced the white stone walls up to the gray-blue rooftops, shimmering under the bright sun. Turrets and towers stretched skyward, poking into the crisp blue of the sky. He studied the white stones topped with a gray-blue roof. Turrets and towers poked into the bright blue sky. It made his home, large and sprawling, look tiny. The now familiar butterflies flitted around in his stomach again. What would life be like there? He'd find out in a few minutes. The car pitched at a sharp angle as they made the climb toward the castle, winding around on the road that doubled back several times. By the time it slowed to a stop, his heart was in his throat. A palace guard opened the door before standing at attention. They climbed into the bright sunshine, craning their necks to stare up at the palace. A familiar face smiled at him as he finally lowered his gaze to the ornate wooden doors. Caroline nodded as she stepped forward.
Welcome, Kingsleys. Mr. Kingsley, lovely to see you again. For those of you who do not know me, I am Caroline Bennett, Princess Elena's lady's maid.
Everyone said their hellos as she grinned at them. Her Highness asked that I intercept you to ensure that you are all comfortable with the protocols for being greeted by Queen Sophia. Everyone recalls to bow or curtsy, no handshakes. Nods met her response. Excellent. You will be joining Queen Sophia for tea immediately following your reception. Princess Elena and her cousin, Prince Alexander, will join as soon as they are back from their ride. When she enters the room, she will likely dispense with any formalities. There will be no need to rise and bow or curtsy. Nate's head swam with the details, despite knowing them. Bow, don't bow, no handshakes. The sheer number of royalty that would descend on them within the next few minutes was overwhelming.
However, when the king arrives, you should rise and bow or curtsy, as he will give no dispensation. Princess Isabel will also attend the tea, and she will also require a curtsy or bow. And she will expect one, believe me. And Mr. Kingsley.
He snapped his gaze to the woman, swallowing hard.
Please remember, no displays of affection whilst in public. Her Highness has carved time out of her schedule to spend with you between tea and dinner. During that private time, you may do as you wish, but formalities dictates that you do not show her affection during the tea.
He blew out a long breath as he nodded. Right. A scoff sounded behind him before Chloe mumbled under her breath to Stephen.
I would not want this babe so rigid. I think it's very cool,
Maddie said as she caught wind of the statement.
So fancy. If you all are ready, we'll go inside and I'll present you to the Queen.
Nate's throat parched as they shuffled through the door and into the ornate foyer. A crest with swords hung over a set of double doors. A thick red runner led up white marble stairs to another level. 2 guards flanked the doors on the inside as well. They slid the doors closed before clasping their hands and standing at attention, their eyes staring forward. A moment later, a blonde, her features similar to Elena's, especially her sparkling emerald eyes, strode from an upstairs hall, descending the stairs in her smart skirt suit, her hands clasped one over the other in front of her. A woman with a portfolio clutched to her chest followed behind her. The blonde approached them, a polite smile spreading across her soft features. The woman with her flanked her.
May I present Queen Sophia?
Caroline cleared her throat, prompting everyone to bow or curtsy. As Nate rose from his bow, she nodded, the smile still frozen on her face.
Welcome to our country and our home,
she said, her voice soft and tempered. The practiced poise, likely honed over a lifetime, amazed him.
Nathan,
she said as she bobbed her head at him.
I am so pleased to have the chance to learn more about you and your family.
She expertly shifted her eyes to them.
Mr. and Mrs. Kingsley,
from what I have heard from my daughter, you are to be credited with raising a wonderful son and a beautiful family. His mother let out a nervous chuckle as she clasped her hands together until her knuckles turned white.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Of course. Victoria bobbed her head, the grin still stuck on her features.
And Maddie,
Sophia said, focusing on the blonde. His sister swallowed hard, lowering her chin.
Elena tells me she has found a fast friend in you. I really like her,
Maddie said with a nervous smile. Sophia smiled again before she finally set her eyes on Stephen and Chloe. Nate arched an eyebrow. How would the Queen react to his brother and his new wife holding hands in front of her?
And Stephen and Chloe, I understand you have married. I wish you a lifetime of happiness together.
Thank you, Stephen answered as Chloe shot her an insincere smile, likely overwhelmed by the woman's quiet composure.
Shall we go into the sitting room for tea?
The Queen's polite smile never left her gracious features. Caroline motioned for them to enter through the double doors under the shield. Nate shuffled inside after his parents, suddenly wondering if there was a certain seat he should take or if he could sit anywhere. Elena is riding with Prince Alexander. She should return soon, but we will begin without her. A set of maids arrived with a large tea tray and a towering, tiered serving tray filled with finger sandwiches and tea cakes. Please sit, Queen Sophia said, after she eased into an armchair. Caroline nodded at them, mouthing, "Anywhere." Nate perched on the edge of the couch, his eyes falling on a portrait hanging across from him. His eyebrow arched as he stared at Elena, a tiara on her head and a scepter and orb clutched in her hands. With a regal look, her painted eyes stared, smile-free, at him from the portrait. He gulped, wondering if she'd be different here than the Elena he knew. Memories of their shared laughter in a distant world flooded his mind, contrasting sharply with her current royal confinement. Would they still connect? Or had her crown built a wall too high to breach? The others found seats, and Queen Sophia poured the tea, handing cups to each of them before she lifted her own to her lips. He studied her back rail straight and the slight smile still turning up the corner of her lips. "How was your flight?" "Oh, very good," Victoria answered as she settled her teacup in her saucer. "Your country is very beautiful." "Thank you," Sophia answered. "I understand from Elena that Sterling City is quite lovely as well. I have never been." "Oh, you'll have to visit us sometime," Victoria said, offering a tentative smile. Queen Sophia matched her expression. "What a lovely invitation." "Well, we certainly appreciate your invitation to your lovely home, so we'd love to return the favor." Nate heard the nerves in his mother's voice, and it made him even more nervous than he was before. Even his mother, usually the belle of the ball, felt overwhelmed. The sound of laughter echoed outside of the room. It lifted his heart. He recognized it immediately. Elena. It gave him hope that she would be able to ease them all into a more relaxed state. The double doors burst open, and a tall man hovered in the doorway before he twisted sideways to wave someone inside. His lips curled into a smile as Elena strode inside in a traditional riding outfit. "Hello, Mother. Sorry to be late," she said, letting her eyes slide over the others. "No need to stand on formality. Please remain seated." "I quite agree," the man said as he collected a teacup from Queen Sophia as he kissed her on the cheek. "Lovely to see you, Aunt Sophia." "It is lovely to see you again, Alexander." Queen Sophia twisted to face the others. "May I present my nephew, Elena's cousin, Prince Alexander." She introduced each of the others around the room. "Hello, everyone," he said, before he snatched a finger sandwich from the tray and eased onto the couch next to Maddie. She stared at him like he was a god among men, her eyes alight with awe. Elena collected her teacup and eased onto the seat next to Nate, her back as rail straight as her mother's. She shot him a warm smile, whispering, "Hello, darling." "I must apologize for our lateness rather than Elena. It was my fault," Alexander said. "Yes, it is," Elena said with a giggle. "Alexander is still quite slow at racing to the steeple." He grinned at her, amusement smiling in his eyes. "I let you win." "You claimed you did not," she answered before she faced his family. "Do you all ride?" "No," Nate answered her, finally finding his voice. "None of us." "Oh, we will have to arrange a lesson if you're keen," Queen Sophia said. "The property is lovely viewed on horseback." "That sounds wonderful. I'd be happy to try my hand at it," Victoria answered. "Oh, wonderful," Elena answered. "I think you'll find it quite an experience," Prince Alexander added before he glanced at Maddie. "And will you try, Maddie?" She giggled, her cheeks burning red. "Yes." "I'm so pleased," Elena said. "We will have a lovely time, Maddie." Their conversation turned to the events they had coming up. Queen Sophia's assistant read off an impressive list of things coming up, ranging from a trip to their country estate for a more private and relaxed experience together. Upon their return, there would be a parade and a royal ball as the family welcomed the royal family of Corinthia. Nate swallowed hard, remembering that the intention had been for Elena to wed Prince Eric of Corinthia. Was that still the plan? His eyes fell on the woman sitting next to him. She seemed the same, but so different. He'd never seen her in her element before. They'd only spent time together alone when she had been pretending to be Ellie Greenfield. But he'd done the same thing to her, given her a fake name and a fake occupation to ensure she wasn't after his money. He'd been the same person, though. Would she be the Ellie he'd come to love? Suddenly, his musings and the light conversation around him were interrupted by the arrival of another woman. Her dark hair matched Elena's, but everything else was different about her. His eyes flicked to Elena.
"Everyone, this is my cousin, Isabel. And there is no need to stand on ceremony. Please feel free to remain seated."
The frown on Isabel's features was unmistakable. She hadn't liked Elena's declaration, based off of the expression and fire burning in her eyes.
"Sorry to be late, Aunt Sophia."
"Quite all right, Isabel," Sophia answered with a polite smile. "We were merely discussing the events of the next several weeks."
"And are they all to be so relaxed?"
she asked, eyeing the Kingsleys with a wrinkled nose. "Really, sister," Alexander said, as he retrieved another finger sandwich. "If it bothers you, perhaps you should follow the custom which would require you to curtsy to myself, Elena, and Aunt Sophia." She accepted a cup of tea from her aunt as her eyes bore into her brother.
"I was only asking so I do not lead any astray."
"Of course you were," he said, with a closed-lipped grin at her. Nate shifted in his seat, recognizing the signs of a difficult sibling relationship. He wondered what the relationship was like with Julian, the sibling he had met, and whom Elena was convinced had created the issue with her father. "Formalities will stand as appropriate," Queen Sophia answered. "The tea is rather informal, so there is no need to have our guests hopping from their seats at the door opening." The woman settled into a chair on the fringes of the conversation. Nate wondered if her lips were permanently set into a scowl. Conversation continued around him as Nate studied the woman for another moment. It appeared family politics were as tense as the relationships in his own family. Time ticked by, and as teacups neared being empty, the doors opened again, revealing King Frederick's imposing figure. Elena offered him a gentle nudge with her elbow as she sprang from her seat. He bounced up next to her, noticing everyone except the Queen stood. King Frederick strode into the room, and everyone bowed or curtsied. Elena remained standing when Isabel and Alexander sat. Nate shifted his weight from foot to foot as the man set his eyes on him. Elena slid her arm through Nate's.
"Father, I would love you to meet several more of the Kingsleys. You remember Nathan and Mr. and Mrs. Kingsley?"
"Yes," he said with a nod. "Such a pleasure to see you again."
"And Nathan's sister, Maddie, his brother, Stephen, and his new wife, Chloe."
"Lovely to meet each of you. And how are you finding our little country?"
"It's very lovely," Victoria answered. "We were just telling your wife how beautiful it is."
He smiled at her, his hands clasped behind his back as he listened politely. Elena returned to her seat, tugging Nate with her. The others settled into theirs again, too. They chatted for several more moments before the king bid them adieu and the tea party started to break up. Queen Sophia rose from her seat with a gracious smile. "It has been a lovely afternoon. I look so forward to getting to know you better. Martin will show you all to your rooms. I do hope you enjoy your stay." The Queen strode from the room, her assistant scurrying behind her. "Well, that went rather well," Alexander said with a grin at them. "You'll do quite well here." "I'm glad you think so," Victoria said. "I'll admit I was a little nervous. Elena, your mother is so kind, though." "Thank you," Elena answered with a grin. "I think you'll find most of us are," Alexander answered with another easy smile. Nate studied the man, finding him an enigma. He seemed as vivacious as Elena and quite affable, though still having that regal poise they all seemed to share. His sister didn't seem to share his easygoing nature, and what he recalled of Julian, he did not either. Alexander rose from his seat, grabbing another tea cake. "I'm certain you would like to settle in and rest before dinner, but I look forward to seeing you all there." As he strode from the room, another man slipped inside. Elena rose to address him.
"Martin, the Kingsleys are ready to go to their rooms. Please show them there and see that they have anything they may need."
"Of course, Your Highness," he said with a bow. "If you will all follow me."
They shuffled from the room behind him. Nate hung back, eyeing Elena, who waited inside.
"Go ahead, darling. I'll find you after you've gotten settled in."
"You could come with me," he said, wanting desperately to touch base with her.
"I won't be but a few minutes with Caroline," she answered with a quick peck on his cheek. "Then I will be right up."
He nodded, his hand lingering on hers, reluctant to pull away. Gathering his resolve, he finally forced his feet to move forward, leaving her behind. Hurrying, he caught up with his family as they ascended the grand staircase. A figure appeared next to him suddenly, startling him. He stared down at Isabel, whose footsteps fell in line with his as they marched up the stairs.
"This must be fascinating for you, stepping out of the simplicity of your American life."
He offered her an uncertain grin and a bob of his head.
"I do hope you don't find it all too disorienting. Eldoria has a way of revealing truths you may not expect."
Her gaze lingered on him, her eyes cold and calculating, with a hint of delight in the uncertainty they spawned, for a second, before she skirted around the family members in front of him and disappeared into another hall. The words still hung in the air, though, a veiled warning that masqueraded as polite interest. Would Nate find himself facing something he hadn't expected?
Chapter 5. Elena. As the Kingsleys filed out of the room, Elena crossed to Caroline, though her eyes remained trained on her troublesome cousin. Before she made it across to her lady's maid, Isabel stepped in front of her. Elena frowned at her cousin's smirk, recalling years of veiled jabs and rivalries. "Have you something to say, Isabel? Your expression certainly suggests you do." "Oh, only that the Kingsleys seem an interesting lot." "Perhaps if you take the time to get to know them, you may find yourself surprised." She offered a soft chuckle, her lips curling with amusement. "I doubt that very much. Americans do not intrigue me the way they do you." Elena narrowed her eyes at Isabel. "Then I suppose you will be in for a rather boring trip." "I doubt that. And I must say, I do understand the appeal of your supposed suitor. He is alluring, I will give you that." Elena curled her fingers into fists. The statement wasn't a casual observation of Nate's appearance. It was a declaration of war. Her cousin found him attractive, and she would love nothing more than to rip him away from her. And it wouldn't be for love. Isabel would never lower herself to marry an untitled man. Elena attempted to force her lips into a smile, but found herself unable. Instead, she lifted her chin. "I believe we have said everything we need to say, cousin. And I have pressing matters." "Of course you do. I should be going too." Isabel held her gaze for another moment before she left the room behind. Elena let out a breath as Caroline crossed to her. "Do not allow her to upset you, Your Highness." "Too late," Elena grumbled. She frowned as a storm of anxiety brewed within her. "She will make trouble, Caroline. Mark my words."
"Oh, darling, she cannot make trouble on her own."
Caroline's attempt at reassurance did little to quell the rising tide of worry. "Yes, she can, firstly," Elena answered, her gaze snapping from where Isabel had stood to Caroline's face. "And secondly, she is not alone. Between her, Julian, and my father, I am certain they can find a way to ruin this." Caroline cupped Elena's cheek in her hand. "And I am certain you can find a way to rise above it." "I am pleased you have faith in me, Caroline. Now, if I am not mistaken, you have cleared my schedule for the afternoon, correct?" "That is correct. I assumed you would wish to spend some private time with your young man, and perhaps his family, to acquaint them with the palace, its grounds, and its people." "As always, you assumed correctly. I shall see you to dress for dinner?" "Yes. Although, perhaps you wish to change now?" "Oh," Elena said as she glanced down at her riding outfit. "Perhaps, quickly, yes." They hurried to her bedroom suite, and Caroline had her into a new outfit in less than 15 minutes. After thanking her, Elena hastened through the halls to the wing where her guests were staying. With a grin playing on her lips, she knocked at Nate's door. It opened a moment later, and he greeted her with a tentative smile. "Hey." "Hello," she said, as she slipped inside and eased the door shut behind them.
"Oh, is this allowed?"
"I don't care," she answered, sliding her arms around his neck. "I'd like a proper greeting, away from prying eyes." He wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her closer before he leaned in for a kiss. Their lips brushed, evoking the same sparks as the act had in Sterling City. "I have missed that."
"So have I,"
he said.
"I would have kissed you earlier, but Caroline said no public displays of affection."
"Caroline is correct," Elena said, her arms still locked around his neck. "PDAs are frowned upon, which is why I slipped into your bedroom."
"It's going to be hard not to kiss you in public."
"Nor hold hands," she answered with a frown.
"Really?"
She fluttered her eyelashes. "Sorry, darling. Protocols are quite strict."
"Right,"
he said with a flick of his eyebrows.
"Better grab another kiss while I can, then."
She smiled before she leaned closer to brush his lips again. When she pulled back, she studied his features. "How are you finding things so far?"
"Well, the room is beautiful. Your palace is beautiful. The country is..."
"Beautiful?" she said with a nod. "Yes. I mean, how are you?" He sucked in a breath, his smile faltering.
"Nervous."
"You needn't be. You did quite well this afternoon. You will find your way. And you can always look to me, Caroline, or Alexander for help." He bobbed his head up and down.
"You, Caroline, Alexander."
His eyebrows furrowed.
"What about Isabel and Julian?"
"No," Elena warned with a vehement shake of her head. "Do not look to them. They will ensure you bungle something on purpose."
"Really?"
"Oh, yes. Isabel will be up to her usual tricks. And by the way, I had better warn you that she finds you alluring." A sly grin spread across his features as he lifted his chin.
"Really?"
"Don't let it go to your head. She will only use it to your end." He screwed up his face.
"How?"
"By luring you into a trap that will disqualify you from any relationship with me, and then leave you."
"Ellie, I'd never cheat on you."
"It does not matter if you would or wouldn't. Appearances can be very deceiving. It only takes the whiff of a scandal to kill our chances."
"Right, avoid Isabel,"
he said with a shaky breath. Elena nodded. As best you can. She will deliberately seek you out, I am certain. She is unpleasant enough, though, that you should want to avoid her.
She seems it. Has she always been like that?
Yes, Elena answered, as she pulled away from his embrace and crossed the room to stare over the landscape. She has always been this way. A bit jealous, I think, that she is fourth in line to the throne.
So it's you, then?
Alexander, Julian, then Isabel. Nate hesitated for long enough to draw Elena's attention. Darling, are you all right? Nate sucked in a breath.
Yeah.
She stuck her lower lip out in a pout as she studied his face. He looked overwhelmed, tired, and nervous. You're not, are you?
I'm fine,
he said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. She wandered closer, sliding her arms around him. It's all right to be overwhelmed, Nathan. It's quite a bit to take in, and quite a change. One that we did not have the opportunity to fully discuss because of my dishonesty.
No,
he said with a shake of his head as he pulled her closer.
Ellie, I love you. I don't care about what happened. I did the same thing to you. It would be unfair of me to be angry about it.
Unfair things happen all the time. If you are upset, please tell me.
I'm not, I promise.
He huffed out a breath as he gave her a fleeting grin that seemed more genuine than the last.
I am probably overwhelmed.
She cupped his cheek in her hand. I knew it. It will take some getting used to, but you'll manage it with flying colors, I know it.
You all are so used to it, and so poised and perfect.
She chuckled. We have been doing this for our entire lives. I came out of my mother's womb curtsying. He chewed his lower lip as she spoke. That was a joke. He tugged his lips back in a wince.
I know, sorry, your statement just made me think of...
She flicked her eyebrows up, silently prodding him. He grabbed her hand and led her to the armchairs near the French doors leading to the balcony. Her stomach clenched as he stared at her, his features pinching. With his elbows resting on his thighs, he leaned toward her.
There is something I wanted to discuss.
Of course.
Your father mentioned that you were supposed to be engaged to someone else since your birth.
She nodded. Prince Eric.
And he's the one coming to visit?
Yes, Elena answered with another bob of her head. Nate shifted in his seat.
Are you still expected to?
When he didn't continue, she answered, No, the engagement will not be announced. Unless... He raised his eyebrows.
Unless?
Unless we decide not to move forward with our relationship.
Decide?
He asked, his voice sharper than he expected.
Or are allowed to?
She pressed her lips together, understanding his frustration. She shared it too. I understand this may seem daunting. She reached for his hand, squeezing it. But we will face it together. You are perfectly capable of being a support spouse and navigating royal duties. He flicked his gaze to the floor, his lips in a tight line. Nathan, you are. I know it feels overwhelming at the start. Everything is rigid, strict, new. But you'll see that life here is quite normal. It's a bit like yours, actually. The galas, the meetings for investors, those sorts of things. Just with more bowing and formality. He laughed as he nodded.
Okay. I think I'm just nervous. Especially after what your cousin said.
Elena stiffened, her eyes going wide as her stomach fluttered. What did she say?
Something about Aldoria having a way of bringing out unexpected truths. It made me nervous.
Don't listen to a thing she says. She is jealous.
Of me?
Of me, Elena corrected. And anything I have, Stay away from Isabel and Julian. Both of them are trouble.
But not Alexander,
Nate said. Right. Alexander can be trusted, and he will be keeping an eye out for you. I spoke with him about it earlier. Nate nodded, his eyes studying the area rug under his feet. Feeling better?
A little,
he answered, reaching for her hand to squeeze it.
I'm sure as I settle in, it'll get easier.
It will, she answered, allowing him a moment. Nate sucked in a deep breath, raising his gaze to her face.
There is one other thing, and it's really important.
Her stomach tightened into a knot. What else?
When we met, you used the name Ellie. But you do prefer Elena?
She grinned at him. Whatever you prefer, darling. I don't mind being called Ellie.
I've gotten used to it,
he said with a shrug. As have I, she said with a smile.
Ellie it is then.
They leaned closer, their lips meeting again, before a knock at the door interrupted them. His shoulders slumped as he leapt from his seat and hurried to the door. He pulled it open, a smile crossing his features.
Hey, Mom. Come in.
She stepped inside, a tentative smile on her face before she spotted Elena. Oh, hello, Ellie. Elena?
She's good with Ellie,
Nate said with a nod as he closed the door behind them.
Right. I'm sorry to interrupt. I didn't realize you were here. I just wanted to check in on Nate.
Elena rose from her seat to join the woman, pulling her into a hug. Perfectly fine, Mrs. Kingsley. You are not interrupting, and it's lovely to see you. Victoria squeezed her tightly before she leaned back. It's lovely to see you, too. And your mother is very kind. Our room is lovely. I'm so glad you're finding it so. I was about to invite Nathan for a tour of the palace and its grounds. Would you and the rest of the family like to join us? Victoria slid her gaze to Nate.
Well, I'm sure you two would like to be alone.
We would love for you to join us, Elena said.
Yes, I'd really like you to see the property so when I get lost you can help me find my room, he said with a chuckle.
Well, we'd be happy to join you.
I'm looking forward to seeing the grounds, and I know your sister can't wait to explore.
Well, she is most welcome to explore as much as she likes, with or without us. Though I thought a little tour may be warranted so you can feel at home. Victoria squeezed her hands, offering a grateful smile.
You are already making us feel comfortable. I just hope we can be as gracious guests as you are a host.
I have no doubt. Though, Victoria tugged her lips back in a grimace as she eyed Elena.
Oh no, have we already committed a faux pas?
No, Elena said with a shake of her head. Nothing like that, but I have already told Nathan that if you are unsure of anything, look to me, Caroline, or Alexander. Whatever you do, do not follow any advice from my cousins, Julian or Isabel. Victoria shifted her weight as she raised her eyebrows. Oh, okay. Alexander is invested in seeing you succeed, though the other two will cause trouble just to feel superior. I'm afraid my family is a bit complicated. Victoria breathed out a laugh.
Well, you know how complicated ours is. You witnessed a fist fight between my sons.
It's quite similar here, though there are no fists involved. And much to Julian's chagrin, Alexander is quite a bit better at fencing and most athletic things.
I see. Well, at least your family has a bit more decorum than mine seem to have. I hope that does not happen again. How are you handling Stephen's announcement?
Victoria twisted to face her son, rubbing his shoulder. He shrugged.
I'm surprised, but it has nothing to do with me.
Elena searched his features for any sign of distress over the news. Victoria prompted him for more information with a raise of her eyebrows.
I wish he wouldn't have married her, and that has nothing to do with anything that happened between Chloe and me. It has to do with the fact that I don't trust her. But Stephen's a grown man who has to make his own decisions. Other than that, I don't care.
Good.
Victoria answered. I'll just find the others and meet you back here.
Perfect, Elena said as Victoria strode away. Once they were alone again, she stared into Nate's eyes. Do you really not care about your brother and Chloe? Nate blew out a breath.
I don't care. She doesn't matter to me anymore. I know everyone thinks that this is going to cause a relapse, but it's not. I'm focused on us, on making us work, because I love you.
She intertwined her fingers with his. I love you too, and I am so glad this isn't bothering you.
It's not. It was a shock, but Steven's the one stuck with her. At least it's not me.
She giggled as a knock sounded at the door again. Come along, let's explore. She spent the afternoon showing them the ins and outs of her home, including her special hiding places she'd carved out as a child, and sometimes still used. As they entered the ballroom, where Elena reminded them the royal ball would take place, Maddie's eyes rose, taking in the murals on the ceiling, the crystal chandeliers, the thick draperies framing the many windows overlooking the back gardens. Wow, she whispered, her voice echoing. Have you ever danced in here? Loads of times, Elena answered, and you will too. Maddie's cheeks flushed with excitement as she snapped her gaze to Elena. No. Yes, at the royal ball. But I don't know how to do any formal dances. Or is it like prom? Elena giggled as she slid her arm around Maddie's shoulders. No, nothing like that. But Caroline has arranged waltz lessons for you. All of you. Get out! Maddie said, her voice shrill with excitement. Really? Yes, the ball is quite formal, but we'd like you to have a wonderful time. She twisted to find Nate, a dismayed expression etched into his features, staring straight ahead. Nathan?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I can waltz. I can learn.
I'm certain you can, she said, before she snapped her gaze to the ajar door behind them, swearing she'd heard something. She spotted nothing, and their conversation continued as Victoria and Maddie chattered about learning how to waltz. After viewing the ballroom, they strolled through the gardens as Elena pointed out several features of the property and beyond. They finished back inside the palace, going to their rooms to change for dinner. Elena smiled to herself as she wandered back through the halls from the Kingsleys' quarters to her own room. As she rounded the corner, the grin slid from her features. In front of the double doors leading to her bedroom suite stood Julian. Her shoulders slumped as she stormed her way toward him. You should be changing for dinner, cousin. He peeled his back from the wall and approached her. Thank you for your concern, though I am certain I will not be late even with this little excursion. I am not, I must stress. She sidestepped, but he slid in front of her, his eyes piercing hers. I'm certain you can carve out a few moments for your dear cousin. It is in your best interest to speak with me. Is it? And what, pray tell, is so important that you must accost me at my door? Accost you? My dear Elena, I am not accosting you. I am merely warning you. Warning me? Elena scoffed. Of what? Choose your path with the utmost care, Elena. His voice, a cold gust filled with a sinister tone. A single misstep could mean the crown will slip from your grasp. He let the statement hang between them for a moment, before he pushed past her and strode down the hall. She stared after him, her fingers curling into fists as she set her jaw. So, her cousin meant to make this difficult for her. She wouldn't let him, she resolved. Deep inside her, though, the seed of doubt that he would win planted itself, twisting her stomach into a knot. Would he win?
Chapter 6. Nate. Nate breathed out a long sigh as he fiddled with his bow tie before he let the ends fall and yanked it from around his neck. He stretched his neck as he slid his eyes closed. The last 24 hours hadn't been what he expected. First, the admission from his brother about his surprise marriage to Chloe, and then the culture shock as he entered the royal world of Eldoria. Not even his brief time alone with Elena had settled him much. His nerves remained on edge, especially after the warning he'd received about her cousins. He hadn't expected everyone in Eldoria to be overly welcoming. In fact, he'd prepared to receive a less than warm reception from Elena's parents, as they used the opportunity to decide if he was fit for royal life. He couldn't complain. He'd gotten his parents' feedback on Elena, terrified to make another mistake that would send him spiraling out of control again. But now he faced a new terror: losing Elena because he used the wrong fork at dinner. Maybe he was being too hard on himself. He doubted their engagement would be called over a salad fork, but the royals seemed persnickety about everything. And the waltzing had him twisted in a knot, too. His sister gushed about it, but he imagined tripping over his own 2 feet, knocking into a foreign dignitary or royal, and causing an international incident. A knock at his door pulled him from his spiraling thoughts. He crossed to the massive piece of carved wood and tugged it open. His features melted as he spotted his mother's smiling face. "Mom, can you tie your tie?" "Yes." She grinned at him as she slipped inside. "I had a feeling you'd need some help." "Sorry." She slid the tie around his neck and adjusted the length before she started to twist it together. "I guess I'm probably not royal material after all. Can't even manage my own bow tie." She chuckled at him, her eyes focused on the bow tie. "I'm pretty certain they all have valets to deal with this." Nate wrinkled his eyebrows as she lifted her gaze to him, still fiddling with the fabric. "What? Ellie has a lady's maid. That's what she does. She dresses her, attends to her needs." "Oh, yeah, I guess. It's just, I don't know. At home we dress ourselves." Victoria finished his tie and patted his lapels. "There you go. Yes, we do, but you'll get used to it. And you won't have to learn to tie your tie." "I know how to tie it. I just can't do it when I'm nervous. It comes out all lopsided." He glanced in the mirror, lifting his chin as he adjusted his jacket. His mother joined him, staring into the mirror, sliding her arm around his waist as she smiled at him through the reflection. "Nate, are you okay?" "I'm fine, just couldn't tie the tie." "You're nervous." "Well, yeah. I don't want to spill soup on Queen Sophia, or use the wrong fork, or say the wrong thing to King Frederick." Victoria's features twisted with amusement. "Don't laugh, Mom. This is serious business." "I know, but Nate, you were not raised by wolves in a cave. We have formal dinners, and you use all the right forks. You don't spill your soup or say anything wrong." He sucked in a breath as he nodded. "Yeah, but this seems so much more structured." He stalked away from the mirror, pacing the floor. "I mean, we don't frown on public displays of affection. We don't bow and curtsy. It's not insulting to shake someone's hand. I half expect them to come to dinner with their crowns and those robes." "So you spotted that portrait of Elena in the sitting room, huh?" Victoria said with a chuckle. "I did. With the crown and the robe and the little orby thing and that scepter." Victoria crossed to him, taking his hands in hers. "She's still the woman you fell in love with." "Yeah, just really poised and perfect and—" "She was always poised," Victoria said. "Think of how she handled Stephen during his outburst at dinner. The only time she wasn't, it was because she was hiding her identity." Nate chuckled, some of the tension in his body easing. "You mean the time she ripped Dad's paper from his hands and burned it?" Victoria joined in his laugh. "Yes, I have never seen her so beside herself."
Now we know.
Yes, we do. His gaze went to mid-space as his mind reeled again. Honey, don't get inside your head again. You're not helping yourself. I can't help it. Things are overwhelming, but they will calm down. You'll find a routine. Things will become normal. Gosh, I hope so. Because I'm feeling a little overwhelmed by all the rules and protocols and the weird cousins. Oh, yes, Isabel seems very jealous of Ellie. He nodded. Ellie said she is. She told me not to follow any directions from her or Julian, but that we could trust Alexander. His nod changed to a headshake, which sounds very cloak and dagger, doesn't it? I don't think it's quite as mysterious as it came across. I just think she means they may steer you wrong on the protocols. Yeah, Nate said. I know this is just me panicking over nothing. I'm sure a good night's sleep and a few days of life around here and this will all seem normal. It sounds like once we go to the country estate, things may be more relaxed. And I'm certain spending some time with Ellie will help smooth things over. Yes. Yeah, just seeing her so formal at the tea was not being able to reach over and squeeze her hand. Jarring, I know, but you'll get used to it. Right now, you're seeking comfort from her and you feel you can't get it. But soon, you'll know her well enough to realize she's giving you support even when she's not giving you a kiss or a hug. Yeah? He asked. Yes, believe me, your father and I can communicate with just a glance. You'll learn to do that with Ellie, too. He bobbed his head, hoping it was true. Right now, without being able to have physical contact, she felt a world away from him. Another knock sounded, interrupting his thoughts again. He crossed to the door and pulled it open, finding Caroline with her portfolio pressed to her chest. Hello, Mr. Kingsley. She lifted her chin, spotting Victoria. Mrs. Kingsley, Her Highness asked me to stop by and just go over last-minute details before the dinner to help set you at ease. Oh, thank you, Victoria said as she crossed to Nate and squeezed his shoulder. How kind of her. Perhaps I should gather the rest of the gang so they can all hear this. Lovely. I will await you in the hall. Victoria excused herself as Nate slipped into the hall with Caroline, clearing his throat as he shifted his weight from foot to foot. How are you navigating the royal realm thus far, Mr. Kingsley? Caroline asked. Oh, okay, I guess. It's very different from at home. I'm certain it is, which is why Her Highness is making her best effort to set you all at ease. He swallowed hard. It was odd hearing things from Elena through a staff member. I appreciate that. Caroline offered him a warm smile. I promise it will become easier. Princess Elena is striving not only to set you at ease, but also her parents. King Frederick and Queen Sophia are lovely people too, and Her Highness sincerely hopes you will all see how wonderful you each are. His family joined him in the hall, cutting off any other conversation between them, and Caroline flipped her folder open. Just a few things Her Highness wished to remind you of. There are seating cards for your places. Mr. Kingsley, just a reminder, you will not be seated near Her Highness, but rather several seats away. Please do not take your seats until King Frederick has taken his. Conversation before dinner is served is led by the Queen. Look to her for the direction you should turn to speak to your dinner partners. She pulled a pen from the portfolio and checked something off before she continued. There are several courses. In each course, when the Queen stops eating, you should stop eating. Don't worry, Queen Sophia is adept at reading the table to allow you enough time to eat. Nate's eyes widened slightly. At his own dinner table, no one stopped eating when his mother stopped. What an odd tradition. Stay away from topics such as politics and religion. And if at all possible, do not comment on Eldorian traditions. You may elect to defer the subject to the native Eldorians, who will undoubtedly have something to say. Seems easy enough, Victoria answered. And please, try to enjoy yourselves. I know this sounds like a lot of rules and restrictions.
but I imagine it's quite similar to what you would expect at your own dining table." Victoria smiled at her. "I just said the same thing to Nate. I think the royals aren't that different from the rest of us." "They are not, I promise. Princess Elena is the same vivacious woman you knew in the States. And now, if you're ready, I will escort you to the sitting room for cocktails." Nate allowed his mother and sister, along with Stephen and Chloe, to precede him, hanging back and shuffling behind them with his father.
"How are you holding up?" Charles asked. "Oh, I'm okay. Just nervous about breaking a protocol and not even knowing it." Charles clapped him on the shoulder. "Ah, they're people too, son. They put their pants on one leg at a time." "With the help of their assistant," Nate said. "Right. Call me crazy, but I'm not sure I'd want a guy dressing me." Nate laughed at the admission as they descended the stairs. Caroline pushed open the doors and waved them inside. The royals already milled around the room with drinks in their hands. The staff served Nate and his family drinks of their choice, and they mingled with the others. Nate swallowed hard as he sipped his ginger ale, wondering if he was allowed to approach Elena. Queen Sophia chatted with his mother and Maddie. Chloe and Stephen talked with Isabel and Julian. He took a step toward Elena, who spoke with Alexander near the window, when King Frederick stepped in front of him, blocking his path. He offered the man a nervous grin, his knees wobbling. "Mr. Kingsley, lovely to see you again." "Same," Nate said. It's very nice to see you again, sir. King, Your Highness." Nate mentally kicked himself for fumbling the name and forgetting what to call the man. The king's lips curled on the edges, and he offered a warm chuckle. "Well, it's not every day I'm addressed with such a varied selection of titles in one breath." "I am sorry, King Frederick held up a hand, stopping his words. "Your Majesty is perfectly fine." "Yes, Your Majesty. Thank you." He tried to steady his breathing. He'd never get the man's approval with his goofs. "And thank you for your invitation. Your country is very beautiful." "Thank you. We find it very charming. I do hope you will find it so." "Well, everyone has been so welcoming, it's hard not to." "I assume Elena offered you a tour of the estate?" His eyes went wide. Was he supposed to admit that he'd spent time with her? Or was this a trick question? If he said no and was caught in a lie, though... "It's quite all right, Mr. Kingsley. I am well aware that you will spend private time with her." Nate offered him a more genuine smile than the nervous one he'd plastered onto his features earlier. "Yes, she showed everyone around. The gardens are really breathtaking." "And I hope you will enjoy our country estate as well." "I'm sure we will," Nate said with a nod. "I am hoping you and I can find the time to have a private chat." Nate's chest constricted, his stomach twisting into a knot. A private chat with the king? He imagined the ways it could be twisted into proof that he wasn't the man for Elena. But, despite his trepidation, he found himself bobbing his head. "That would be wonderful, sir. I'm looking forward to it." He wasn't. He hoped the man couldn't detect the lie. King Frederick grinned at him. "Excellent. I look forward to our conversation as well. And now..." The king let his gaze shift to his daughter. "I am certain you would like to speak with Elena." Nate wondered if this was another test. If he said yes, maybe he'd come across as clingy. But if he said no, he might seem uninterested. Instead, Nate stood with a stupid grin on his face, his eyes wide. "It's not a trick, Mr. Kingsley. You wish to marry her, so I am certain you would like to speak with her." "Yes, I would," Nate said with a chuckle. The king waved an arm toward her before he stepped away. Nate hurried across the room, hoping not to be accosted by anyone else. He joined Alexander and Elena with a smile that reached his eyes. "Hey, Ellie."
"Nathan, there you are. I saw you speaking with my father. Everything okay?"
Yes. He asked to speak with me privately at the country estate. I hope that's a good thing."
"Very good," Alexander answered with a grin. "A private audience with the king means you have his ear. If he found you completely unsuitable, you wouldn't be here, and you certainly would not have scored a private audience."
Nate swallowed hard. Was he winning the battle? It seemed too easy. "Thank you, Your..." He winced, narrowing his eyes at the man. "Highness," Elena whispered. "Right. Majesty for your father and mother, Highness for everyone else."
Nate bobbed his head up and down. "Alexander is perfectly fine, Nathan, really. Although, with my brother and sister, you'd better stick with Highness."
"Thanks," he said with a grateful grin as dinner was announced.
"Sadly," Alexander said as he shuffled from the sitting room, "you were seated next to my sister for this dinner party."
Nate swallowed hard as Elena slid her arm into his. He stiffened, wondering if it was okay.
Alexander clapped him on the back. "You are permitted to escort a lady. Just don't kiss her."
"Right," Nate said with a genuine grin. It seemed Alexander could be an excellent ally, just as Elena suggested. He seemed friendly, down-to-earth, and eager to help them succeed. As they passed into the ornate dining room, he wondered why. Were he and Elena that close? Was he not jealous? Nate hoped to find out over the course of their time in Aldoria. Elena led him to a place setting before she whispered a "good luck" to him and slid her arm from his, circling the table to find her own seat. She sat across the table and 2 seats down, much to his chagrin. He offered a polite smile to Isabel, who flanked him on his left. He turned to his right, pleased to find his mother there. He flicked his gaze across the table, finding a red-cheeked Maddie grinning at Alexander. King Frederick strode inside, his arm around Prince Julian as they conferred quietly, before the king patted Prince Julian's back and sent him on his way. The king took his seat, and everyone else followed, sliding into their seats after the king. Queen Sophia twisted to her left to speak to Stephen. Nate recalled the protocol to follow her lead, turning to his left to say hello to Isabel. "Hello again, American," she said with a smirky smile. "Hello, Your Highness," he said, proud of himself for getting that correct. "And how are you finding our little hamlet?" "It's very lovely," he said, his eyes flitting to Elena, who spoke with Alexander. Isabel let her eyes slide to her cousin before she trained them on him again. "You know, it's very rude to ogle another woman whilst a lady is talking to you." Nate's cheeks burned. "Sorry, Before he could finish, the queen turned to speak with Chloe on her right. He quickly shifted to face his mother, blowing out a sigh of relief. "Tough crowd," he whispered. "I found the king very nice." As the first course was served, conversation became more general. Julian scooped a spoonful of soup before raising his eyes to the table. "Elena, perhaps you would care to regale the table with a tale from your trip to the States." Nate swallowed hard as he shot Elena a glance. Would she talk about their relationship? A slight smile crossed her face as she focused on her cousin across the table. "It would be more entertaining to hear about yours. They were so clandestine that I'm certain we'll all find them intriguing." Silence reigned for a moment until Alexander spoke. "Maddie mentioned something about her prom. It's a tradition we Eldorians are not quite used to. I'd love to hear more." Maddie eagerly gushed about the spring dance she'd attended. As she finished, the king raised a glass. "I would like to propose a toast to our guests." Nate reached for his wine glass when Alexander cleared his throat, catching his attention. The man gave a slight shake to his head and puckered his lips before he tilted his head. Nate furrowed his brow before he glanced at the glass in Alexander's hand. He picked up the wrong wine. He quickly swapped them before he gave a grateful nod to Alexander, who returned the gesture. "How eager we are to learn more about you," King Frederick said before he raised his glass. They toasted, everyone taking a sip, before conversation turned more general for the remainder of the meal. The dinner wrapped up, and they retreated to another sitting room for after-dinner drinks. The night wound down, and at Alexander's urging, Nate escorted Elena to the door of her bedroom, offering her a quick kiss goodnight.
"See you in the morning, darling. We'll head to the country after breakfast, and things will be so much more relaxed."
He wondered about the statement as he made his way back to his bedroom. How would being at a different estate make things any easier or more relaxed? He stepped into his room and tugged off his jacket before he loosened his tie. He paused before going any further, his eyes studying the view from the French doors leading to the balcony. A whooshing noise split the silence. He snapped his gaze to the door, spotting a piece of white stationery lying on the floor a few inches from it. He crossed the hardwood floor and snatched it. He flicked it open, scanning the handwriting.
"Nathan, meet me in the garden near the angel statue at 10. I can't wait to see you. Ellie."
His heart lifted as he read the note, and butterflies swarmed in his stomach. They'd spent a few moments alone earlier, but this was a chance to quietly talk uninterrupted. He checked his watch, then hurried to change into something more comfortable before he quietly slipped out of his room and hurried to one of the doors leading to the garden. He snaked through the hedges, bushes, and trees to the angel statue. His lips curled into a smile as he spotted Elena. The moon shone down on her dark hair as she stared over the landscape, her back toward him. He closed the distance between them, his heart thudding against his ribs. "Hey, you," he said with a grin. The woman turned to face him, throwing her arms around him.
"Well, hello to you too."
His eyes widened as he noted that this was not Elena, but her cousin, Isabel. The woman planted a kiss on his lips as a bright light burst from his side. He pried himself away from her, glancing in the direction of the flash. A dark figure bolted away, camera in hand. Nate's stomach dropped as a cold shock surged through him. He had just been caught in a passionate kiss with the wrong princess. The scandal would ruin any chance he had with Elena.
Chapter 7. Elena. Elena's heart pounded against her ribs, fury twisting her features into a deep frown as she slammed the incriminating photographs onto her father's desk. Heat rose in her cheeks, matching the intensity of the anger roiling inside her, and she struggled to contain the torrent of emotions threatening to overwhelm her. "What is being done about this?" King Frederick raised his eyebrows as he stared down at the photographs before he raised his gaze to her.
"What is this?"
"What does it look like?" She crossed her arms, her foot tapping on the floor as her nostrils flared. The king shifted in his seat, appearing as uncomfortable with the conversation as Elena.
"Well?"
he began.
"Really, Elena, must we engage in this exercise?"
Elena's glare made him shift again.
"It appears to be the man you hope will gain my approval engaged in a kiss with your cousin."
"Do you really believe that's what you're looking at?" The king glanced down at the photographs again before he raised his gaze to Elena.
"Is there some trickery that I meant to catch?"
"Yes, father, there is." He pressed his lips together before he rose from his seat and skirted around his desk. He placed his hands on her shoulders as she flicked her gaze away from him.
"Elena, my darling, it can be very difficult when people disappoint us."
"Interesting that you should say that just as I am experiencing the sensation."
He heaved a sigh.
"You can be angry with me if you wish, but I did not do this."
"Didn't you? Well, perhaps you did not have a hand in this directly, but I have no doubt you will do nothing to help the situation."
"Help? I would love to help. I shall order the Kingsleys to leave at once."
"You will do nothing of the sort," she shot back. "You cannot actually believe that after one dinner, Nathan was so taken by Isabel's personality that he could do nothing but meet her in the garden for a moonlit kiss? And there just so happened to be a photographer hiding there? On our property?"
"Well?"
The king wandered around the desk, putting distance between them.
"Father, really? How do you handle delicate diplomatic situations daily, but cannot see through this charade? Had Alexander not been vigilant, these would be splashed all over every trashy tabloid Isabel could find.
So, you believe Nathan Kingsley had no hand in this?
I believe my dear cousin Isabel's hands are all over it and my soon-to-be fiancé.
Soon-to-be? I thought we agreed you would keep an open mind.
She set her hands on her hips. Was I told to keep an open mind because you plan to sabotage my relationship?
Certainly not.
The indignation on his royal features showed his dismay with her accusation.
I have not even the slightest inclination to do anything of the sort. If he proves himself worthy, if you choose him, the matter will be settled. Those are two large ifs, Elena.
He clasped his hands behind his back as he paced the floor.
That being said, I would doubt, based on the way he looks at you, that he would sneak off with your cousin.
Elena breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Father. And now that we agree, I want something done.
There is nothing to be done, Elena.
What do you mean? My cousin has crossed the line time and again, and this time has gone too far. I demand she be thrown from this house.
Elena, I will not throw my niece from the house.
Then I will do it. Elena spun on her heel and stormed toward the door.
You will do no such thing.
She whipped around to face him, her blood boiling. I will not stand by and permit her to continue her reign of terror upon me.
No one is reigning terror. I taught you not to be reactionary, did I not?
I am not. But I will not allow this behavior to continue. She believes she can do as she pleases and get away with it. If she is not stopped, she will ruin everything.
Sit down, Elena,
he said as he eased into his chair. She gritted her teeth as she balled her hands into fists again.
No. I said sit down,
he repeated, enunciating every word carefully.
Father! Elena, this is not a request.
The tightness in his jaw and the crease in his forehead signaled his seriousness. She stalked across the room and collapsed into a chair.
I understand this is difficult.
Difficult? She cried as he held up a hand to silence her.
I know I have taught you the value in not reacting to a situation, but acting in one. They are two different things.
She crossed her arms, her lips tugging into a pout.
I understand your anger, but reacting in anger gives Isabel the upper hand.
Her shoulders slumped as she realized he was correct.
I will deal with this situation. I will speak with Alexander and then Isabel. You will not deal with it, outside of whatever conversation you see fit to have with Mr. Kingsley.
It is hardly his fault, she protested.
You may be correct, Elena, and I hope it is not. However, it is important to realize that even if he has been duped by your cousin—
The king paused, firming his lower lip as he flicked his gaze to Elena.
—that he must learn from the situation.
He has been, she insisted. He has experienced the pain of a cheating partner. He would not do it to me.
A fact I am very pleased over if it remains truthful. But Elena, he must learn from this, as should you. Do you understand?
She shifted her gaze to the scenery outside. What if this had been Prince Eric? Would you lecture him on the value of learning his lesson?
King Frederick heaved a sigh. I expect him to be much savvier in this matter.
And if he is not? If he is caught kissing Isabel? What then, Will you lecture me on his ability to learn to navigate treacherous waters? Or will all be forgiven because he is a royal?
I am losing my patience, Elena.
As am I. I demand to know the score.
You are in no position to demand anything. To be frank, Elena, I do not care for your behavior whatsoever. Since you have returned from your trip abroad, I do not see the daughter I raised, but a petulant child.
She tried to keep her temper in check.
but her flaring nostrils betrayed her as she gripped the chair arms until her knuckles turned white. "That is ridiculous." "Is it?" He leapt from his chair. "I have never heard so much impudence from you as I have of late. You are demanding, rude." "Rude? I am not. But Her features pinched as she fought the urge to cry, pour her heart out, or both. Her father's chest heaved as he clasped his hands behind his back. "Elena, I understand. More than you imagine I do. But please, do not be so desperate for this relationship to work that you do not consider the larger picture, is all I ask." She flicked her gaze sideways, her lips still forming a deep frown as upset and worry churned inside of her. "I realize you have fallen for him, but that does not mean he will make a perfect match. Please, darling, I do not wish to sound cruel or uncaring." "But I don't understand," she said, her voice trembling with the emotions she held inside. "You wish me to accept Prince Eric, but we have no idea if he is a good match. For all we know, he could prefer to meet Isabel every night in the garden, and I would be expected to marry him regardless." "I have the same expectations for him as I would have for Mr. Kingsley. If Prince Eric preferred your cousin as unabashedly as what I've seen in these photos, I would suggest he marry her."
"Truly?" Elena asked.
"Yes, Elena. I do not wish for you an unhappy life. Quite the opposite. I wish a very happy one for you, surrounded by those who love and support you."
The tension between her shoulder blades eased somewhat. She wanted to shout that if that were true, he would have already approved her relationship with Nate. But she knew it would be a mistake. They'd made some progress. She would allow it to sit for now. "Thank you, Father. May I go?"
"No, not just yet."
She snapped her gaze to him. What else did he want to discuss?
"I will speak with Isabel. Leave the matter in my hands. Do you understand?"
She nodded. "Yes, Father, I do."
"You will be queen one day, Elena. She will not."
"And she hates me for it," Elena said bitterly. The king offered her a consoling smile.
"She has always been jealous. But rest assured, I will address the matter."
She offered another thanks before she rose. She only hoped her father addressed the matter to her satisfaction, which would mean her dear cousin being tossed from the house. With an uncertain breath, she climbed the stairs and threaded her way through the halls toward Nate's room. She pounded on the door, louder than she had intended, her frustration pouring out of her. He yanked the door open a moment later, an apologetic expression etched into his features at the sight of her.
"Ellie, thank goodness you're here. I can explain everything."
She stalked into the room, her arms crossed.
"I hope so." "I can. I'm so sorry. I got a note. It said it was from you. I went out to meet you, or so I thought. By the time I realized it wasn't you, it was too late. And she kissed me, for the record."
Elena heaved a sigh, twisting to face him. "Yes, that is the tale Alexander told as well."
"Alexander?"
His brow furrowed. "Yes," Elena cocked her head. "How did you not know? You knew I heard of the incident."
"I assumed it was in all of the papers this morning. We were caught by a photographer."
Elena's shoulders slumped. Alexander caught the photographer before he fled and took his camera. Nate blew out a sigh of relief.
"Thank heavens. Ellie, I'm so sorry. I will never let this happen again. But you have to know I wouldn't do this, right?"
"Yes, I do," Elena answered. "Or at least I imagine you would not, given your history."
"Right,"
he said, as he closed the gap between them, reaching for her hand.
"I'm still sorry, though. Please tell me your father doesn't know."
She slid her hand into his with an apologetic glance. "He does."
Nate let his head fall back between his shoulder blades as a curse escaped him. He is handling the situation, according to him. And probably crossing me off the list of suitable suitors for you. No, Elena answered, though she'd wondered the same. He understands that it was Isabel's doing. Thank goodness. But, Elena continued, he wishes you to learn from the situation. Nate screwed up his face. Learn from it? I assume he means to learn to be more suspicious and judicious in accepting invitations. I thought it was you, Ellie. Elena heaved a sigh. Yes, I know, but I would not have slipped a note under your door. I would have sent Caroline. Oh, he groaned. I see. I did warn you about Isabel, but even I could not have suspected her to stoop this low. Yes, you did. I thought she'd just try to get me to use the wrong fork. No, Isabel and Julian are quite good at being devious. Elena frowned again, wrapping her arms around her midriff. Nate approached her again, his fingers gently brushing her arm. Please tell me you aren't mad at me. I'm not, she answered as she stared at her feet. Are you sure? Because you kind of seem mad. She raised her gaze to him. I'm frustrated with my father and Isabel. Her voice turned wistful and she held back a sob. I long for the days when things were simple, for pizza and hot dogs. He pulled her into an embrace, holding her close until she slid her arms around his waist and buried her face in his chest. My mom says it'll get easier, but honestly, I've felt the same way. I'm just so afraid to do something wrong and lose you. She tilted her head to study him. You will never lose me. But I may lose you anyway when I'm not allowed to marry you. Fresh worry swept through her. She knew his concern well. She shared it. Ellie, he said after a moment when she didn't respond. Yes? Would you ever consider leaving Eldoria? Leaving Eldoria? She asked. What do you mean? I mean, he shrugged as he searched the room with his gaze. You don't have to be queen, right? Her features pinched. Are you asking me to abdicate? Well, I mean, no. If we really want to be together and we don't want anything to stand in our way, that's an option. Hardly, she answered, a huff in her voice. He rubbed her cheek. But you just said it yourself. You want to return to a simpler life. Hot dogs and pizza, no protocols, no expectations. A silly fantasy, she answered. I cannot do that. Can't or won't? Her eyes grew wide as she stared up at him. Nathan, what answer are you expecting exactly? Do you wish me to say I would give this all up for you? He fluttered his eyelashes as his shoulders rose to his ears. I'm just... Just what? Asking me to give up my life to make things easier on you? But you would not give up yours, is that it? Your life would continue as normal. No, you're taking this all wrong. Am I? She cried. Is it not what you said? Did you not say give up being queen if I really want to be with you? That is insulting enough, as if that is some measure of my affection. No, Ellie, no, he said with a shake of his head. No, that's not at all what I meant. Look, I'm sorry, I just was trying to take a little pressure off of us, that's all. Her features pinched as she wrapped her arms around his neck again. I am sorry too. It's been a trying morning. I'm sure. Let's forget about it, okay? She offered him a tight-lipped smile and a nod as he stroked her hand and lightly brushed her lips. He pulled her closer, and she settled her head on his shoulder. She'd found solace in his arms so many times before. With the conversation behind them, she tried to relax, but the seed had been planted. This time, the comfort of his embrace seemed slightly less comfortable. Her father's words echoed in her mind about keeping her mind open and making the right choice for her. Did Nate really expect her to leave her position for him? And would their relationship survive if she didn't? Chapter 8. Nate. Nate blew out a long sigh as he tossed his jacket on the bed and surveyed the room in which he'd spend the next few days. His mind whirled with hope that the promise of a more relaxed time would hold true. Doubts gnawed at his mind like persistent whispers. He couldn't shake the feeling of inadequacy, wondering if he'd ever truly belong in the royal circle. He'd ridden with the royal family on the way to the country estate. He hadn't been able to stop fidgeting or running his sweaty palms against his pant legs. So many times he'd wanted to slip his hand around hers, but he'd held back. He noticed the carefully choreographed dance between the older royal couple. They sat across from them in the chauffeured car, poised and elegant. His forehead pinched at the recollection. He wondered if that had been a product of decades of marriage, or if they had always been that composed. He supposed they had been. Elena hadn't reached for his hand even once. The experience was so different from what he'd experienced with her in Sterling City. And when he thought of his parents, they still touched, kissed, and held hands, even after all the years that had passed. What sort of life was he stepping into? A knock at his door pulled him from those thoughts. He crossed to the door, hoping to see Elena. Instead, he pulled it open to find his sister on the other side. "Hey, big brother, how's your room?" She glanced around his shoulder. "Nice," he said as he waved her in. "How's yours?" "It's nice, too. Did you look outside yet? I think we have the same view." "Not yet," he said with a sigh, running his hand through his hair. As she crossed the room, she stopped, twisting to face him. "What's with you?" He sank into the armchair with a frown. "Stuff." "What stuff?" she asked. He didn't answer, clasping his hands and staring down at them as dozens of thoughts competed for attention. Grown-up stuff. Maddie clicked her tongue as she lowered into a chair next to him. "Oh, Nate, I'm not a little kid, you know. I have grown-up stuff, too." He glanced sharply at her. "You'd better not. You're too young to be worried about getting married and settling down." Her eyes went wide as she gasped. "Did you get the okay from the king and queen to marry Elena?" "No such luck. I spent most of the ride talking about my work and trying not to sound like a common idiot." She giggled at the words as she slouched back in the chair. "You have a master's degree in bioengineering. You're not an idiot." Tell that to King Frowny. He was staring at me like he'd rather dive across the car and choke me. "That's because you're dating his daughter." "She's a grown woman," he lamented. "Dad's the same way with me. He scared off Adam last year." "Because Adam was a jerk who didn't deserve you." Nate rubbed his temples. "And the king thinks I'm Ellie's Adam. He thinks I'm the jerk who doesn't deserve her." "But you do." Nate leapt from his seat and paced the floor in front of the cold hearth. "He doesn't think so. He thinks I'm just a commoner who's looking to trade up for a title. I mean, I'm not a prince like the guy he wants her to marry." "But she doesn't love him," Maddie said. "I don't know if that matters." "Of course it does." Nate collapsed into the chair again with a shake of his head. "On top of that, we've had a few incidents." "Incidents?" Maddie asked as another knock sounded at the door. "Hold that thought while I answer this, and then I'll tell you the whole sordid story." Nate jogged over to the door and tugged it open, finding his mother on the other side. "Mom." "Hey, honey. This place is as incredible as the palace. I wanted to stop by and tell you our room is amazing before we head down for lunch." Nate bobbed his head. "Yeah, mine too. All the rooms are great." Victoria squeezed his arm.
Rooms are great, but you are not. Did something happen on the way here?
Not then, but something happened all right. Come in, I was just about to tell Maddie about all the blunders I've pulled in the past 24 hours.
Oh, honey, Victoria said as she caressed his cheek and offered him a consoling glance, stepping into the room.
Hi, Mom,
Maddie called before she cocked her head, a playful smirk playing on her lips.
Okay, Nate, spill it. What did you do?
He heaved a sigh as his mother settled into the seat he'd just occupied. Well, first I got myself into some hot water last night. I got a note that I thought was from Ellie. Turns out it was from her cousin, Isabel, who planted a kiss on me while a photographer took pictures. Victoria's features creased as she gasped.
What? Are you joking?
Nate shook his head, his hands on his hips. Not joking. Apparently, Alexander caught the photographer and saved the day. Elena demanded her father do something. I don't know what he did, but...
Well, I hope something. That's outrageous. At least Elena understood.
He flung an arm in the air. Yeah, she did. Until I ruined that, too.
How?
Maddie asked. His shoulders slumped as he slid his eyes shut. When she came to see me, she mentioned wishing things weren't so complicated.
Okay, that sounds reasonable, Victoria said.
And I answered. He heaved a sigh as he rolled his eyes, recalling the words popping out of his mouth and cringing. Maybe it could be easier if she decided not to be queen. His mother's eyebrows shot up as Maddie guffawed.
No, you didn't,
his sister said with a laugh. It's not funny, Maddie. It was completely stupid. I can't believe I said it. Maddie leaned forward, eager to hear the drama.
What did she say?
She was not happy. She accused me of wanting her to change her entire life while mine stayed the same. Victoria pressed her lips together. I'm not entirely certain that's a fair statement, but... No, Mom, it was. It was stupid. I didn't mean it to come out that way.
Did you tell her that?
Victoria asked. Nate nodded. I did. I told her that. Victoria arched an eyebrow. And? She said it was fine, but I just feel like I've added more tension between us. Victoria rose and crossed to him, rubbing his arms with a soft gaze filled with maternal concern.
Honey, there are going to be tense moments as you two figure things out and experience your real lives.
Nate frowned, casting his gaze to the floor. Things used to be so easy.
Things are always easy at the start. You can't think of anything but each other, and the next time you'll see the other person. Then real life presses in. There are hardships, things you don't want to do but you have to, distractions. Life isn't perfect. What you need to learn is how to navigate it together.
Nate heaved a sigh and nodded. Right. We're still learning and figuring things out.
Yes,
Victoria answered.
Just take your time and take a breath. You'll figure it out.
He sucked in a deep breath. Gosh, I hope so. Well, I guess we ought to go down to the royal lunch and see what I can do wrong there.
You'll be fine,
Victoria said as she patted his cheek.
Wait, you didn't even get to see the view. I think it'll cheer you up.
Maddie rose from her seat with a cheeky grin. Oh, right, I forgot that's what you came to show me. Lead the way, Nate said. Maddie grabbed his hand and tugged him toward the French doors. She flung them open and pulled him onto the balcony before she poked a finger toward the ground. His eyebrow arched, and a smile curled his lips. A carousel.
Yep, like the one you got her to remind her of your first date. I just wanted you to see it so you know how big of a connection you two had.
He stared down at the horses, standing ready for their next ride. Memories of their first moments together, of that first spark that drew them to each other, flitted through his mind. They were a good couple. They made each other happy, and that was all that mattered. He lifted his chin. He'd fight for her. They could do this, together. If you're done admiring the view, we should go before we all pull a faux pas by being late, Victoria called. Right, Nate said with a nod. I don't need to start off on the wrong foot. They met the rest of the family in the hall, though Chloe was missing. After Victoria asked Stephen, he indicated she'd be skipping lunch as she wasn't feeling well. They're sending something up for her so she can rest, Stephen answered. Good, Victoria answered as they descended the stairs. Caroline met them at the bottom to lead them to a sunroom, decorated in rich woods and floor-to-ceiling windows. Greenery surrounded the more intimate table setting. Elena and Alexander already sat at the table with King Frederick and Queen Sophia. The men rose as the others entered the room. Please, sit anywhere you would like, Queen Sophia answered with a smile. This is a much more relaxed meal. Alexander clapped Nate on the shoulder as he froze, wondering if he should take a seat near Elena or if this was some sort of test. I made certain to leave a seat for you next to Elena, Nathan. Nate grinned at him and nodded, thankful for the easy guidance. Elena grinned at him as he slid into the seat next to her. Under the table, she reached for his hand, giving it a squeeze as the staff arrived with a salad course. He glanced around the table, noting Julian and Isabel were also missing from the meal. Elena leaned closer to him to whisper, Father forbade Isabel from dining with us until she apologizes. Some of the tension between his shoulders released. At least the king had taken it seriously and didn't blame him for it. The afternoon sun cast a warm glow over the room as they settled into the food and conversation. The atmosphere was far more relaxed than at the palace, and for the first time, Nate found himself thinking he may fit into this life after all. Across the table from him, his mother stabbed a piece of lettuce before she raised her gaze to the royals. Will the reception for the royal family from Corinthia be grand? Yes, Elena answered. Affairs of the state often are. There will be a royal parade, followed by a state dinner, and the ball, of course, King Frederick added. The traditions are really fascinating to me, Victoria added, although, I will admit, I was a bit surprised to hear about an arranged marriage. I didn't think they existed in this day and age. The expressions on the faces of the king, queen, Elena, and Alexander were unmistakable. Nate slouched a little in his seat as he wondered if that subject was taboo. Actually, Queen Sophia said with a soft chuckle, Frederick and I are the product of an arranged marriage. My father and his father agreed on it when we were both under 10. His mother's face blanched. Oh, I am sorry. I hadn't meant to insult you. Quite all right, Sophia answered. It is quite common among the royals, I assure you, and not quite as difficult as you may expect. How so? Victoria asked. Oh, I am sorry. I don't mean to be rude. But Charles and I, we learned about each other, then decided we were a good match. It feels backward to marry, then learn about each other. King Frederick offered her a fleeting smile. I am certain it does, particularly for Americans. So much emphasis is placed upon romance, love, being swept off one's feet. But this does not often lead to a good match. Good matches are made by sharing common values, having similar goals, desiring a similar lifestyle. Another royal, of course, has many of these traits in common. Love comes later. That's an interesting view, Victoria answered. I hadn't thought of that. She shot Nate an apologetic glance as the topic changed to something more mundane and less explosive. They made it through the lunch without stepping onto any other toes. The king and queen excused themselves to attend to other business, leaving Elena and Alexander with the Kingsleys. Well, what would you like to do? Elena asked. That's up to you, Ellie, Nathan said. We are open to whatever you'd like to do. I had arranged for a ride if you'd all like to try your hand at it, Elena suggested. Can we ride the carousel too? Maddie asked as nods met Elena's plans. Elena looped her arm through Maddie's.
Absolutely.
As the others shuffled behind Elena, Alexander motioned for Nate to walk with him. Hey, Alexander, I owe you a huge thank you. Ellie told me what you did with that photographer. I'm eternally grateful. Of course, Alexander answered as they spilled into the warm sun. Glad to do it. Not just for you, but for Elena. Isabel's tricks are a bit wicked. You did not deserve that. I feel like a fool, Nate said with a shake of his head as he swept his gaze across the sprawling grounds of the country estate, taking in the serene landscape and the quaint charm of the more rustic surroundings. Compared to the opulence of the palace, this place exuded a sense of tranquility that put him slightly more at ease. You could not have expected it. I could have, he answered. Ellie warned me to watch out for her and Julian. Yes, I know you've already had the pleasure of meeting my brother. Nate chuckled as they strode down a path, leaving the house behind. Yes, I did. He's an interesting character. He's a character, all right. I wouldn't say interesting, rather maddening. Nate huffed another laugh, pleased with a royal who was as open as Elena. Well, anyway, thanks for all your help so far. I'm afraid I'm botching this entire visit. Don't think anything of it. We are just people, Nathan. Be yourself, and you cannot botch anything. Nate tugged his lips back in a wince. I doubt that. I hadn't realized your aunt and uncle were an arranged marriage. I'm sure my mom insulted them. No. Probably not. And Elena hates the idea of an arranged marriage. Uncle Frederick and Aunt Sophia think all royals have similar thoughts on life, but it's simply untrue. And Uncle Frederick is quite fond of you, I can tell. Fond of me? I wondered if he was planning ways of ridding himself of me on the ride here. Alexander threw his head back with a loud laugh. No! You, of course, are going to be the subject of intense scrutiny. You wish to marry the man's only daughter. In addition to being her king consort, you will be responsible for her happiness. I really want to make her happy. I just feel so underprepared. All these protocols. And she does everything so seamlessly. We've been doing it since we could stand. You'll grow used to it. And remember, you've got friends here who can help. Alexander gave him a pat on the back. Nate clung to the words, hoping they were true. From your lips, he murmured as they reached the stables. Several horses already awaited them. Elena hurried to one of them and rubbed its nose. Oh, Sapphire, I have missed you. The horse neighed as she nuzzled closer to it. Which one am I riding? Maddie asked, bouncing on her heels as she eyed the horses. Stardust, Elena answered, as she took his sister to a white-gray horse and showed her how to rub the horse's nose and feed it a sugar cube. Elena paired them each with a horse. Alexander easily mounted a massive black steed, pulling it around to face Nate as he tried to climb into his saddle. Paired with a horse named Phoenix, he'd wondered how this experience would go. The horse seemed so much larger than he'd expected. Just put your left foot into the stirrup and kick your right over, Alexander said. Nate glanced at the others, seeming to easily climb up. Even his mother, with a little assistance from a groom, made it. Nate adjusted his foot in the stirrup and grabbed hold of the pommel, pulling on it as he lifted himself and swung his leg over. Pleased with himself, he smiled down at the horse, giving it a pat on the head. It was a wrong move. The horse took exception, rearing up. Nate's eyes went wide as he struggled to hang on. His heart pounded as the horse's hooves hit the ground, and he took off running, plunging him into a world of chaos. The scenery passed by in a blur as the horse galloped at full speed, dragging him to an unknown location.
Chapter 9. Elena. The sudden cry of panic drew Elena's attention away from Maddie, who proudly sat on top of her white steed. Her features crinkled as she snapped her gaze in the direction of the sound. Her eyes went wide, and her stomach dropped. Nate had managed to mount his horse, but Phoenix had bolted shortly after, dragging his rider with him. Elena's heart raced as she watched Nate struggling to hang on to his horse.
Her mind raced with the fear of what could happen if she didn't reach him in time.
"Oh no!" Elena shouted as she scurried toward her horse, swinging into the saddle and setting the horse into a fast run with a swift kick.
Alexander already raced after Nate, but she caught him easily. "Can he ride at all?"
"No, he's never been on a horse before,"
she shouted as she urged more speed from the animal beneath her.
"Come on, Sapphire, faster!"
"The ravine is ahead," Alexander shouted over the wind, whistling past her.
"I know,"
she answered, her voice brimming with panic.
"I must reach him before then. He could be thrown, or worse. Phoenix has panicked."
"I will circle around and try to cut them off at the pass."
"You're too slow, but I cannot let him out of my sight."
Alexander offered her a nod. "I'll be as fast as I can." He tugged the reins of his massive horse, pulling him to the side. The hooves of her own horse thundered under her as she pushed the animal to continue at the hard pace.
"Come on, Sapphire, we must catch them."
The horse's nostrils flared as she galloped at full speed. Her smaller frame meant she'd need to run faster to gain ground. In front of them, Nate struggled to hang on to his wild steed, slipping sideways. Elena's heart skipped a beat as she watched the scene unfold from afar, unable to do anything as she still remained too far behind him.
"Nathan!"
Her voice, barely audible over the pounding of hooves, failed to reach him. She pressed her heels into Sapphire's sides, urging the horse faster, her heart pounding in her chest. She pressed her lips together, her muscles tightening as the horse finally inched closer to Nate's.
"Yes, that's it, Sapphire. Faster. Just a little more."
Ahead of them, Phoenix darted sideways on an unruly path, allowing her to gain more ground. Within seconds, she'd caught up to them, the nose of her horse reaching the tail of Nate's.
"Nathan, try to pull back on the reins."
He offered her a terrified glance as he sought to grab them, his hands desperately trying to find the cord, while he also hung on to the animal. It was no use. He wasn't knowledgeable enough on horseback to bring the animal to a stop. She leaned over, trying to reach the reins herself, but she couldn't manage to grasp them. She'd have to do something desperate. With a steadying breath and her heart pounding hard, she kept Sapphire running alongside Phoenix. She shifted herself in the saddle, preparing for the move. After another breath, she leapt from her horse onto the back of Nate's and scrambled to get her legs around it. She reached around Nate, blindly searching for the reins. When she found them, she curled her fingers around them and tugged hard. The horse slowed its panicked gallop, fighting her initially, but finally giving in to the command. Her heart continued to pound, even after the horse slowed to a canter, before finally slowing to a stop with a whinny and a neigh, bobbing its head.
There, Phoenix. It's quite all right,"
she said before she blew out a long breath.
"Nathan, are you okay?"
He said, his voice shaky. I think so." He twisted to face her, his eyes still wide and panic still etched into every line of his face. Alexander appeared in front of them, his shoulders slumping as he noticed they had stopped.
"Where is Sapphire?"
"She ran. She should stop herself, but can you fetch her?"
Elena called back. He nodded and turned his horse in a circle to set off in search of Elena's. Elena rubbed Nate's shoulder before she dismounted, keeping a firm hold of the reins.
"I'm going to steady him while you dismount."
He bobbed his head, looking terrified to move.
"It's all right, Nathan. I've got a firm hold of him."
Nate swallowed hard before he swung his leg over, reaching the ground and nearly collapsing on it.
"I don't know what happened."
She wrapped an arm around him and pulled him closer into an embrace.
"He panicked.
Sometimes it happens. I'm sorry he did whilst you were riding him." She pulled back and studied him. "Are you certain you're not hurt?"
"Only my pride,"
he answered with a frown. "I'm not doing too good with anything so far, am I?" "It was your first time on a horse, Nathan. You'll learn." He eyed the horse as though he wished to never see one again. "Or not, if you prefer not to ride."
"All of the royals ride, don't they?"
"Yes, it is quite a popular pastime amongst us. But there is no need for you to learn if you're not keen on it." Alexander appeared again, this time leading Sapphire back with him.
"Oh, good,"
Elena said as he approached. "You found her.
She crossed to her horse and patted her nose. "Excellent job, Sapphire. You did very well."
"And how are you?" Alexander asked Nate. "I've never known Phoenix to be so spirited."
"Neither have I," Elena said with a shake of her head. "I specifically asked for our older, calmer horses for all of the Kingsleys for this specific reason."
"What could have caused the alarm?" Alexander pondered.
Elena shifted her gaze back toward the stables in the distance. "I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't done on purpose."
"On purpose?"
Nate asked. "I don't trust Isabel or Julian."
"He could have been killed,"
Alexander exclaimed. Elena flicked her eyebrows up. "Yes, I know, but those two don't seem to care."
Alexander heaved a sigh as he shook his head. "I hope they will stop this nonsense if they were the ones to cause it. Shall we head back?"
"Yes," Elena answered with a nod. "We'll walk our horses back." Nate squared his shoulders and lifted his chin.
"I can try again." "There's the spirit, old chap. Get right back on the horse," Alexander said with a grin.
"Are you certain?"
Nate offered a tentative grin. "I know Maddie really wants to ride. She'll kill me if I ruin this for her." "Here's the key, mate," Alexander said. "Grab a firm hold of the reins and squeeze with your knees. The horse must know you are in control."
Nate bobbed his head, his nerves apparent. "I'll hold him steady until you are ready to try," Elena added. Nate blew out a long breath, grabbing hold of the pommel before he vaulted onto the horse.
"There you go. First try this time. Good work. Now, grab hold of the reins like so."
Alexander demonstrated with his own grip.
"Tight, but not strained, you see?"
Elena slid them over the horse's head and handed them off to Nate. He grabbed hold of them, his knuckles white. She crossed to her own steed and climbed into the saddle before she guided the horse toward Phoenix. "We'll set an easy pace. Phoenix should follow our horses easily. He's not a lead pony."
Nate shot her a nervous glance the moment she set her horse into motion. This time, Phoenix refused to move at all. She chuckled as she rode back toward them.
"It seems you are stuck with two modes, full speed or nothing at all."
"He doesn't like me, that's for sure," Nate answered.
"Give him a little nudge with your foot at his ribs."
Nate shifted in the saddle.
Just a tap, gently." Nate flicked his heel against the horse's body, and Phoenix finally took a few meandering steps forward before he fell in line behind Alexander. "There you are, see? Not so bad now. If you wish to slow him, just pull back on the reins. If he begins to canter, hold tight with your knees and lift up a bit in the saddle, otherwise you may end up quite sore."
"Right," Nate answered.
They made their way back to the stables to regroup with the others. "Oh, Nate!" Victoria shouted as they joined them.
"Thank heavens! I was worried you'd fall off."
"He held on quite well," Alexander answered.
"And Elena managed to leap onto Phoenix's back and slow him."
"Thank you, Elena," Victoria said, pressing a hand against her chest.
"All right, get down from there."
"No, we're going riding,"
Nate insisted.
"Nate, are you sure?"
"Come on, Mom, I want to go too," Maddie said.
"I just think it's been enough of a day already. I have to learn,"
Nate said, his insistence obvious through his tight jaw. Victoria shot her eyebrows upward.
"All right, if you insist."
With the help of a groom, she climbed back into her saddle, and they set off again, with Elena leading the way and Alexander taking the rear to watch the others ride. They meandered around the property with no further incidents, arriving back at the stables and dismounting. "You did wonderfully," Elena said as she slid her arm through Nate's on the walk back to the house. "I'm so proud of you for riding after that."
"Oh yeah? Good. I was terrified."
"Were you? Why didn't you say? We could have saved it for another time."
"Because I didn't want to give you another reason to doubt that I can fit in. I'll learn to ride. I already talked to Alexander about going out again to learn more."
His features pinched as he made the promise. She offered him a warm smile. "I have no doubts about you fitting in, Nathan. You will. It will take some time, but you will soon learn all the protocols. They will be second nature." He smiled at her as the house came into view. "How about a ride on a horse that won't throw you?" she asked. Maddie twisted to grin at them, sliding a lock of her blonde hair behind her ear. "On the carousel?" "Yes. Would you like to join us?" Maddie nodded. "Mom, I'm going with Nate and Ellie." "All right. I think your father and I have had enough horses for the day. I'm heading in for a little R&R before dinner." "Please let the staff know if you'd like anything. Tea, maybe?" Elena said. "I will. Enjoy the carousel." They parted ways, and Elena led them to the rear of the house. The carousel gleamed in the late afternoon sun, its colourful exterior casting a mesmerizing glow.
Elena and her carousel. When she was 6, she insisted on having one. And do you know why she got it?
Alexander asked as he strode along with them. "Because she's a princess?" Maddie asked, blushing at him.
You would think so, but royals aren't so readily spoiled as some may think. No, Elena got one because she constantly sneaked away to ride the one in Cresthaven. They caught her there so many times, Uncle Frederick had to promise her a carousel to stop her.
Elena grinned at her cousin, poking him in the chest.
You love telling that story, don't you? I find it almost as humorous as the one where you slapped Prince Eric after learning you were meant to marry him.
He wiggled his eyebrows at her. "Very funny," Elena said, before she stole a glance at Nate. He kept his eyes trained on the carousel after the last comment. She wondered if it bothered him. He seemed wound tightly even at the country estate, worried about disappointing her in some way. Though he couldn't. She'd have to tell him that. They climbed onto the carousel, and she disappeared into the central column to start the calliope and begin the platform spinning. When she emerged, she joined the others, climbing onto a slowly moving horse with a laugh. The carousel picked up speed, and soon they were flying around in circles as the horses bobbed up and down. Elena glanced at Nate, who finally cracked a smile that reached his eyes as she stretched her fingers out in search of his hand. He grabbed hold of hers, squeezing it. Her mind regressed to their first date, where they'd done the same. Things had been less complicated then, but she'd only grown to love him more with every passing moment. A surge of warmth rushed through her. Despite the challenges they faced, their love remained strong. It didn't matter what it took. She'd fight for their relationship, and she'd help him along the way with whatever he needed to fit in. They rode the carousel until they couldn't see straight, leaving it behind in a cloud of laughs as they stumbled back toward the house.
I dare say we should have stopped sooner, Alexander said with a chuckle. I'll barely be able to dress for dinner.
I never can tie the bow tie, Nate said. So, no loss for me.
Oh, I'll help you, darling, Elena answered. Though there is no tie required tonight. A much more casual dining affair.
Good,
Nate said with a nod.
Hopefully no one will say anything wrong, like my mom, about arranged marriages. I hope she didn't insult your parents.
Quite all right. Customs are different everywhere. I'm sure they weren't offended. See you in an hour? Elena asked. He nodded as they stood at the intersection of two halls. The others went toward their rooms, but she kept a firm hold of his hand until they were alone. With a sly grin, she planted a kiss on his lips. I love you. Remember that. He slid his arms around her waist, pulling her closer.
I love you too. So much. And I'm going to figure things out, I promise.
I know you will. See you soon. After another brush of his lips, she pulled away from him, floating through the halls on a cloud toward her room. As she rounded the corner, her light-heartedness plummeted. Standing in front of her door was her cousin, Isabel, with the usual smirk on her lips. Elena strode toward the door. Are you pleased with yourself? You could have killed Nathan. Isabel scoffed. By kissing him? By frightening his horse into a panic? I have no idea what you are referring to, Isabel said with a shrug. I don't believe you. And if you're not here to gloat, what are you doing here? I thought you were ordered to stay away from everyone, Elena asked, setting a hand on her hip. I'm here to do as I was told. Issue you an apology. Elena rolled her eyes. Save it, Isabel. I don't want to hear it. Oh, but I'm afraid you must. You see, I must make a private apology and a public one. Here is the first of those. She sauntered closer to her cousin, lifting her chin. Elena, I am sorry. Sorry that the man you have chosen is as dull as dishwater. Sorry that you have so stupidly fallen for a man like this that I can easily manipulate the both of you. Oh, but I will have fun doing it. Bet on that. Elena's jaw tightened at her cousin's words, and before she could step away, she clamped a hand on her wrist. You may find this amusing, Isabel, but I do not. I warn you, cousin, do not push me too far, or else... Or else what? You'll cry to Daddy. Uncle Frederick will never do anything too harsh to me. And you, well, your hands will always be tied by the crown that sits upon your head. Enjoy your moments with Nathan Kingsley while they last. They are not long for this world. Isabel yanked her arm free of Elena's grasp, leaving the threat hanging between them as she sauntered down the hall. Elena's heart pinched, knowing her cousin would not let up. She'd had an uphill battle all along, but with this opposition, she may lose everything she'd ever wanted.
Chapter 10. Nate. Nate stared down at the carousel, visible from his balcony, as the warm afternoon sun lowered in the sky. His mind raced with thoughts of the upcoming royal ball, his preparations, and the weight of expectations resting on his shoulders. Yesterday at this time, he'd been riding that carousel, smiling and happy, holding hands with Elena. Today, his afternoon was packed with more lessons than he could count, to prepare all of the Kingsleys for the state visit and royal ball. When he'd first heard they'd learned to waltz, he'd laughed, assuming it was a joke. He'd quickly sobered when he realized it was not. Apparently, it was all the rage with the royals still. Elena, Alexander, and all of her cousins were well versed in it, as they were in all things royal. Alexander's easy way had almost set him at ease, assuring him at the dinner that he'd pick it up in no time. But he wondered about that. He was beginning to wonder about it all. No matter how hard he tried, he fell into some pitfall. A knock at his door pulled him from his thoughts. He crossed to the room and pulled it open, a smile spreading across his features when he spotted Elena. "Hey, Ellie," he answered as she slipped into his room. "Are you all ready to learn to waltz?" "I am as ready as I'm going to be," he answered. "You'll do fine," she answered. "You are worrying far too much." "I don't think you're worrying enough," he said with a coy grin. "Your toes may disagree vehemently after these lessons and our first official dance." She cocked her head, offering him a shrug. "We did just fine at your parents' gala." "That was about as far from a waltz as we could get. Swaying back and forth isn't anything like this." She giggled at his complaints. "You can master it. I have every faith in you." "That makes one of us." He swallowed hard as he focused on her. "Ellie, can we talk?" "Of course." He sucked in a deep breath, his features pinching. "Uh-oh, this doesn't look good." He pressed his lips together, his heart pounding with a mix of upset and regret. "I wanted to talk about what happened yesterday." "Yesterday? Do you mean with the horse? I have already warned the grooms not to give you Phoenix again. Though we likely won't ride here again before we return home to greet the Corinthian royal family." He shook his head, his emotions heightening. "No, it's the other thing that happened." "Other thing? Did I miss something?" Her features blanched as she stiffened. "Did Isabel do something else?" No, I did, he answered. Her eyes widened as she waited for him to speak. Ellie, I feel awful about our misunderstanding yesterday. I didn't mean to suggest that you should leave your life behind. It was stupid, and it just slipped out. She sucked in a breath as she crinkled her forehead.
Thank you for saying that, though.
Yes? He asked. She flicked her emerald eyes to him, her gaze questioning.
I have a suspicion that you meant it.
He shifted his weight. While he'd love to skip all the vetting and protocols and just live a simple life, it wasn't fair. And she could have demanded the same when he'd told her about his station in life. When he'd admitted he was the son of Charles Kingsley, it automatically meant their lives would be dictated by social expectations. Galas, benefits, client dinners, all of it came with the territory. He'd expected her to rise to the occasion, even insisted she attend a gala so he could ask her to marry him there. He hadn't thought twice about expecting her to participate in his life. Now that the shoe was on the other foot, he wanted her to bail on every aspect of her life to make his easier. I didn't, he said with a shake of his head. Silence stretched between them for a moment before she nodded. Really, Ellie, I didn't mean it. It was stupid to say, and unfair. Completely unfair.
Darling, I do understand the pressures of royal life. I understand them quite well. I've been living them for decades. I even went to Sterling City to escape some of them.
She crossed to him, sliding her arms around his neck.
And there I met the loveliest man.
Nate rolled his eyes at his own behavior. And he was a complete idiot who called the king the wrong title, asked the princess to leave her life behind for him, and nearly fell off his horse. She laughed before she planted a kiss on him.
And he very sweetly told me how sorry he was.
He is very, very sorry, Nate assured her, pressing his forehead against hers.
And he is very, very foolish for underestimating himself. He is a smart, capable man who is going to do just fine once he relaxes.
Well, Nate's features cracked into a smile. I can't keep talking about myself in the third person. It's getting weird. Elena joined in the laughter.
Sorry, I thought it was quite fun. And so will your dance lessons be. Relax, Nathan. You're not meant to be perfect on the first round. Try to see it as a new experience and have a good time.
He shifted his weight again, sucking in a breath. Okay, I'll try. I just don't want to disappoint you.
It could never happen,
she said with a grin. All right, I'll try to be as excited about it as Maddie. She hasn't stopped talking about this waltz since she heard about it. Elena offered him a coy smile.
I'm certain she is hoping Alexander will ask her to dance.
He bobbed his head. I think so. It's kind of obvious that she likes him.
He is very easy to like. He has many friends.
It'll crush her when she has to meet his girlfriend.
He hasn't got one of those,
Elena answered. Really? So he didn't have one picked out from birth?
He did not. However, his parents are quite keen on him dating a particular woman, Lady Margaret.
Nate arched an eyebrow. He doesn't like her?
No, she's quite dull.
His features pinched as he considered the words.
I'm not being rude. She is rather dull.
No, it's not that. I was just concerned that he may return Maddie's interest.
She's a little young for him, dear. You needn't worry about him stealing her away just yet. Although...
What? Is the legal age for marriage here young?
No, she said with a chuckle. I was going to say he is the best of the bunch. You would not want her marrying Julian. He is as awful as his sister.
I'm sticking with her being too young to date him. He's on his own. Or with Margaret.
Don't let him hear you say that. He may no longer be so kind to you. And now we'd better head downstairs before we are late for your lessons.
Right, he said with a nod as he let go of her waist. He hated to leave the quiet sanctuary of his room behind. There, things returned to some semblance of normal. He and Elena could relax, be themselves without the protocols and customs. But he needed to learn more about what would be expected of him if they were to wed, and he needed to prove he could live up to the role. He needed the king's approval so he could see that engagement ring on her finger again. He reminded himself that he had friends in his corner here, people looking out for him and determined to see him succeed. Elena led him downstairs to a ballroom, smaller, though just as grand as what they'd seen in the palace. The other members of his family already waited there, including Maddie, who wore a grin from ear to ear.
Hello, everyone,
Elena said as they strode inside.
Thank you all for joining us. Chloe, I'm glad to see you were feeling better.
The blonde shrugged a shoulder as she shifted her gaze to one of the sets of doors.
Must have been something I ate. Well, I am pleased you could join us. Caroline will be going over several details with you regarding the protocols during the royal reception, and then you'll learn to waltz.
You aren't staying to help us? Victoria asked.
I will be back, yes, though I have another appointment with my father now. When I return, I expect to see progress.
She gave them a cheeky grin before she whispered a "good luck" to Nate and strolled from the room.
It's so exciting, Maddie said. I feel like a princess. Maybe one day I will be, just like you're going to be a prince.
I'm not going to be a prince yet, Nate answered. First I have to learn to waltz. The click of Caroline's sensible heels echoed off the room's walls as she strode toward them.
Yes, you do, and you must learn what is expected during the royal receptions that you will take part in. These will be critical. Your behavior there will be under some scrutiny, Mr. Kingsley, and we would like you to pass with flying colors so you receive the nod from King Frederick to marry Her Highness.
Nate swallowed hard, shifting his weight from foot to foot. I'm going to try. Victoria slid an arm around his shoulders and squeezed.
Well, we will all be there to help. We are most invested in ensuring Her Highness's and your happiness.
He offered her a grateful smile. Thank you.
Now, Caroline said as she flicked open her portfolio. Let's begin. The royal family will privately receive the Corinthian royal family. You will officially meet them at the state dinner. It will be a large affair. Same rules apply as they have for the first dinner you attended at the palace. Only this time, when you were introduced to the members of the Corinthian royal family, you should bow, gentlemen, and curtsy, ladies.
To all of them, correct? Victoria asked.
Correct. This is one place where you cannot follow the royals. The king and queen will not be bowing or curtsying, and Her Highness will only curtsy to the Corinthian king and queen out of deference. She will not curtsy to Prince Eric.
Wow, okay. This must be way more confusing for them than us. We just bow to everyone.
That is correct, Mr. Kingsley, Caroline said with a grin as she poked her pen at him. Although, the rules will change for you when you marry Her Highness.
Nate's forehead crinkled. He hadn't thought of that. How odd would it be to not bow to royalty because he was royalty? Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Well, don't get too wrapped up in it yet. For now, you bow to everyone. The correct forms of address are Your Majesty for the King and Queen, and Your Highness for Prince Eric.
She checked off something on her page.
Now, the following day is the royal parade. Quite a spectacle. You will join Queen Sophia and Queen Elizabeth on the balcony for the event. They will wave to the crowd. You will not.
Got it, no waving, Nate said. Ellie won't be with us?
Her Highness will be riding in the parade with her father, King Henry, and Prince Eric.
Right, Nate said with a nod.
And then that evening will be the royal ball. Now, this is important.
Caroline flicked her gaze to them, raising her pen in the air.
There will be a formal introduction of the royal family at the ball. They will process into the throne room before they officially greet the Corinthian royal family. There will be a line formed as they process. You will join the line. You must bow or curtsy as they pass. If they choose to stop to acknowledge you, you should not speak or create a fanfare. Simply smile.
If they choose? Charles asked. Do they often do that?
Caroline explained.
They do it for those they deem special. It's an extreme honor.
They may not choose to stop and merely process straight to the thrones.
Do not be upset if they do not.
Next, the Corinthian royal family will enter.
You must bow and curtsy for them, too.
She flicked her eyes to them.
I doubt they will stop to say hello.
Nate pressed his lips into a thin line as he nodded, realizing they'd likely know the reason for the Kingsleys' visit. He wondered if Prince Eric would confront him.
After the royal reception, the ball will begin with a waltz. The royal family will start, and then others will join in, which is a perfect segue into our next lesson.
Caroline finished as a stern-looking woman strode into the room.
This is Madame Blanc. She will be instructing you in the waltz.
Madame Blanc looked like a slave driver who expected perfection. Nate tugged his lips back in a wince as he studied her. I may not have had the honor of training Her Highness herself into the beautiful dancer she is, but I have trained her royal cousins. I made them excellent dancers, and I am to do the same with you. Now, pair off. Nate wrinkled his nose at her strict attitude as his sister shuffled toward him.
You're stuck with me until Ellie's back.
Don't show me up, Nate answered. Madame Blanc strode closer, her hands clasped behind her back. Gentlemen, you are the form for your ladies. They are to be showcased. The waltz is performed in closed position. Now, gentlemen, your right arm around the woman, with your wrist high under the shoulder, and hand on the left shoulder blade. Fingers together. Do not spread your fingers, or else you may look gropey. She strode around the room, eyeing the holds. Your left arm is raised to the side, and your partner will place her palm in your hand. Do not bend her wrist. Do not grip her hand as though she is your lifeline. She smacked Nate's arm. Do not let your arm droop, and do not lean over your partner. You look like a wolf ready to devour your prey. Nate tried to straighten his back, keeping his chest lifted high as he held on to his sister.
Don't spread your fingers, or you'll look like a creep,
she teased. He scowled at her before the instructor showed them their first steps. As they tried to follow her, Nate stepped on his sister's foot. Oops, sorry.
Poor Ellie,
she said with a giggle, as he stiffly moved again, nearly missing her feet again. Quiet, he said as the instructor tapped his chin. Head up! Don't glower at the poor girl. Matty giggled as he lifted his chin, held his arms high, and tried to move his feet without stepping on hers. Glide, glide! This isn't the army. We are not marching. Nate's mind whirled as he tried to follow all the instructions, certain he was doing an awful job. He stumbled around, struggling to catch on to doing all of the things she shouted about at every turn. The other couples laughed, each of them having a fun time trying to get the hang of it. But sweat beaded on his brow as he worried about embarrassing Elena at the ball. I need a break, he said, letting go of his sister.
You're getting better,
she said. I'm not, but thanks for saying that. She flicked her eyes to the door before she grinned.
Here comes Ellie. You can show her your new moves.
Your Highness, Madame Blanc said with a curtsy.
Hello, Madame. How are our charges doing?
Elena asked with a grin. Making progress, Your Highness, though I am certain you could show them all a thing or two. Elena flicked her eyebrows up with a grin as Alexander bowed to her. Shall we show them how it's done? He asked. She tilted her head, and they came together easily in the closed position, making it look easy before they glided across the floor. Nate pressed his lips together, disappointed with his progress, or lack thereof. He'd never look like that with her. Alexander whirled her around as though it was effortless. They broke apart, and everyone applauded their efforts. Maddie bobbed on her toes.
Wow, Ellie, you make that look easy.
I'll bet you do too, Alexander said as he extended his hand. Shall we practice? Her face reddened as she slid her hand into his, glancing at him through her eyelashes.
Uh-oh,
Elena whispered as she came closer to Nate.
she's going to be enamored with him after this.
She already is, he answered.
Shall we try?
She asked. His heart hammered like a geeky kid at the prom being asked to slow dance with a pretty girl. Ellie, I'm not really good at it.
Well, of course not. You're just starting.
She offered him an encouraging smile as she raised her arms into her form.
Practice makes perfect.
His features pinched as he leaned closer. I'm like really, really bad. I stepped on Maddie's toes constantly.
It's all right. Mine will survive. Come on, then.
He swallowed hard. He wouldn't escape this. Elena would soon find out what a horrible dancer he was. Maybe she'd sideline him at the ball. It may be for the best. He grabbed her hand with his sweaty palm, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Sorry, I'm a little nervous. Her gaze softened as she squeezed his shoulder.
Nathan, there is nothing to be nervous about. Relax. You are making more of this than it is.
His features pinched as he stared down at her. I just can't get the hang of...
Shh, you're overthinking it. Pretend we're the only two people in the room. Nice and easy. Small little steps until you get the hang of it. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Her lips curved into a smile as they moved around the room.
There you go. See?
I'm doing it, he answered. Although I think my arms are wrong.
Don't worry about that. Concentrate on your feet. I'll hold your arms where they should be.
But you shouldn't...
Quiet,
she said.
I'm the princess here. I will say what goes.
This time the smile came naturally to him. You're easier to dance with than Maddie.
And look at how well you're doing. You told me you were terrible at this, but you're quite good.
Yeah? His grin wouldn't fade. Maybe he could be a prince consort. Maybe he could make her proud. He'd keep practicing, so when they shared their dance at the ball, he'd be ready. All eyes would be on him and Elena as they twirled around the room. People would whisper, wondering who he was.
That's the man she's going to marry,
someone would say. His heart swelled as he glided a few more steps before they stopped.
Excellent job, you,
Elena said with a wide smile as her mother and father entered. Everyone stopped to greet them. Well, King Frederick said, his hands clasped behind his back. It seems the lessons are going well. Very well, Uncle. They will be ready for the ball. Yes, Your Majesty, Nate said with a grin, pleased that he recalled the man's correct form of address. I will be ready to escort your daughter in the first dance, I promise. The man cocked his head, his eyebrows crinkling. Oh, I am sorry, but that's impossible. Elena's first dance is spoken for. She will be escorted by Prince Eric. The words hit him like a physical slap. He'd been working so hard to make her proud, but he wouldn't even have the chance. He was slowly being replaced by the person they wished her to marry.
Chapter 11. Elena. Elena's fingers curled into fists as she pinched her eyebrows together, staring at her father in disbelief. Her heart sank at the news. She had expected something different. Of course, she'd share a dance with the visiting royal, but she hadn't expected to be obliged to share the first. She'd wanted that honor to go to Nate, the man who would soon be her fiancé. Was this deliberately drawn line in the sand more evidence that he never would be? "What do you mean?" she demanded, her voice sharper than even she'd expected. Her father, ever the calm diplomat, didn't bat an eyelash as he responded.
You know full well a visiting prince is entitled to be shown the highest courtesy.
Her jaw clenched at the words. Let Isabel dance with him.
That is inappropriate. Mr. Kingsley will be matched with your cousin to join in after the dance has begun.
Father! Elena protested.
Beyond the one exclamation, though, words didn't come. The pairing was wrong on so many levels, not to mention that Isabel had just planted a kiss on Nate's lips in an attempt to ruin both their relationship and his image.
"Elena," he answered, his voice calm and measured. "The matter is decided. There will be other dances."
"Yes, but not the first."
"How are you finding the style?" King Frederick asked Nate. "I recall it being somewhat challenging as a young man. My arms went every which way."
Next to Elena, Nate cleared his throat, his eyes darting back and forth between them.
"Yes, it's a challenge, but practicing with Ellie has made it a little easier. I'll be ready for the ball, I think." "Excellent. Well, we will let you get back to your practicing, and hope to be regaled with tales of how you've mastered it over our dinner."
King Frederick offered him a fleeting smile before he spun on his heel to cross the room with his wife. Elena tightened her fists at her sides, heat rising into her cheeks as her father left her behind.
"Ellie, should we practice more?"
She barely heard his voice as anger coursed through her, and she glared across the ballroom.
"Ellie, we can share the second dance or whatever. It's okay,"
Nate tried. "No, it isn't." She stormed after her father, slipping out of the ballroom and into the hall. "Father, we must speak." King Frederick twisted to eye her.
"I have many things to attend to, Elena, if this is concerning the first dance."
"It is," she answered, her jaw setting.
"Then there is nothing to discuss. You, of all people, understand the nature of state visits. You realize how important cordiality is."
"Is it unimportant to be cordial to the Kingsleys?" she asked. With a sigh, he forced his features to remain neutral, as his jaw betrayed his annoyance with her question.
"I am quite surprised, Elena, that you have forgotten everything you have learned after your excursion to the States. You know exactly how these events play out."
"I know that you could dance with Queen Elizabeth as a gesture of our hospitality, yet you are choosing not to do so. Instead, you are foisting the diplomacy onto me, likely in the hopes that one dance will send me into such a tizzy that I will fall madly in love with Prince Eric and wish to marry him."
King Frederick sighed. "I do not expect you to fall head over heels for the man in one twirl around the floor, but I also do not expect you to be so clingy with your beau. He is being given the opportunity to prove himself."
"Yet you are doing your best to see that he can't."
"Elena, a dance with a visiting prince is hardly a detriment to the man. In fact, quite the opposite. He will not be on display, and therefore subject to less scrutiny. I am attempting to make this easier for you."
"You are also misleading the Corinthian royal family. They believe we will announce our engagement, and this first dance is a signal that they should not alter their expectations." His nostrils flared as he angled his chin down, his eyes burning.
"Elena, I have warned you already about your attitude. I had expected that to be enough to correct your behavior."
Heat entered her voice as she refused to back down. "Perhaps you should have been given a warning to correct yours." His eyes went wide, and he tugged his chin back, startled by her harsh words. In seconds, his features turned stony.
"My decision is final, and you will abide by it. And if you continue to carry on like this, I will no longer allow your relaxed schedule whilst the Kingsleys visit. I had provided you time to spend with them, particularly Mr. Kingsley. However, if you continue behaving like a child, I will be forced to make you learn as one."
"Father!" she cried, ready to protest, when he bobbed his head.
"The matter is closed. Good day."
He spun on his heel and strode away, leaving her behind, a mix of anger and frustration brewing within her. A warm hand slid around her forearm, drawing her attention. She glanced down at it before she raised her eyes to her mother's face, her own features pinching. "Mother, darling, may we talk?" "Of course." "Let's walk so that we have privacy."
Elena nodded, allowing her mother to slide her arm around her elbow and pull her down the hall.
You are having a difficult time since you've returned.
Because Father is being unfair.
Darling, life isn't always fair. And as royals, at times, we must grin and bear it.
Elena's lips tugged into a pout. She understood bearing things for the sake of her crown, but this was too much. Her mother led her into a quiet sitting room and eased her into a chair.
Is there something else, Elena?
Just Father's unfairness. I feel as though I will be forced to marry Prince Eric no matter what. As if this entire visit with the Kingsleys is a charade.
It is not. Mr. Kingsley has every ability to prove himself worthy of your hand. Your father's mind is open to the possibility.
Then why hasn't he told the royal family that I will not be accepting Prince Eric in marriage? Sophia heaved a sigh as she perched on the edge of her chair.
Darling, other than simply not liking being told what to do, is there a reason why you are so off-put by the idea?
Elena's eyes went wide. You must be joking. You too?
Do not accuse, Elena. I am not suggesting you accept him. I am merely asking why you are so adamant about not accepting him.
I barely know the man, and what I've heard is not something I'm keen on.
How can you know?
Sophia asked. Elena's shoulders slumped as she fought her way through the turmoil raging inside her. But, Mother...
Elena, her mother said, her voice smooth and even. I understand how you feel about Mr. Kingsley. And darling, I do hope it works out, if he is the best man for you.
Elena turned her tear-filled eyes to her mother.
But you do not believe him to be...
I did not say that. He has his good points, and he has some bad, just as Prince Eric does, and every other suitor. Elena chewed her lip as she listened to her mother's words.
You do not wish to hear this, I know. It was a difficult subject before you left, and is even more difficult now that your heart belongs to another man.
If you know my heart belongs to him, why must we continue with this nonsense?
Elena, it is not nonsense.
The firmness in her mother's voice told her she meant the words she spoke.
Your role as queen is important, and your father and I want to ensure you are supported in it. The last thing you need on the day you will ascend to the throne, and the many that will follow, is to worry that your spouse does not support you.
But Nathan
says he will, I know. But saying it and meaning it, or doing it, are two very different things, darling. When you must appear at 6 different places and it happens to fall on his birthday, will he understand?
Elena opened her mouth to answer with an affirmative, but the words would not come. Her mind flitted back to their conversation yesterday. While he'd made it clear he hadn't meant it, it still had been said. Perhaps he would not understand. Would their relationship fall apart over her royal duties? Sophia gently rubbed Elena's arm.
I'm glad you did not answer immediately, or I would have worried you had not given it sufficient thought.
Elena's features pinched as she glanced at her mother.
Truthfully, I worry he will not understand.
Tears spilled onto her cheeks as she said the words, doubt twisting her stomach into a tight knot.
Oh dear, her mother said, tightening her grip on her daughter's hands. Has something happened?
Elena frowned at her mother as she shook her head before she let her gaze fall to their clasped hands.
He mentioned...
Yes? Sophia asked, ducking her head to catch her daughter's eye.
He mentioned the option for me to abdicate.
Her mother clicked her tongue, though her expression remained stoic.
Please don't tell Father. He said he did not mean it. He apologized several times.
This will stay between us, but Elena, he has said it, and it has bothered you. She pressed her lips into a thin line as she nodded.
Yes. Even if he did not mean it, his gut reaction to my lifestyle was negative. Will that change?
It could. Perhaps he was overwhelmed. But this, darling, is why Father is so insistent that you not hurry down the aisle with Mr. Kingsley.
No, but he wishes to drag me down it with Prince Eric.
Prince Eric is well versed in what is expected. He would not ask you to give up your royal duties to suit his lifestyle.
But I do not love him.
Her mother smiled at her. This is a very difficult decision, darling. Do allow yourself the time to think about it carefully and make a sound decision. Her heart ached at her mother's words, though she could not deny them. Despite her strong feelings for Nate, worry had begun to creep in, upsetting her peace. When they were together, her heart soared. But when they were apart, her parents' opposition worried her. Would she be condemning herself to a miserable life if she chose to follow her heart? She sniffled as her mother offered her a handkerchief. Elena waved it away, withdrawing her own tissue.
Thank you, but I am always prepared. My mother taught me that.
Sophia rose and kissed Elena on the forehead. Your mother also taught you to be level-headed and make smart choices. If that means marrying Mr. Kingsley, so be it. But if your short temper of late is because you are seeing cracks in the facade, please, darling, do your due diligence and consider them carefully. That is all your father and I are asking. Elena licked her lips and nodded as her mother offered her a tight-lipped smile. Now, I will leave you to your thoughts. After another kiss on the head, her mother departed, pulling the door closed behind her. Elena heaved in a deep breath as quietness reigned around her. Why had she confessed to her mother? She was certain, despite her promise, she would say something to her father. Perhaps she had done it because of the unease creeping through her every muscle since Nate's suggestion. It had blindsided her. She'd never expected him to say it, but his initial reaction to her lifestyle had been unaccepting. Perhaps he wasn't the perfect match for her. She leaned back in the chair, her finger rubbing her lips as she reflected. Her behavior of late had been terrible. While she'd always been fiery and defiant, questioning everything and insisting on knowing the reasons behind decisions, her recent antics had been more like a petulant child. She'd demanded, accused, hollered, stopping just short of stamping her feet. It was behavior unfitting of a princess, to say the least. And she had done it all because she had been uncertain of her own future. While she still believed Prince Eric was not a good match, she owed it to her parents to consider their advice before she ended up in a mess she could not escape, or heartbroken. She pulled herself from the chair, crossing to a silver tray and using it to check her reflection before she left the room behind. With her fingers tightly clutching the tissue, she wandered through the halls to find her father's office. After a light knock, she waited to be told to enter, eyeing her father through the slightly ajar door. He pored over something on his desk. Without glancing up, he answered,
"Come in."
She pushed through the door, closing it behind her with a soft click. He finished making a note before he glanced up, his eyebrows tugging together.
"Elena."
"Father, may we speak?"
"If this is about—"
"It is, but not what you think," she answered as she hurried forward to the desk, her fingers squeezing around the damp fabric in her hand. He sucked in a breath as he motioned to a chair across from him.
"Please, sit."
She sank into the chair, perching on the edge. "I feel an apology is necessary." His eyebrows shot up at her words. Elena sucked in a breath, raising her chin. "My behavior has been poor of late, and for that I am sorry. Mother made me realize that I am behaving as a child." Her father's features softened.
"I appreciate your coming to me with your apology. It shows maturity."
"Something I have been lacking lately," she lamented. One corner of his lips curled into a half-smile.
"You have been afraid. Afraid to face an important decision." but it is one you must make. I only hope to help you make the right choice."
"Yes, I know. Mother explained to me your thoughts. I have been too stubborn to listen, but I promise to keep an open mind."
"That is all I ask."
She glanced up sharply at him. "Though I will be clear, I love Nathan."
"I understand. And I understand that weighs heavily on your decision. But please, do not allow it to cloud your judgment into making a foolish call. Love is often not enough to carry us through the hardest times."
She nodded at the words, unwilling to be as vulnerable as she had been with her mother.
"For what it is worth, Mr. Kingsley seems eager to please. I have not made my final decision yet, but I rather like the boy."
The words brought a slight smile to her face. "Then we shall both move forward with our minds open."
"An excellent decision, Elena."
He rose from his chair and skirted the desk, leaning forward to kiss her forehead in a rare moment of fatherly affection.
"And I have some news for you that you may be delighted to hear."
"What is it?" she asked.
"I have come to a different decision on the first dance of the ball. You will not share it with Mr. Kingsley, but you will not share it with Prince Eric either. Instead, you will share it with me. In that way, we avoid insulting the royal family, but you are not subject to the diplomacy. No one can deny a father a dance with his daughter."
She smiled up at him. "Thank you, Father." He returned her gesture as she rose.
"See you at dinner."
She bobbed her head as she stepped away from him, leaving the office behind. She checked the time, seeing that she could still make the last few minutes of the dance lesson if she hurried. Despite her misgivings, she desperately wanted to spend time with Nate. As she rounded the corner, though, her heart skipped a beat. Standing between her and the doors to the ballroom, a smirking Isabel stopped her from making progress. She heaved a sigh. With the turmoil reigning in her, she had no desire to speak with her cousin. "Go away." "I'd love to, but I thought I could join the dance lesson. After all, I believe I'm paired with Nate Kingsley, and I would like to practice with him so we are in sync." Elena wrinkled her nose at the statement, knowing her cousin was deliberately pushing her buttons. "It is an inappropriate pairing. I will speak with my father about changing it." "It will do little good, Elena. His mind is made up." "Is it?" Elena asked, lifting her chin. "The pairings must change, as father has decided that he and I will share the first dance together. Therefore, someone will need to be paired with Prince Eric." The confusion that showed on Isabel's features for even a second made Elena smile. She pushed past her cousin as she stepped toward the ballroom, pleased with herself. "Oh, Elena!" Elena twisted to eye her cousin, her hand hovering on the doorknob. "Don't get too comfortable. Mr. Kingsley's ring is not on your finger yet." The word stung, reminding her of the precarious nature of their relationship, and how love may not conquer all.
Chapter 12. Nate. Nate's chest tightened as Elena stormed away from him. While he'd been disappointed to know her first dance at the ball would be given away to another man, he understood. Somewhat. Plus, then he wouldn't be the center of attention. His dancing skills weren't that good yet, though at least he felt a little confidence in himself. Elena, however, had been exceptionally upset about the news. He only hoped the exception she took didn't make her father even more critical of him. While he was working hard to understand and live up to their expectations, to prove that he was an excellent candidate to be her husband, he worried her father wouldn't agree, especially because of Elena's candid defenses of him. She meant well, but what if her belief in him was misplaced?
"Hey, you want to practice again?"
Maddie asked. "Sure," he said with a nod. "I wonder who we're paired with."
"Yeah, tough break."
she answered as he grabbed her hand and led her through the first steps.
That stinks.
Yeah, although at least everyone won't be watching me step all over her toes. Maddie giggled.
You won't. You're getting better already.
Ellie gave me some tips, but she also held my posture up. You're not doing such a good job at that.
Hold your own posture up. Do you think there's a chance I could be paired with Alexander?
Nate rolled his eyes. He's way too old for you, Maddie.
Says who? I could be a princess.
Says everyone. He's like 10 years older than you.
But he's so handsome. He's way cuter than any of the guys at school.
She wrinkled her nose.
Watch me get stuck with Julian.
Maybe you'll get stuck with me.
Please,
Maddie said with a shake of her head.
It's bad enough you were my practice buddy.
Come on, I'm not that bad.
You're no Prince Alexander.
He laughed at the statement as they finished their dance, though the words hit him harder than he expected. He wasn't royalty. He wasn't the good-natured yet perfectly mannered royal cousin. Another thought nagged at his mind as he wondered if he could measure up to Prince Eric. The man had loomed on the horizon since he'd learned of Elena's true identity, and now they were on the eve of meeting him. His stomach clenched at the thought, jealousy already roiling inside him.
Nate, you okay?
Maddie asked. He forced a smile onto his face and nodded. Yeah, all good.
Ellie's back. You can practice more with her now.
She pointed across the room. His fake smile turned real at the sight of her. Everything okay? He asked when she reached him. Her eyes were red-rimmed, like she had been crying. He wondered if she'd had a massive fight with her father.
More than okay,
she answered, her smile seeming genuine.
Father has relented, and while we will still not share the first dance together, I will not be paired with Prince Eric either.
Nate's eyebrows raised. Had she really argued her way out of a dance with the visiting prince? Who is your new partner? Oh, please not Stephen. She chuckled and shook her head.
No, my father.
Oh, well, I guess that's better than the other guy vying for your hand.
Much. Father is quite an accomplished waltzer. At my first royal ball, he was my partner.
She beamed at the recollection. At least this way I won't step on your toes in front of everyone.
Have you been practicing? Let me see.
She held out her arms, waiting for him to match her stance. I have. He wrapped an arm around her and took her hand before he started his steps.
You are much better already.
Thank you. I still feel bad for whoever I am paired with.
Don't. Supposedly it is Isabel, though I will speak with Father about that. It is highly inappropriate given what she's done.
He tugged his lips back in a wince. After the kiss she'd set up, he'd wanted nothing to do with her. The last thing he needed was another bad mark on his record thanks to her. He'd have to learn how to get along with her, but that would be far easier once he'd been accepted. If you wouldn't mind, I'd appreciate that. I'd rather avoid her.
I would rather you avoid her too. She is quite acrimonious. I just saw her in the hall, and she spewed more of her venom.
Elena rolled her eyes, color rising into her cheeks. It would be a major faux pas if I refused to dance with her, right?
Yes, that would make matters worse. If you must, you must, but I will do my best to see to it that you won't.
They finished their dance, and Elena applauded him.
Excellent job.
Thank you, he answered with a bow as Caroline approached.
Excuse me, Your Highness, Mr. Kingsley, but I overheard your conversation, and am pleased to say that I have just received the final pairings after the change your father made to your partnership. Yes, I am now dancing with him first. Correct,
Caroline said with a nod.
And Mr. Kingsley's partner will be Queen Sophia.
Nate gulped down a swallow as his eyes went wide. He tried to smile, but it faltered.
Oh, lovely,
Elena said with a grin as she clapped her hands together.
I am so very pleased with that pairing.
He muttered a laugh, his eyes still wide. I hope she can handle my awful dancing.
She can, I assure you, Caroline answered with a grin. And I can assist with some appropriate subjects of conversation if you'd like.
Oh gosh, I hadn't even thought of that. Yes, Nate said, bobbing his head. I thought we'd just dance. It'll take all my concentration not to step on her toes. Elena rubbed his shoulder.
Mother is quite a good dancer and conversationalist. You'll be fine. Who is Alexander paired with?
Maddie asked as she shoved her hands into her pockets.
Lady Margaret,
Caroline said as she checked her phone.
And me?
The girl asked, her features showing obvious disappointment.
Prince Julian.
She plastered a grin on her face as Elena shook her head.
No, that won't do at all. We'll fix that, Maddie, don't worry. Julian is far better to be paired with Margaret than Alexander.
Oh, but your highness, Caroline began.
Da, Elena said with a wag of her finger. Alexander will thank us both. Let Julian be stuck with the boring lady. Thanks, Ellie,
Maddie said with a grin. Caroline offered more information on all of the dance pairings before they ended their practice. As they strode from the ballroom to change for dinner, Nate repeated the dance instructions in his head, worried he'd forget all the steps the moment he wasn't practicing them. With his first pairing being with Elena's mother, he had to get it right. This was likely a test. He hoped to pass it. His heart stopped as he turned the corner to the hall containing his room. Leaning against his door stood Isabel. He considered ducking back into the next hall and waiting until she left, or seeking help. But before he could, she spotted him and pulled herself from the barrier with a smirk. His heart raced as she set her gaze on him, her smile sending shivers down his spine. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to her agenda than met the eye. With every step closer she took, he sensed a hidden agenda lurking beneath her.
Hello, Mr. Kingsley.
He offered her a fleeting smile, keeping his distance from her. Your Highness?
I love the way it sounds when you call me that,
she answered, her voice a low purr. What do you want? She pouted.
Straight to the point, are we? How unfortunate.
He took a step back as she stalked closer to him.
Really, Mr. Kingsley, I don't have cooties.
No, but you do have a bad habit of kissing people who haven't agreed to it. She threw her head back with a laugh.
Haven't agreed to it? Have you never stolen a kiss before?
Not from someone who didn't want to give one, no.
Really? And how was I to know you didn't want to give one? All that ogling you did at the dinner table made me think otherwise.
I did no such thing, he argued.
Didn't you? Well, no one knows that but you and me. And that doesn't matter. What matters is what others think.
No one will believe you, he answered.
Won't they? It's funny because I'm fairly certain Uncle Frederick believes me.
Nate swallowed hard, his insides churning at the words. He shook his head instinctively, both in disagreement and in disbelief.
Oh, yes, my dear Mr. Kingsley. I batted my eyelashes and pouted. But, Uncle, I thought he was attracted to me. All those lingering gazes, the light brushes of my hand during dinner.
He screwed up his face. I didn't touch you during dinner. She shrugged.
Perception is reality, and we are paired for the first dance at the ball.
No, he answered with a shake of his head. We're not. His Majesty changed the pairings. I'm paired with Queen Sophia now. You are paired with Prince Eric. She raised her eyebrows at the words before a frown settled on her face.
We'll see about that.
With a huff, she stormed past him down the hall, leaving him alone. He blew out a long breath as he hurried to his room and locked himself inside. That woman really had it out for him, or Elena, or both. Either way, he was glad to be rid of her. He hoped she'd stop causing problems, but it seemed like there was no end in sight. He grabbed his phone, ready to text Elena about the incident before he shook his head. He had to learn how to deal with her family himself. He couldn't text her after every little problem. But still, maybe it would make him feel better. His thumbs hovered over the keyboard before he shook his head and tossed it down. Instead, he'd practice his dance steps a few more times before he had to change for dinner. He lifted his arms into his frame and tried to keep his footsteps light as he counted in his head. In the large, full-length mirror, he caught sight of himself, causing him to stumble. He slowed his steps, staring at his reflection. With a hard swallow, he raised his arms again and checked that his arms weren't slumping or he wasn't leaning over his imaginary partner. He imagined Queen Sophia in front of him, making his heart pound hard against his chest. "Hi, Your Highness." "No, stupid Nate. Your Majesty." Through the glass, he bobbed his head at himself. "Not hi. Good evening, Your Majesty." He bowed, his hands still stuck in his closed-form waltz frame. With a roll of his eyes, he shook his head. No, first a regular bow. Hinging at the hips, he practiced his bow. "Good evening, Your Majesty." He raised his arms again into position before he danced around the room. "Yes, I am enjoying the ball. Did you have fun at the parade?" He pressed his lips together. "No, don't say that. Say, the parade was most exciting, wasn't it?" With a wince, he slowed his steps. "That sounds ridiculous. Yes, I am enjoying the ball, and I thought the parade was what?" He snatched his phone from the bed and searched for synonyms for nice. Marvelous? No. Superb. His nose wrinkled. I'm never going to be able to dance and talk to Elena's mother at the same time. He sighed and sank onto the edge of the bed, convinced he'd lose any chance of winning Elena's hand after the first waltz at the royal ball. A deep sigh escaped him as he tossed his phone aside. "Buck up, Nate. You need to impress the woman. Ellie's counting on you." He pulled himself from his seat on the bed's edge and changed his clothes for their informal dinner. He'd ask Caroline for the appropriate topics of conversation and practice a few before the ball. He could speak with people. He'd done it lots of times at galas and benefits. His upbringing had been filled with social events, though none of them compared to the pomp and protocol of royal life. And he'd never tried to impress his future mother-in-law. Chloe had been insistent that he never meet her mother, likely because she had been a money-grubbing grifter, who was now married to his brother, he reminded himself. He pushed into the hall and strode down it, shaking his head. Why had Stephen married her? And right before his trip to Aldoria? Not that he wanted any parts of his ex-fiancée, but he also didn't want to be reminded of her at every turn. He turned the corner, his brows furrowing. He must have made a wrong turn. He'd never been in this hall before. Great, I can't even find my way around the country estate, he murmured. He spun in a circle, debating whether to continue down the hall or turn back, when voices caught his attention. He turned towards them, hoping he had wandered into friendly territory and that someone could guide him to the dining room. Laughter filled the air as a door opened. Without realizing why, he sneaked back around the hall and peered around the corner. Maybe if he was caught in this hall, it was some social no-no. Two figures appeared at a door, leaning closer to kiss. His blood ran cold, and his eyes went wide as the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Around the corner, Chloe backed into the hall, her arms around a man's neck as she pressed her lips against his. Only the man was not her husband. It was Prince Julian.
Chapter 13. Elena. Elena smoothed her dress over her legs for the upteenth time as they awaited the arrival of the royal family of Corinthia. Butterflies flitted in her stomach. despite the regularity with which she greeted foreign dignitaries. But greeting one she was supposed to be betrothed to by the end of the visit seemed particularly taxing, especially when she had no intention of announcing her engagement to him. To her knowledge, her father had not yet informed the royal family of the change in plans, likely because he had not yet approved her relationship with Nate Kingsley. She wondered if he would ever. Her mind regressed to the conversations she'd had with her parents yesterday. Things since Nate's arrival had been tense. He'd been nervous about impressing her parents, and had even gone so far as to suggest she not ascend to the throne. Despite his apology, the comment still stuck with her. Her parents had a point about royals innately understanding the duties to which they were born. She'd promised to keep an open mind, but as the motorcade of cars bringing the royal family snaked closer to the palace, she found herself desperately clinging to Nate's proposal prior to her return to Eldoria. Was she being foolish for continuing along a path that could lead to heartache? She shoved the thoughts aside as the cars finally came to a stop. The last time she'd seen Prince Eric, she had been 7 and he had been 8. He was a rail of a boy with a mop of dirty blonde hair on top of his head and a spray of freckles across his nose. She hadn't paid much attention to any news on him since, deliberately avoiding it as though it would change her circumstances. She wondered if he looked the same after all the years. An image formed in her mind before the car's door was opened of a skinny, gawky boy with stringy hair. Her father stepped forward as the door swung open, his hands clasped behind his back as King Henry stepped out and offered him a slight smile.
"Frederick." "Henry," her father answered with a nod. "Welcome to Eldoria. I trust your flight was pleasant?" "As pleasant as these sorts of things can be. The real devil of it was waiting for Eric to arrive. The inconvenience of traveling separately due to the line of succession can be most irritating." Frederick grinned at him. "Yes, I know. At least Elizabeth traveled with you. When Elena was younger, Sophia traveled with her, so I had to manage it alone." "Tough break," the man said before he greeted Elena's mother. As he approached Elena, she curtsied. "Your Majesty." "Hello, my dear. You are looking lovely. You've grown into a beautiful young woman." "Thank you," Elena said with a nod before she prepared to greet the Queen. "Isn't she lovely, Elizabeth?" King Henry asked. "Oh yes, quite. You have your mother's eyes, dear," Elizabeth said. Sophia wrapped an arm around Elena. "They are quite similar, yes. Other than that, she takes after her father, I think." "Oh yes, the dark hair is most becoming with the fair skin." The weight of their gaze bore down on Elena, and she wondered if they were mentally calculating what her children with their son may look like. It took all in her not to wrinkle her nose. "I think you'll find Eric has grown quite a bit from what you may remember," Queen Elizabeth said with a wide grin. Elena resisted the urge to roll her eyes as she flicked her gaze to the car where the man emerged. Her eyebrows tugged together tightly as she drew her chin back to her chest. Now, easily over 6 feet tall, Prince Eric straightened, standing higher than her father, with broad shoulders that filled out his suit jacket, a chiseled jaw, and sandy blonde hair, a curl of which framed his sparkling blue eyes. "Eric, the last time I saw you, you were only this high," her father said with a laugh. "Not quite so small anymore, Your Majesty," the man answered, his voice a rich timbre. "And Queen Sophia, I remember meeting you as a small boy and thinking how beautiful you were. You still are." "Oh, thank you," Sophia answered. "And you may not remember Elena, the last time you saw her." Eric grinned, showing off a dimple in his right cheek. "She slapped me across the face. I remember it well. I do hope to avoid that this time." Elena offered him a nervous chuckle as she nodded. "Yes, that tale is still a source of laughs among us. But you seem to be no worse for wear." No, I'm quite fine. Only my ego was bruised.
An assistant hurried toward him with a bouquet of roses. Eric lifted them from the man's arms and thrust them toward Elena.
For you.
Oh,
she answered, a hint of surprise in her voice.
They are lovely, thank you.
I wanted to make a better impression than our first meeting. I hope these help.
Elena offered him a polite smile as she handed the flowers to Caroline. Please put these in water and position them where I may see them in my bedroom. Of course, Your Highness, Caroline answered with a nod as she collected them.
Shall we go inside?
King Frederick asked as he motioned to the door. They shuffled into the palace, heading for the sitting room for tea. Elena eased onto the love seat as her mother poured the steaming liquid into cups. Eric settled next to her, much to her chagrin. She'd hoped he kept his distance, but he seemed intent on showing interest in her. "And how's your travel?" she asked before she lifted her teacup to her lips for a sip.
Quite uneventful, which I suppose is a good thing.
He flashed his dimples at her again, then accepted the teacup from Sophia. "Yes, I would say so."
"And how was yours? I heard you were in the States recently. How did you find it?"
"Oh, it was lovely. Very charming."
I have never cared for it. People seem to rush about there all the time."
She shifted her weight, keeping the smile plastered on her features. "I did not find them very rushed."
"Well, I am pleased you enjoyed it."
"Yes, very much so. Mother tells me you are a painter." He chuckled as he pulled a finger sandwich from the tray.
"Not much of one, I'm afraid, though I do find it relaxing."
"I agree," Elena answered. "I'm not very good either. I'm afraid I may be too much like an American, rushing to finish."
"I don't rush, I just haven't any talent for it, despite lessons."
Her smile relaxed, shifting from forced to more genuine at the comment. "And what have you a talent for?"
Mother says playing piano. Do you play?"
"Yes," Elena answered with a nod.
"Perhaps we could play a duet sometime then."
"Of course," she answered. "That sounds lovely."
"Planning a piano duet? Perhaps during cocktails before dinner,"
Queen Elizabeth suggested. "Oh," Elena protested when Eric nodded in agreement.
"Yes, Mother, that would be lovely. Elena, are you up for it?"
Elena shot a questioning glance at her mother, who nodded. "Yes, let us plan for that." Tea continued with light conversation before the event broke up with the two kings leaving to discuss state affairs along with Eric, and the women retreating to their rooms. Elena huffed out a breath as she pushed into her bedroom. The roses sat on her bedside table, a reminder of Eric's thoughtful gesture. She wrinkled her nose at them. Caroline emerged from her closet with a pair of shoes for the evening. "Well, it seems Prince Eric is eager to please." "Do not remind me, Caroline." "Soured on him still, are we?" Elena slumped onto the bed, twisting away from the flowers. "I'm not soured. I am merely uninterested." Caroline sucked in a breath as she smoothed the fabric on Elena's dinner dress. "Despite his change in looks?" Elena heaved a sigh as she traced a line of gold thread decorating her burgundy bedspread. "So, you noticed, did you?" "I noticed he is no longer a gangly, awkward boy, yes. I'm surprised you didn't. You are normally quite perceptive, Your Highness." "Ha ha, Caroline," Elena said as she propped her head in her palm, lounging across the bed. "Just because he is no longer a gangly boy does not mean I wish to marry him." "No, but it does make the prospect more appealing, doesn't it? I am in love with Nathan Kingsley. It is he who I wish to marry, despite Eric's handsome features." "So, you admit they are handsome?" "So are Nathan's. Nathan's may be more handsome." Elena lifted her chin. Caroline's features twisted with amusement. "Are you trying to convince me or yourself?" "I have nothing to convince myself of. I am quite in love with Nathan Kingsley." I am not fickle, Caroline. There will always be handsome men in the world. I do not mean to fall madly in love with each of them.
No, but...
But what? Elena asked.
But you were intended to marry him. Is it of any more interest to you now that you have met and spoken with him?
Elena refused to meet her gaze, focusing on her duvet again. No.
My, we sound definite.
We are, Elena said, finally flicking her gaze to her lady's maid. I'm not the type to go bouncing around from man to man. I've made my choice.
It's a large choice, Your Highness. It's perfectly all right if you are still thinking.
Elena's shoulders slumped. Why does everyone assume that I cannot possibly have made up my own mind about this? That I will sway to another man?
No one thinks you are swaying or that you have not made up your mind, but...
Elena's eyes went wide as she prompted her lady's maid to continue.
Your role in life is unique. You must choose a spouse who both understands and supports it.
Elena chewed her lower lip as she shifted her weight, her eyes catching sight of the flowers on her nightstand. Her mind flitted back to the conversation she'd had with her mother yesterday at the country estate. "Can we please change the subject?" she asked.
Of course. I have many questions about your preferred jewellery for the evening. Let's discuss that.
After Elena made her selections, she eased onto the stool at the vanity, ready for Caroline to begin her hair for the evening. With a half-up, half-down style complete, she changed into her dinner clothes, donned her shoes and jewellery, and pulled on her gloves. She made her way downstairs for cocktails, finding her parents already awaiting her, but no one else.
"Good evening, darling. You look lovely,"
her mother said, with a kiss to her cheek. "Thank you, Mother."
The roses from Prince Eric were beautiful. I hope you thanked him properly for them.
"I did," Elena answered, annoyance already creeping up at the conversation. Her parents clearly still hoped she'd find some redeeming quality in the foreign prince. The arrival of her cousins and their parents, followed by the Kingsleys, interrupted any further conversation between them, thankfully. Elena greeted Nate before she chatted with her aunt and uncle, before she moved to speak with Victoria and Maddie. The other royal family entered the room and introductions were made where needed. Queen Elizabeth took a sip of her sherry as she settled into an armchair.
"Well, I believe we were promised a concert, were we not?"
"Yes, Mother," Eric answered as he set his drink aside and offered his arm to Elena.
"My dear."
Elena offered Nate an apologetic smile as she accepted it and allowed him to lead her to the piano. They settled onto the bench, agreed upon a song, and began to play. Elena's gloved fingers danced across the keys as his deftly added to her melody. His touch was quite good, she thought, offering him a grin. He matched her expression as they finished their song and applause rang out. Eric rose from his seat, taking Elena's hand to assist her to stand, before he bowed and waved a hand her way, implying she was the real master.
"You're quite good,"
he answered as chatter overtook the room again. "Thank you. You aren't so bad yourself." Before their conversation could continue, Nate approached them.
"That was lovely, Ellie."
"Ellie?" Eric asked, his eyelashes fluttering. "A nickname from my time in the States," she explained.
"Oh, do you very much prefer it?"
She shrugged. "No, I'm quite used to both."
"I see. And, you are Nate Kingsley of the Sterling City Kingsleys? The ones involved in biotech?" "Yes, that's right,"
Nate said, inching a little closer to Elena. She smiled at him, sensing his apprehension. He was well aware that Eric was meant to be her husband, and he seemed determined to stop the man from claiming her.
"How interesting. And you met at a gala, I assume?"
Eric flicked his gaze between the two of them. "Actually, we met at a coffee shop. Nathan smashed into me and spilled my coffee all over me."
"Oh, no,"
Eric said with a laugh.
"A happy accident, though, to run into such a lovely woman."
"Yes," Nate answered.
"I thought so."
The dinner announcement broke up their terse conversation. The group proceeded to the dining room, taking their seats for their first dinner together. Elena found herself seated next to Eric, but kept apart from Nate. She eyed him across the table, upset but unsurprised at the seating arrangement. Conversation remained light through dinner, and the party broke up shortly after. Elena excused herself shortly after the Kingsleys, intent on seeking out Nate for a private discussion. She hurried through the halls to his room, knocking as she fidgeted on her feet outside his door. It opened a moment later, and she grinned. "Hello."
"Hi,"
he answered.
"I'm glad you're here. I really wanted to talk to you."
"And I wanted to speak with you, too." She stepped into his room, offering him a kiss.
"I'm glad. I feel like we haven't had enough time together, and—"
He bit his lower lip and glanced at his feet. "Yes?"
"I'm a little—"
He shifted his weight and shrugged.
"Jealous and nervous after meeting Prince Eric."
She arched an eyebrow. Did he think she'd fallen for the hunky prince in the span of one tea? Jealous?
"He's very princely,"
Nate answered with a shrug.
"And he's perfect at everything. And he plays piano, and you did that duet. And then he sat with you at dinner, and you smiled a lot."
"I smiled a lot with you, too." She inched closer to him and slid her arms around his neck.
"That's what I'm afraid of."
He slipped his arms around her waist. "I still smile a lot with you. You make me happy. And he is a lovely piano player. I'm certain we could be great friends. But I am not in love with him." He rubbed her arm, his lips tugging up at the corners a little.
"So you're still in love with me?"
"Madly," she answered.
"Do you think your parents will come around to me? It kind of seems like they are pushing you to spend time with Eric."
"I think they will, yes. I had a long conversation with my mother yesterday, and I am convinced they will see everything I see in you."
"I'm not sure I see what you see in me,"
Nate said with a laugh. "Don't you? Let me outline them. You are handsome, smart, brave, funny, and you see beyond my crown. You fell in love with me as a person, not as a princess. I love all of those things about you, and more." He puckered his lips, narrowing his eyes in amusement.
"Prince Eric is pretty handsome."
I hadn't noticed," she said as she stole a kiss from him. "There was a terribly handsome American across the table from me."
"Was his name Stephen?"
She playfully smacked his chest and shook her head. "No. And he's a married man anyway. I'm no homewrecker." Nate stiffened at the words. "I'm sorry, darling. I hadn't meant to remind you of what happened with Chloe." Nate shook his head, squeezing her hand.
"No, it's not that. It's just that something happened yesterday. I didn't have a chance to tell you."
"What?" Elena asked.
I took a wrong turn on the way to dinner last night. I wound up in the hall Prince Julian was staying in, and, I saw Chloe. She was coming out of his room, kissing him."
Elena's eyes went wide. "What?"
"Yeah," Nate answered. "I haven't told anyone yet. I didn't know what to do."
"Oh, Nathan." Elena shook her head at the news. "Well, you must tell someone. You cannot allow your brother to be hurt."
"I'm not sure he'll believe me. I think he'll think I'm just saying it to get back at him for what happened when we were engaged."
"What about telling your parents? Someone should know."
"Do you think you could talk to Julian?"
She shrugged. "I could, but it would do little good. He will not change because of anything I said." Nate heaved a sigh as he let his head fall between his shoulder blades.
"I see. I guess I'll have to tell someone. I knew Chloe was trouble."
"It's a shame your brother will be hurt, but your instincts about her were correct."
"Yeah. Stephen and I used to be close until she showed up.
But I didn't want this to happen." "Of course not, darling." Elena shook her head as she caressed his cheek. "Perhaps sleep on it."
"Yes, I think I will." He sucked in a deep breath. And I guess on that note, I should let you go get some sleep before your big day tomorrow.
I'll wave to you from the parade.
I look forward to it. She pressed her lips against his, enjoying the warmth of his embrace, before she pulled back with a smile.
See you tomorrow.
She left his room behind, already missing him as she stepped into the hall. After only a few steps, Eric rounded the corner. "Eric," she said as she stopped short.
Hello, Elena. Visiting with Nate Kingsley?
Elena licked her lips as she considered her answer. "Yes," she answered as she decided honesty was the best course. Eric nodded as he pressed his lips together.
I see. I had heard a rumor that you were interested in him, despite the unofficial betrothal between us.
"Eric," Elena began with a long sigh, prepared to inform him of her disinterest in the arrangement, and hoping to appeal to his sense of preferring his own relationship.
I understand, Elena.
She drew her chin back, surprised he was taking it so well. Perhaps she had misjudged him.
Really, I do. You went to the States, you met Mr. Kingsley. He seemed a fine man, and we had only met when we were children.
She smiled at him and nodded. Eric took a step closer to her, reaching to caress her cheek.
There is only one issue.
"What?" she asked.
I want you.
He pressed closer as she furrowed her brows.
I want you as my wife. We are perfectly matched, and I intend to win you, Elena, whatever it takes. You will forget who Nate Kingsley is.
He wrapped his arms around her waist before he planted a kiss on her lips as she stood, stunned.
Chapter 14. Nate. Nate's heel squeaked against the hardwood floor of his bedroom as he spun on it, his mind swirling with questions and conflicting emotions as he retreated across the room. He rubbed his lips with his thumb, his brows furrowing. After his conversation with Elena the previous night, he'd tossed and turned. Several times he'd pick up his phone to text Elena, but decided against it. With her big day today, he didn't want to disturb her rest with his family problems. Nor did he want her second-guessing her decision to bring him over. He couldn't even figure out how to solve a problem in his own family. How in the world could anyone see him as a king consort? With a sigh, he twisted around to wander in the other direction. How could he tell Stephen what he'd seen? Would his brother even accept the information, or merely dismiss it? Still, he couldn't deny what he'd seen. Chloe locking lips with Prince Julian. He shook his head. He'd known exactly what she was from the moment he'd caught her with his brother. But Stephen had been convinced that she loved him, and had merely been too afraid to tell Nate she didn't want to marry him. He rolled his eyes and shook his head. That was a lie, he murmured. His fingers curled into fists as the vivid memory of that moment burned through his mind. Had it not happened, though, he may never have been at the coffee shop to meet Elena. The thought curled the corner of his lips. It had been the best moment of his life. Now, he had to hang on to it. The warm feeling in his chest replaced his anxiety, and he strode to his nightstand to grab his phone. His thumbs flew across the keyboard before finally hitting send. Hey, I know you probably have a busy morning, but I really need to talk. He stared at the message, a pang of doubt building in his stomach, until a bubble appeared next to Elena's picture, indicating her impending response. I always have time for you, love. Shall I make the trek over, or do you prefer text? He chewed his lower lip. He'd never say no to seeing her. If you have time, I would love to see you. She answered that she'd be right over, and he clicked off his display. He resumed his pacing as he waited for her to arrive. After a few moments, he crossed to the door and pulled it open, glancing into the hall. Elena appeared at the corner of the hall, a grin lighting her features as she strode toward him. Good morning. Good morning, he said softly,
greeting her with a kiss that held both longing and uncertainty. Sorry to send up the smoke signal for help.
It's perfectly fine. Has something happened? Is it Isabel?
He shook his head as he led her into his bedroom. No, it's the problem with Chloe. I was up most of the night trying to figure out how to handle this. She cupped his face in her hand.
Oh, darling. Why don't you try to get some rest now before the parade?
I can't, he said with a shake of his head. And I didn't call you here to complain about how tired I am. I just can't come up with a good way to attack this problem.
Have you given any more thought to telling your mother and father?
He sucked in a breath, wrapping his hand around hers. Yes, and I'm not sure about that either.
Well, it would allow you to get it off your chest, and perhaps they are the best ones to tell Stephen.
Maybe, but no matter who tells him, the minute he hears it came from me, he's going to dismiss it. She pressed her lips together into a consoling smile.
Maybe so, but you've done your duty to him. What he does with the information is entirely up to him.
Nate stalked a few steps away from her, crossing his arms as he stared out the window. I know, but
it bothers you because it brings up painful memories,
she finished as she slid her hands around his shoulders and rested her chin on one. I guess that's it, maybe. I don't know. I don't like Chloe. Maybe I'm just hoping to oust her from the family so I don't have to deal with her.
You aren't, Elena answered. You did not create this situation. You are merely reporting it.
But am I reporting it because I really want to help Stephen, or because I really don't like Chloe?
Does it matter?
He sighed, staring down at his feet. It does to me. I'm trying to do what's right, not what's easiest.
It's easiest not to say a word and allow your brother to be scammed, or potentially hurt more than you already will be. You are hardly taking the easy route.
He bobbed his head, allowing her words to sink in. Was she merely propping up his ego, or did she honestly think his intentions were honorable? Even if she believed it, he wasn't certain he did. He'd imagined the conversation between him and his brother spiraling out of control with insults hurled. He didn't want that. Elena rubbed his shoulders, though the tension didn't dissipate.
How about if I speak with Julian? He won't stop doing what he's doing, but if he admits to it, then I can back you up if you choose to tell someone.
He twisted to face her, his features pinching. Ellie, I don't want to drag you into the middle of this. I know I asked you for that last night, but this morning, it seems like a terrible idea.
You're not asking me for it. I am offering. And we are meant to be a team, are we not? We tackle problems together. I would expect the same, you know.
She offered him a cheeky grin. Oh, I see. You're banking this up for when you need to run options for your country past me.
Exactly.
She gave him a quick peck before she stepped back.
I'll speak with Julian now. You wait here. After the conversation, we'll discuss the best next steps.
What are you going to do if he denies it? Elena rolled her eyes.
Julian likely won't. In fact, he'll lord it over me like he's won some sort of contest. Anyway, try to relax. I'll be back soon.
He reached for her hand, giving it a squeeze. Ellie, thank you.
Of course.
She disappeared from the room, closing the door behind her. The smile that played on his lips slipped away with her. At least, though, he had help. He didn't feel so alone. He felt like they were a team again, like they'd been in Sterling City. After coming to Eldoria and immersing himself in her life, he'd worried they'd be like ships in the night if they married. But now it felt like old times. He resumed his pacing back and forth as he waited for her to return. He imagined a conversation with Stephen while Elena was present to back him up. She'd tell him Julian had admitted to the affair, but Stephen would merely accuse them both of lying. He'd say Elena only went along with him because she didn't like him. Maybe telling his parents was for the best, but somehow it felt like he was a whiny child tattletaling on his younger brother. As he swung around for another pass across the room, a knock sounded at the door. His heart lifted. It must have been a quick conversation with Julian, he assumed, as he crossed to it and tugged it open. That was fast. The last word came out slower than he expected as his mind processed the figure at the door. His brows furrowed as he studied the chiseled features of Prince Eric. He swallowed hard, searching for his voice. Your Highness, this is a surprise. Is it? I apologize for disturbing your morning, though there is something I would urgently like to discuss with you privately. Nate's pulse quickened, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him as he anticipated the impending conversation with Prince Eric. What could the prince possibly want to discuss with him? He stepped back, motioning for the man to enter. The prince strode into the room, his hands clasped behind his back as he studied the space. Please, sit down, Nate answered, waving at the chairs. No, thank you. I prefer to stand. I hope this will not take long. Nate forced a smile onto his face, searching for a brief response. All right. What is it you wanted to speak with me about? Princess Elena, the man answered. Nate's heart thudded harder against his ribs. What about her? It is rather obvious that you are here because of a product of her time in the States. And if I am not mistaken, you are not merely a passing acquaintance who has had the good fortune of being invited to the palace. Am I correct? Nate's mind whirled. What was the protocol? Was he supposed to admit he was here to pursue a relationship with Elena? Was that taboo before he'd been accepted as a potential suitor? He hadn't expected this subject to come up, so he'd never thought to ask. Nate lifted his chin as he decided to answer truthfully. You are correct, yes. So you are romantically involved. Or wish to be. His throat went dry as he hoped he wasn't saying anything wrong. We dated in Sterling City. I see, Eric answered. This is what I assumed. Then you have been invited here to be considered as a suitor? Nate's stomach clenched as he faced off against the prince. Yes. He pressed his lips together, switching his weight from one foot to the other. I know that there was some sort of understanding or agreement between your families about you and Elena. I'm very sorry if... Prince Eric waved a hand in the air to stop his words. Yes, there was. There was a plan for us to wed. Nate eyed the man, trying to read his features, but they remained stoic. Perhaps this was a show of support for their relationship. The man could be a powerful ally, like Alexander. Yes, well, I can understand how that may be less than desirable. I'm sure you would very much like to make your own choice for your spouse, like Ellie. The next words out of Prince Eric's mouth smashed any hopes of them being friends. Yes, I would. But the unfortunate situation is that my choice is Elena. Heat washed over Nate as the words sank in. Prince Eric wanted the arranged marriage to stand. You want to marry Elena? Yes, I do, the man answered. She is an excellent match. I am here to tell you I intend to pursue her. I feel it is only proper to warn you. If you expected no competition from me, I am sorry to ruin your day. Nate tried not to frown, but the words sliced at his soul. He was being challenged by a prince, a royal, someone far more suited to be Elena's husband than he was. The man had been hand-picked by the king to marry Elena. He could never compete. The smarmy smile on Prince Eric's features suggested that the man knew all too well that he held the upper hand. Nate tried to force confidence into his features and posture, but he failed as fear and worry swirled within him. Thank you for the warning. Nate forced out the words, his voice betraying a hint of uncertainty. Yet, beneath the surface, a flicker of determination burned bright, a silent promise to himself that he would not yield without a fight. Prince Eric strode toward him, bringing their faces much too close for comfort. I don't suppose I could convince you to back off entirely. Nate lifted his chin, squaring his jaw. No, I love her.
So, you will fight for her hand?
I will, Nate answered. Then may the best man win. Though, I warn you, Kingsley, I not only have the king's ear and approval, but I will do whatever it takes to win. Whatever it takes. With the threat hanging between them, the man strode to the door, offered a "good day," and slipped into the hall, allowing the door to slam behind him. Nate startled at the noise, a sudden chill running down his spine as an ominous feeling settled over him. He'd come here at a disadvantage, and now he was worse off. Would he ever be able to win Elena's hand? Chapter 15. Elena. Elena's fingers curled and uncurled into and out of tight fists as she made her way through the palace halls. Her heart thudded hard against her ribs as she formulated her discussion with him. While it was typical of his behavior, she hated the problem it would cause within the Kingsley family, particularly for Nate. Her heart broke for him. Plunged into a world of pomp and circumstance, he still struggled to get his bearings, and now faced a family crisis. Stephen had been exceptionally rude when she'd met him, a product of the fight between the two men over one woman, Chloe. The gold digger appeared to be searching for more opulent pastures despite marrying Stephen in a surprise move before they'd come to Eldoria. Elena pondered whether the woman had strong-armed Nate's brother into marriage just to get herself into the country to meet the royals. Either way, it didn't matter. They had to deal with the situation, and Nate needed her help with it. She pressed her lips together as she rounded a corner. She hadn't even told her paramour about the odd conversation she'd had with Prince Eric last night. He had enough on his plate without needing to hear that. Plus, she had no intention of accepting the prince's offer. She set her jaw as she approached Julian's bedroom and pounded against the door with her palm. "Julian, open the door at once." No one answered. She slapped the door again, her lips pressed into a thin line. "I said open this door at once." A second later, the barrier fell away. Julian offered her a smarmy smile as he finished buttoning his suit jacket. "Heavens, Elena! I thought perhaps there was a fire." "There is, and you lit it." She pushed past him into his bedroom. He twisted to face her, arching an eyebrow. "Is there? Do you care to let me in on this little issue that is somehow my fault?" "Are you or are you not betting Chloe Kingsley?" "My, we are blunt," Julian answered as he clasped his hands in front of him. "What business is it of yours?" "I demand to know." "It is a private matter, and I'm not one to kiss and tell." Elena scoffed at the statement. "Hardly the case, but that is beside the point. I want an honest answer now, Julian." "Or what?" "I will tell my father about my suspicions." Julian stalked to the window, staring out of it with his back to her. "Oh yes, involve Daddy. That will solve all your problems. Tell me, what will you do when he insists the Kingsleys return home empty-handed?" "I have no idea what you are babbling about." He twisted to face her. "Don't you? Let's consider this carefully, shall we?" Julian paced around the room, a smirk on his sharp features. "You run to Daddy, dearest, and tell him you suspect I am carrying on an illicit affair with the recently married Mrs. Chloe Kingsley. Your father then decides that the Kingsleys are not the sort of people we should associate with, and asks them to leave. Your beau is sent packing right along with the rest of the lot. And you are heartbroken." Elena narrowed her eyes at him. "It is far more likely he will lecture you on your behavior and ask the newly married couple to leave, not the entire family." "Are you willing to take that chance?" Julian asked. "Are you? Why are you carrying on with her? Does she mean something to you?" "I never admitted I was," he shot back.
Elena rolled her eyes. You were seen together kissing after emerging from your bedroom. Just admit it.
What does it matter to you? Julian asked.
It does. Tell me the truth and I will owe you a favor.
Favor?
Julian's eyebrows flicked up as he sent his gaze into mid-space.
What sort of favor?
I will see that you are on the top of the list for the next ambassadorship.
Really? That's quite a promise. Though meaningless, since your father makes those decisions.
Not of late, he doesn't. I make the recommendations. He merely signs them. Part of my royal training. Julian glanced down at his feet, clasping his hands behind him.
I see. And you are assuring me of this role, if I tell you the true nature of my relationship with Mrs. Kingsley?
Yes, Elena answered. Julian sniffed in a sharp breath.
Well then, consider my life an open book, dear cousin. Yes, I have engaged in an affair with the woman. We met on several occasions after their arrival.
Elena clicked her tongue as she shook her head. Why?
Why not? He answered. She's attractive and more than willing to please.
Do you love her? The laugh that burst from Julian answered her question, but he added a verbal response too.
Certainly not. She's merely a bit of fun. Really, Elena, you should know me better than that. I'd never marry a commoner.
His features grew sheepish.
Apologies for how insulting that sounds, given your situation.
I haven't a situation, and it is not an insult. Commoners, as you put it, are people too.
Yes, they are, though they are hardly suitable to be our spouses. No, I am not looking to steal Mrs. Kingsley away from her husband, merely to pass the time with a bit of fun.
You really are a snake, Julian. She is married to another man.
She doesn't seem to mind.
Well, I'm certain he does. Julian frowned as he lifted a shoulder.
Too bad for him. Perhaps he ought to keep her on a shorter leash. She practically mauled me at the dinner table. I'm a victim here.
Elena crossed her arms as she bobbed her head in fake agreement. Oh, I'll bet you are. Stay away from her from now on, Julian, or I will forget our deal. Julian's features turned stony as she stepped toward the door.
Be careful who you threaten, cousin. I happen to know you are in quite a little pickle yourself right now.
She whipped around to face him. What do you mean by that?
Merely that I know your Mr. Kingsley has yet to gain your father's approval, and that Prince Eric seems intent on wedding you.
How did you?
He waved a hand in the air, dismissing her comment before she finished it. Never mind. Let's just say I have my sources. It would be a terrible shame if something were to happen to ruin Mr. Kingsley's chances, wouldn't it?
Fire burned in her cheeks as she curled her fingers into fists again. Don't you dare do anything to him, Julian.
Of course not, he answered, as long as our deal stands.
I will speak with father first thing after the royal visit.
Excellent. And good luck with your situation.
His smirk twisted her stomach into a knot. She set her jaw as she left his room behind, slamming the door on the way out. She fished into her pocket and pulled out her cell phone, stopping the recording. Her thumb pushed the timeline backward before she pressed the play button. Julian's admission echoed in the hall. A satisfied smile spread across her features as she pocketed it. Now she had the evidence she needed and could use it in any way she liked. She retreated down the hall, threading her way back to Nate's room. As she rounded the corner into the hall containing Nate's bedroom, she froze. Nate's door opened and Eric strode from inside. She darted around the corner as she stared after him. What had he been doing in Nate's room? Heat washed over her as she stormed to the door and banged against it. It opened in a second.
If you... Oh, Ellie, hi.
She pushed past him into the room and spun to face him. What was Eric doing here?
Nate answered, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Just saying hello.
Elena arched an eyebrow. Eric was here to say hello? Nate swallowed hard as he shrugged. Elena stared at him, hoping the weight of her gaze informed him that she wanted the truth.
Sorry, Nate said with a shake of his head. He wasn't here to say hello. I just didn't want to dump more on your plate, Ellie.
Her features pinched. You're not, darling. We're a team. We work on things together, not separately. Nate heaved a sigh.
He came to warn me. Warn you?
Nate bobbed his head.
He's going to pursue you. He wants the arranged marriage to stick.
Her blood ran cold as he spoke, a shiver snaking down her spine. Eric had come to her bow to warn him that he intended to seek her hand. A bold and aggressive move, and one designed to frighten someone else off the path. Would it frighten Nate? She fluttered her eyelashes as she shook her head. Oh no.
Sorry, he answered with a shake of his head. I told you I didn't want to add more to your already full plate, but I couldn't lie to you.
I can't lie to you either. You haven't added anything. Eric made it clear last night. He surprised me in the hall as I left and said he intended to pursue my hand. Nate set his hands on his hips, worry etched into the lines of his face. He will not win it, Elena added as she slid her arms around his neck. I love you.
Nate's arms slipped around her waist. I love you too, but...
But? Are you having second thoughts?
No, he answered with a shake of his head. No, I'm not having second thoughts, not at all, Ellie. I love you. But will I have the opportunity to have a relationship with you?
Yes, of course. Her forehead creased as she caressed his cheek, understanding his fear. He pressed his lips together.
I'm really trying to hold on to that belief. But Ellie, he's so...
Aggressive? Obnoxious?
Princely,
Nate answered, the worry still floating in his eyes. Well, he is a prince.
Which makes him easily perfect to be your king consort. He understands everything. He doesn't need to learn it. He doesn't need dance lessons, conversation pointers, reminded to call you your highness and your father your majesty.
She pressed a finger over his lips. Shh, Nathan. You are panicking over nothing. Father is not judging you on your dance moves or even a slip in protocol. Everyone understands you will become comfortable with that in time.
Really? Because I feel like that's the point here. Making sure I won't create an international incident.
A grin spread across her features. It's not, I promise. What he is judging is how well you handle yourself in the face of adversity. How supportive you are to me. How well you handle the lifestyle. That is the point. Being a royal requires many things. The protocols can be learned. The attitude cannot. He pressed his forehead against hers.
Why do things always seem so simple when you're with me?
Because they are. Because we are meant to be. Because I love you. He brushed her lips with his.
I love you too.
Eric cannot break us apart. Father will realize that despite his interest, he is not the best man to be my husband. With their arms wrapped around each other, they found comfort in each other's embrace for a few moments before Elena pulled back. With that crisis out of the way, I suppose we ought to speak about the other. Nate cleared his throat.
Chloe, did you get anything from Julian?
I did, and I even got it on a recording. Nate's eyes went wide.
Really? He admitted it?
He did. He is not in love with her. He's only having a royal romp with her. According to him, she came on fairly strong, and he took her up on the offer. Nate pulled away from her, pressing a palm to his forehead.
I can't believe this. Wait, no, I can. I mean, I know Chloe is after one thing. She's seeing if she can springboard into being a princess.
I wondered the same. Do you think she married Stephen just so she would be welcome here? Nate blew out a long breath, shaking his head as he crossed his arms.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Have you decided what to do about it?
No,
he groaned, sinking into his armchair. Elena perched on the edge of the other one. She reached for his hand, squeezing it to offer silent support. Perhaps telling your parents is best. Allow them to break it to Stephen rather than you. Your relationship is so difficult, it may not go over well. He huffed out a breath.
The problem is, I keep second-guessing if I'm doing this because I think he needs to know what she is, or if I just want her gone.
Perhaps it is a bit of both. Is that so bad? He flicked a concerned glance her way.
I'm a pretty horrible person if I don't mind hurting my own brother, just so I don't have to see Chloe.
You're not, she answered with a shake of her head. You're a normal person. A person who was terribly hurt by someone and no longer wishes to be reminded of that daily.
Yeah, but if I hadn't been hurt, I'd probably never have met you. And that's the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Oh, you are a flatterer, she grinned at him. Well, if you'd like to take some time to think about it. He sucked in a breath as he rubbed his hands down his pant legs.
I think I'm going to tell my parents.
I'll go with you if you'd like. He shook his head.
As much as I'd love to have you with me, I'll do it on my own. I think that may be for the best. Could you send me the recording of Julian, though?
Absolutely. She tugged her phone from her pocket and tapped on it to send the audio recording to him. Are you certain you'd rather do it alone?
No,
he said with a laugh.
But I know I have your support, whether you're standing next to me or not.
Yes, you do. Well, I don't mean to rush you, but if you plan to speak with your parents before the festivities begin, you should do it now. She rose, offering him a consoling smile.
Yes, and I'm sure you've got lots to do before the parade.
A few things, she answered, unwilling to share what she planned to do when she left his room behind. He stood and pulled her closer.
See you at dinner.
They shared a kiss. With a sigh, she forced herself away from the comfort of his arms, leaving him behind. She snaked around to another bedroom and banged on the door. Eric's valet pulled it open, his eyebrows shooting up as he spotted her, and bowed.
Your Highness, may I help you?
I'm looking for Eric.
His Highness has sought a word with your father. I believe you may find him in your father's office.
Thank you, Elena said with a fleeting smile before she spun on her heel and hurried through the halls to her father's office. Without bothering to knock, she pushed inside the opulent space, the air heavy with the scent of polished wood and aged leather, a tangible reminder of the responsibility she bore.
Elena?
Her father asked as she stormed closer to his desk, her narrowed eyes set on Eric. You have no business confronting Nathan. How dare you? Eric rose from his seat, buttoning his suit jacket, his gaze boring into hers. A surge of defiance rose within her, and she squared her shoulders, refusing to yield to his intimidation tactics. King Frederick skirted the desk, his eyebrows tightly knit.
Elena, this is uncalled for.
What is uncalled for is that Eric visited Nathan's room this morning to threaten him, and I will not stand for it. She twisted to face Eric, her features tight. You may wish to seek my hand in marriage, but you will never have it. This charade is over.
Oh, far from it, Elena,
Eric answered, a smirk on his features that hinted at the tumultuous battles yet to come in Elena's struggle for her independence.
Far from it.
The statement sent a chill down her spine. She flicked her gaze from the prince to her father, wondering if her fate had already been decided. Had her battle already been lost?
Chapter 16. Nate. Nate shoved away the thoughts gnawing at him as Elena scurried from the room to go about her business before this afternoon's parade. The loss of her comforting set his stomach twisting into knots again. The situation with Chloe's cheating was bad enough, but the recent visit from Prince Eric had left him questioning everything again. He'd just settled his mind that he could potentially be a good partner for Elena, and then the prince had knocked him down 12 pegs on the confidence ladder. Would he even have the chance to have a relationship with Elena? Or would that be taken from him when her father sided with Prince Eric? Had his entire trip to Eldoria been a waste? Merely a desperate grasp for a woman he could never attain? He sank into his chair, letting his forehead fall against his clasped hands. Elena seemed to think they would be perfectly fine, but he couldn't see it. The affable Prince Eric seemed like he fit right into the family. And why wouldn't he? He'd been brought up to live this life. He didn't muff up the titles or nearly fall off a runaway horse. He wasn't a commoner. The words stung, especially because of how true they rang. He'd mentioned it before to his sister, but hearing Prince Julian say the words with such disdain when referring to Chloe had churned up the old sentiment. The royals really did look down their noses at commoners. Elena didn't seem to, but the others certainly did. He would never be able to impress them as much as Prince Eric. And King Frederick would likely consider him the less desirable choice. Elena would be forced to make a decision that she likely did not wish to make. Would she choose him if it meant abandoning her crown? He shook his head as he rose and paced the floor. With a deep breath in and out, he decided to worry about that problem later. All it was doing now was providing a distraction from what he needed to do. He'd decided to speak to his parents about Chloe. At the moment, though, the idea seemed far less appealing. Despite the overwhelming weight of uncertainty, Nate squared his shoulders, determined to face the truth head-on. This moment marked a turning point, a testament to the sense of responsibility he now felt. He grabbed his phone and toggled to his message with Elena. The audio recording of Prince Julian sat at the bottom. He wished a message of encouragement would pop up too, but he knew she was busy. He tapped the play button, and Julian's voice droned on, admitting his affair with Chloe, but that it would go no further because of her status. He tightened his jaw again as the words from the audio recording gnawed at his conscience. The disdain in Prince Julian's voice like a dagger to his heart. With the audio paused, he forced himself to leave his room behind. Every step down the hall to his parents' room weighed heavier on him. He nearly turned around twice, certain the words wouldn't come. He worried he'd sound like the bitter, jilted lover, intent on making things hard for his ex. He tried to tell himself he was protecting his brother, but even he questioned his own motives. His parents would too. And if the information came up when they told Stephen, it would lead to an issue. With a shaky breath, he found himself standing in front of his parents' door, ready to knock, but unable to smack his knuckles against the wood. After a moment, he finally rapped against the door. A second later, his mother, still in her robe, pulled the door open. "Nate! Hi, honey. We were enjoying a leisurely morning with a cup of tea on the veranda. Come in." "If I'm interrupting something," he began, hoping it was true and he could leave the conversation for another time. "No, not at all. You're up early. I thought you may sleep in with all the festivities today." Nate shoved his hands into his pockets as he stepped into their room and shrugged. "I'll just be sitting through most of it." Victoria led him across the room to the open French doors that led to the balcony. "Not at the ball. How are you feeling about dancing with the Queen?" Oh, I came up with some topics of conversation if you're still stuck or haven't asked Caroline yet. Yeah, great, Nate said as he stepped outside.
Nate, good morning, his father said as he perused the local paper. Interesting people, these Eldorians. Their news is fascinating.
Victoria picked up a paper as she settled into her chair. You could ask about the weather in Eldoria, you know, show an interest in the country. You could also ask about her family, where she came from, that sort of thing. Nate's mind whirled at the upcoming event, but he couldn't deal with that now. He had to get the information off his chest about Chloe. Mom, he said, his voice shaky as he stared at his feet. Victoria's features crinkled, and she set down her paper, rising to slip an arm around him. What is it, honey? There's something I have to tell you. Victoria eased him into a chair before she retook her seat, perching on the edge as she kept hold of his hand. What is it, son? Charles asked, folding his paper and setting it aside. I don't know how to start. Victoria squeezed his hand. Nate, if this is about any reactions to all the pressure you've been under, I'm not drinking, he answered reflexively, bristling at the delicate insinuation.
No one's accusing you, Nate, Charles chimed in. But you have been under a tremendous amount of pressure. It's understandable if you're struggling.
For once, he wasn't. He hadn't thought of drowning his sorrows in alcohol once during his trip to Eldoria. Maybe if he lost Elena, things would be different. But for now, her support and love had kept him on the right track, despite all of the pressure. I'm not. I'm really not. I haven't had even a thought of it. Okay, Victoria said with a nod. But something's obviously upsetting you. Is it the ball? Or did something happen with Ellie? No, nothing happened with Ellie except good things. She keeps insisting I'll win her father over. Although, Victoria cocked her head to prod him to continue. Nate heaved a sigh as the conversation from earlier flitted through his mind.
Prince Eric paid me a visit this morning.
Victoria's eyes widened, and she shot a glance at Charles.
For?
Nate shook his head.
He told me that he wants Ellie, and as a gentleman, he wanted to warn me of his intentions to pursue her.
Victoria clicked her tongue.
Well, Ellie's a beautiful girl, Charles admitted. You can't fault the man for trying.
You don't think she's interested, do you? Victoria asked.
No, she said she wasn't. We talked about it this morning. She told me he told her the same thing last night.
At least you're both on the same page. That'll make this easier. Victoria narrowed her eyes at him. But you're worried the king will prefer Prince Eric. I am, but that's not what's bothering me, nor what I came to talk about. All right, Victoria said. But if you want to talk about that, we're here for you. Thanks, Mom. Although you may have your hands full with someone else. He wrinkled his nose. Victoria raised her eyes to the sunny skies above. If you're meaning Maddie and the crush she has on Prince Alexander... A chuckle escaped Nate's lips. No, but she does have a major crush. I think she actually thinks he could fall in love with her. He's a little old for her. I told her that. She doesn't agree. But that's not it either.
Well, that only leaves Stephen, Charles said with a sigh. Did you two get into it again?
No, but... Nate squeezed his eyes closed for a second before he opened them, his gaze traveling between his parents. When we were at the country estate, I saw something that I wasn't meant to see. Victoria squashed her eyebrows together. I saw Chloe with Prince Julian. Talking, or... Victoria leaned forward as she waited for the answer. Kissing. After they'd come out of his bedroom. A knowing expression crossed Victoria's features, and she snapped her gaze to Charles, who sighed as he shifted in his seat. Are you sure? Victoria asked. I'm more than sure, Nate said, tugging his phone from his pocket. I told Elena what I'd seen, and she spoke with Julian. He played the audio clip of Julian detailing his affair with Chloe, along with his intention to keep it only to a playful romp. Victoria let her gaze fall to her lap as she sighed and shook her head. "Have you said anything to Stephen?" Nate pressed his lips together as he shook his head. "No. I struggled with what to do about this. I didn't think I should be the one to tell him. He'll take it badly coming from me. He'll think this is all sour grapes." "You're right," Victoria said. "And thank you for thinking of your brother's feelings in this. He needs to know, but you telling him is the worst possible scenario." "I know that. And for a while, I wondered if I should tell anyone. I just felt like I was doing it for selfish reasons. I don't like Chloe, and I don't want her being part of this family." "None of us are fond of her, Nate. But your brother didn't ask anyone's advice or opinion when he married her." Nate sighed as he shook his head. "I didn't listen about her either, so I guess I can't blame him." Victoria sucked in a breath. "Well, after the trouble she caused, you'd think he'd have been a little more cautious, but it's like it spurred him on to accept her." "I raised you two boys to be too competitive. Your brother's first, though," Charles said. "Well, you know that. You came to us instead of throwing this in your brother's face, which would have been an easy thing to do, Nate." "I don't want him hurt, but he's going to keep getting hurt if he stays married to her." "You're a good brother." Victoria patted his hand. "In the midst of everything going on with you, you took the time to think this through so you didn't hurt him. I miss the days when Stephen and I weren't at each other's throats." "Well, if this marriage ends, you may get them back. She's the problem," Victoria answered. "Can I ask for a favor?" Nate nodded. "Can you send me that recording? I know we're going to hear flack about it from Stephen when we talk to him. I'd like to have the proof in my pocket." "Sure," Nate answered as he tapped on his phone to forward it along. "And can you do me another favor?" Victoria asked as she rose. "Yeah," he answered, standing and feeling as though a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. "Can you make sure Maddie's okay? We're going to have our hands full this morning, I think, and I don't need another lovesick baby getting into trouble." Nate laughed as he nodded. "Sure, although I think Alexander is a pretty stand-up guy, so I doubt he'd do anything like Julian." "I don't think so either," Victoria said. "But that doesn't mean Maddie won't get a crazy idea in her head. She's a teenager. She's got all those raging hormones. I don't want an international incident." "I'll go check in with her now." "Hey, I'm sorry to be the one to throw your morning into a tailspin." "It's okay. Better that we know than have this come out at the worst possible moment." "Oh," Nate said as his eyes fell to the table. "Mind if I take your conversation list? I need to practice so I can dance and talk at the same time." Victoria grinned at him and handed the topic list over. "You'll be fine. You were always good at wooing clients." "Yeah, I'm not selling her face cream, Mom. I'm trying to make her like me so I can marry her daughter." Victoria pinched his cheeks. "It's impossible not to love you," says my mom. "Okay, I'm going to talk to Maddie. She loves to remind me that this is all going to work out because Ellie and I are meant to be." "Have fun. We'll see you for the parade." With a kiss to his mother's cheek, Nate left his parents behind and continued down the hall. Knocking on his sister's door was a far easier task than the one he'd already faced, at least. She answered it within a few seconds, her features tugging into a frown. "What's that look for?"
"I thought maybe you'd be Alexander coming to ask me to go to the parade with him."
Nate rolled his eyes at her. "I'm not going to the parade with Ellie, and I'm way closer to her than you are to him." She wrinkled her nose.
"But still."
"Come on, what do you say we go for a walk? It's really pretty outside. Let's enjoy it." She nodded as she grinned at him.
"Okay, let me grab my hoodie."
When she reappeared at the door, she said,
"Maybe we'll run into Alexander."
"Oh, Maddie."
"What?"
she asked as they meandered down the hall. "Nothing. Maybe we will. And then I'll probably end up walking through the gardens alone while you hang all over him." They stepped into the bright sunshine outside and headed for the garden.
"What do you think the town's like?"
Maddie asked. "We should check it out."
"Yeah, especially if you're going to be living here,"
Maddie answered. He gnawed his lower lip, wondering if he would be, or if he'd lose Elena's hand to Prince Eric.
"You okay?"
Maddie asked. "Yeah, He heaved a sigh. Prince Eric wants to marry Elena. Maddie's features registered shock and dismay.
"Really? How do you know that?"
He told me this morning. Fair warning that we're battling for her hand.
"Oh, Nate,"
Maddie said, sliding a hand onto his shoulder.
"You'll win. Ellie loves you so much."
Nate offered her a tight-lipped smile as he patted her hand, grateful for her unwavering support. In that brief moment of connection, he felt a surge of affection for his sister, realizing how much her encouragement bolstered him. "Thanks, Maddie. I know she does. I have to keep believing that everything is going to be okay."
"It will be. I know it. You two are perfect together."
"You always know how to make me feel better." She grinned at him.
"That's what sisters are for."
They continued through the garden, making small talk about the upcoming events before they returned inside. Nate dropped Maddie at her room to change for the parade before he wandered to his. With every passing second, his stomach tied into a tighter knot as he realized he'd soon have to make small talk with the Queen. He pushed into his room, intent on going over the conversation list his mother made for him, but he froze the second he stepped inside. His heart thudded against his ribs, and his palms turned sweaty as Stephen rose from one of his armchairs, his features twisted into a deep grimace. "We need to talk," his brother growled. Nate's jaw clenched as he wondered if they'd soon be in another fistfight. Would his revelation cost him both his brother and his fiancée?
Chapter 17. Elena. Elena's cheeks burned as she curled her fingers into fists, her glare set on Eric's chiseled features. He returned her gesture, fire burning in his eyes.
"What is the meaning of this?"
her father asked as he strode from his desk to stand between them. "Eric is causing trouble. Last night he accosted me in the hallway, insisted he sought my hand in marriage, then kissed me. And this morning he took it upon himself to go to Nathan's room and threaten him."
"Is this true?"
King Frederick shifted his gaze to Eric.
"Not the way she is saying it, no. But I did inform Elena last night of my intentions. Intentions I have informed you of as well. And yes, in a misguided attempt to woo her, I kissed her. I also spoke with Mr. Kingsley. I felt it a gentlemanly thing to do. I understand he seeks her hand as well." "Where did you hear that?" the king asked. "It became obvious. One only needed to know of Elena's trip, Mr. Kingsley's origins, and see them together."
"So, it is obvious we are in love, yet you have no respect for it, is that it?" Elena shouted.
Her father shot her a disapproving glance. "Elena, please."
"Father, if he is to be a candidate to be my husband, I must be allowed to confront him on this."
Eric arched an eyebrow. "I have every respect for your feelings, Elena, but I disagree with your decision entirely."
The words sent heat rising into her cheeks as she tightened her jaw. He spoke to her like she was a child. "Really? And because you disagree, I should submit? What century do you live in?"
"That is not what I said at all,"
Eric answered before he flicked his gaze to King Frederick.
"Your Majesty, would it be possible for Elena and I to speak privately?"
"Yes, it is," Elena answered. "I do not need my father's permission to speak to you, obviously."
"Yes," King Frederick answered, ignoring her outburst. "We may continue our discussion later. I shall give you the room."
Annoyance made her flesh crawl as her father kissed her cheek.
"Find me when you are finished, darling. There are things I would like to discuss before the parade."
She did not acknowledge the statement outside a slight nod as she wrinkled her nose, crossing her arms. As the door clicked shut behind her, she arched an eyebrow. "What is it you wanted to speak about privately?"
"Our relationship."
"Then this should be a brief discussion. We have no relationship. There, it is finished."
That is not true, Eric said as he eyed her. You have no formal commitments at this time.
I certainly will have none with you.
Elena, please, he said with a shake of his head. You are doing yourself a disservice.
Disservice?
She barked out a laugh as she crossed to stare out the window.
Hardly. The only disservice I can see being done is if I agreed to marry you.
Warm hands wrapped around her shoulders, giving them a gentle massage. She stiffened instinctively. I think we've gotten off on the wrong foot, he purred in her ear. With a shrug, she slid from under his grasp and stalked across the room, putting the desk between them.
I do not.
I'm sorry, Eric, but I do not love you. Yet, he answered.
Never,
she shot back.
I am in love with Nathan Kingsley. He is the man I have chosen.
I am sorry. I do realize this may not be what you hoped for, but it was unavoidable.
And truthfully, is it so bad? Surely you would prefer to find your own spouse.
He clasped his hands behind his back, reminding her of her father when he prepared to give her a lecture. No, it is not at all what I hoped for. As I understood it, we were to announce our engagement at the end of this visit. I arrived with what I hoped would be a lovely gesture for my soon-to-be bride, only to have the rug pulled out from under me.
Elena heaved a sigh, trying to keep her patience and understand his point of view, but each word felt like a weight dragging the conversation longer than she could bear.
I am very sorry for you, Eric. I do feel quite badly. I had suggested we inform you before your arrival, but my father did not agree. With good reason, Elena, he answered, his voice even.
She screwed up her face. What does that mean?
Because you are not engaged to that other man yet, and you should not be.
Elena flexed her jaw as she blew out a long breath through her flared nostrils.
You may not dictate my life. But your father may, and I have expressed my interest in having your hand.
Elena slid her eyes closed. Eric, my patience is wearing thin.
I believe your patience to be non-existent the way you stormed in here, though I do not mind. I quite admire your feistiness.
I do not admire the way you speak down to me as though I am a child, she said as she gritted her teeth.
He glanced at his feet with a shake of his head. It seems I can do no right. Perhaps we ought to break from this conversation and reconvene when we have both had some time to allow our tempers to cool.
There is no need to continue the conversation, Eric. I have already told you. You are not my choice.
But why? He demanded, heat entering his voice. Why am I not your choice, Elena? Give me good reasons beyond the ridiculous ones.
Ridiculous ones? Love is not a ridiculous reason to choose someone.
Love changes, Elena. What you feel for Mr. Kingsley may be enchanting now, but what if it fades? What then? Will he still stand by your side as you attend to all the duties required of you as queen? It is my understanding that your relationship developed under his assumption that you were a normal woman, not one bound by duty.
Elena swallowed hard as Nate's request of her to abdicate snaked through her mind.
She shoved it aside, intent on staying true to him.
But we have nothing
yet, he interrupted. Nothing yet, Elena. Have you no concerns whatsoever about your relationship with him moving forward? Has he integrated that seamlessly into royal life?
Royal life is not that difficult to integrate into, she challenged. And given his work at Genotech, he is quite used to social engagements being part of life. She shook her head, waving her hands in the air. Wait, stop. I will not defend my choices to you. There is no need.
He crossed to her, pulling her into his arms. There is every need. I could be the man for you. You feel the need to defend them because you are unsure yourself. Admit it. Admit that you have reservations. That's all I need to hear. She pushed away from him with a shake of her head.
But I don't.
He heaved a sigh. Elena, I do wish you would see reason here. We are well matched. And if you'd let me, I would very much like to show you that I can light your heart on fire as much as he can. I'm really not so bad, am I?
I am not certain marriage should be based on reason and ticked boxes, as much as it should be based on love and commitment to the other person.
I can provide both if you'll let me. Give me the chance.
She let her gaze fall to the thick rug beneath her feet. But I would only be setting you up for failure, toying with you, stringing you along when I have no intention.
Yet,
he said again. Please stop saying that.
I will not. I am asking for a chance. No more, no less. A chance. If you are so firmly set in accepting Mr. Kingsley, this should not matter at all, should it? You will consider me and simply move on.
But I have already done that. He approached her, gently setting his hands on her shoulders.
Have you? Or have you dismissed me even before giving me a chance? I feel it is the latter. You fled from Eldoria to the States to escape me. You had made a call even before we were reacquainted.
Elena stared at her father's desk, her eyebrows knitting as he spoke. Doubt gnawed at her insides, twisting her in knots. She loved Nate Kingsley. But what if he couldn't handle the demands of royal life?
Elena, please. All I am asking for is a chance. Let me prove to you that I can be the partner you need.
Elena slid her eyes closed for a moment before she opened them and focused on Eric. His eyes pleaded, desperation clear in his glance. I am sorry, but I cannot force myself to feel something that isn't there. My heart belongs to Nate, and I won't betray my own feelings, nor ignore them. She pulled away from him and crossed to the door. I must prepare for the parade. Please try to understand my decision. With a deep sigh, she stepped into the hall and hurried away from the room, finding Caroline as she climbed the stairs. Your Highness, there you are. Elena pressed a hand to her forehead, her features pinched. Do you know where my father is? His private study. Is everything all right? No, it is not, Elena said with a shake of her head. What is it? Elena sucked in a deep breath. Oh, Caroline, Eric has just made it clear he hopes to win my hand. He begged me for a chance. Caroline's eyebrows shot up as she leaned closer to whisper her response. And what are your thoughts? I love Nathan. Why can it not be as simple as that? Caroline patted her shoulder as she offered Elena a consoling smile. Perhaps it will be, Your Highness. I hope it is sorted soon. Thank you. I'm going to find my father. I'll see you soon to dress for the parade. Yes, I'll be waiting for you in your room. Elena nodded before she climbed the remaining stairs and navigated the halls to her father's private study. She hesitated, her fist raised in the air, ready to knock. She hated to have this conversation after the one she'd just endured, but it was best to have it and know what she faced. She let her knuckles rap against the wood, and a second passed before her father called for her to come in. With a deep breath, she pushed into the room. Hello, Father. He snapped his gaze from the window.
Elena, come in. Sit.
She shuffled into the room and collapsed into an armchair. He eased into the chair across from her, his features softer than normal.
How was the conversation with Eric?
Tedious, she answered with a sigh.
Oh? Care to discuss it?
I don't. She raised her eyes to him, her features pleading. Must I?
No. It was a private discussion between the two of you. Have you come to any decisions?
She clenched her teeth as she realized she'd have to rehash some of it. I told him in no uncertain terms that my choice was Nathan. I love him, Father, and I cannot set aside my feelings. He pressed his lips into a thin line as he offered a nod. You do not agree?
I wish you would at least consider Eric. He is very keen on you, and hopes to have the chance to show you what sort of husband he may be.
Yes, he told me that. He said you had discussed it.
We have, and I must say I am most impressed by him.
Elena rubbed her forehead, exhausted by the morning. I am not.
Are you not impressed by him, or are you not even considering that you could be?
She snapped her gaze to him, searching his eyes. Have you two discussed this? Have you agreed what to say?"
"No, Elena, we have not. We have only discussed that he very much would like my approval."
"Which he already has." Elena slouched in the chair, crossing her arms. "And Nathan?"
"I am reserving my judgment, as I wish you would."
"It's rather unfair, though, isn't it? Reserving judgment on Nathan, but freely giving it to Eric. Father, he has proven himself aggressive, overbearing, and generally a nuisance. He makes no attempt to take my emotions into account."
"I am sorry you feel that way."
Elena waved a hand in the air. "And you wish I would reconsider, I know. Well, I wish you would reconsider on Nathan, too, but here we are."
"I have not—"
King Frederick heaved a sigh.
"Nathan Kingsley seems to be a fine young man, eager to please, making every attempt to ensure that he presents himself well to us, and I think that is very promising."
"But?" Elena asked. The king sucked in a deep breath before he raised his eyes to her.
"But that does not mean I think he is the best man to see you through the hardest times that you will endure. Royal life can be demanding, and as nice a young man as Nathan Kingsley is, I remain concerned that he will not take to the lifestyle."
"It is not so different from his."
"But it is. He may be used to frequent social engagements and the like, but as far as the duty of them, it is quite a different thing."
Frederick took her hand in his.
"Elena, I do not say this to hurt you. I say it because I wish the best for you."
Elena frowned, though the words rang true. "I understand. Let us see what you think after tonight's engagement, shall we?" King Frederick bobbed his head and smiled at her.
"Yes, I will not be too quick to judge, I promise."
"Thank you, Father. And now I must go prepare for the parade."
"I'm looking forward to it. See you there."
He rose, grinning at her. She forced a smile on her face before she left his office behind, the grin quickly fading away. Every step through the halls to her bedroom felt like another step toward an impossible decision. Her father's reluctance gave her enough pause to question her own decision. And as she pushed into her room to dress for the parade, she wondered if Nate Kingsley was truly the best man for her.
Chapter 18. Nate. Nate's fingers slipped around the silk tie again, and it unraveled. He yanked it from around his neck and crossed to his bed, sinking onto it. He sighed as he sank his head into his hands. Memories of the conversation he'd had earlier with his brother snaked through his mind. Their relationship had never been easy, but now it may not survive. He recalled the hardness in Stephen's eyes as he rose from his seat in the armchair across the room, speaking 4 short words. "We need to talk." "Stephen," he answered, holding up his hands. "Don't." Stephen wagged a finger at him, his voice dripping with venom. "You couldn't even wait until we were home to try to ruin my life? Seriously? I thought you were so happy with Ellie, but it looks like you're still ticked off about what happened with Chloe." Nate braced himself for the onslaught, knowing that his brother's anger would be painful to bear. "I'm not. Stephen, I'm sorry." "Yeah, I'll bet you are." Nate pressed his lips together, trying to hold onto his patience. His brother was hurting, likely stunned. He didn't want to make things worse. "I truly am. I didn't want this to happen." Stephen scoffed. "You were just waiting for it to happen. You can't stand Chloe, and you always see the worst in her." "See the worst in her? Stephen, there's no good to see. Come on, man. She slept with you while she was engaged to me." "Because—" "Never mind. I'm not going to argue with you about that again." "And I don't want to argue about it either. But once a cheater, always a cheater." "No." Stephen's sharp voice trembled a little. "I know you don't want to believe it. I understand. I lived through this. I know what it's like." Stephen's forehead crinkled as his lips tugged into a deep grimace, upset etched into every line of his face. "No, you can't. You can't understand." Nate scoffed at the words. "Can't I?" Stephen, I asked her to marry me, and then I walked in on you two in bed. What part of her cheating do you think I don't get?
Yeah, well, you weren't meant to be. You moved on to Ellie. You're happy now. You're going to be a prince.
Nate heaved a sigh at his brother's jealous comment, but let it slide given the circumstances. Yeah, I'm happy with Ellie. Really happy. But I went through a lot of pain to get here. I mean, I fell apart when I found out about you two. You know that. I hit rock bottom.
Because you couldn't handle the truth, and you still can't.
It doesn't sound like you can either. I may have seen Chloe leaving his room, but Julian admitted it. Elena recorded it all. Did you hear the recording?
Yeah, I heard it. He only admitted to it after she forced him. You set this up, the two of you.
That's not true. Ellie wouldn't lie about this.
Yeah, right, because she's always so truthful. The day you met her, you knew who she was, right, bro?
Nate slid his eyes closed as his brother threw her hidden identity scheme into his face. We both were cautious because of who we were. This is completely different.
Is it? Because it deals with how far you're willing to go to get what you want. And you want Chloe gone.
She's not a nice person, Stephen. She's just not. I don't want her gone so much as I want better for you. Stephen tossed his head back with a laugh.
What a joke. You don't want to be reminded of what a loser you are. And that's what happens every time she's around. You're reminded that she didn't want you. And guess what? I'm pretty sure Ellie's going to realize this too. She's going to leave you for Prince Eric.
The words sliced at him. Still raw from being cheated on over a year ago, Stephen knew exactly how to push his buttons.
And I hope you dive back into the bottom of a bottle again.
That's uncalled for, Nate shot back, his fingers clenching into fists.
What's uncalled for is my jealous brother doing anything he can to break up my marriage.
I didn't. Chloe did that. With Prince Julian. He admitted it. Please, Stephen, wise up before she ruins you too.
She's not going to ruin me, Nate. She loves me. And you aren't going to tear us apart. So next time, keep your bogus accusations to yourself and let us live our lives in peace.
Stephen stormed toward him, slamming into his shoulder as he brushed past him on the way to the door. It slammed resoundingly behind him, sending a start through Nate before he slid his eyes closed. Nate slid the silk fabric between his fingers, staring at the dark material as the memory floated away. But the prediction that he'd lose Elena clung to every fiber of his being. Would he? Prince Eric had made it clear that he wanted her. Her father had made it clear that he preferred the royal. And Elena, despite declaring that her heart belonged to him, would be forced to make a difficult choice. A choice he'd brought up in passing and she'd firmly shot down. He scrubbed his face, trying to force his mind onto the task at hand tonight. His royal dance with the queen twisted his stomach into a tight knot. Of course, he may not even make it to the ball if he couldn't get his tie on straight. He rose and slogged back to the mirror to try again when a knock sounded at his door. Please be Mom, he murmured to himself, crossing to open it. He tugged open the door, finding his mother grinning at him. Need help with your tie? Yes, he answered with a sigh. I figured. Whenever you are nervous, you can't tie the tie. It's one of my many weaknesses, he stated as he motioned for her to enter. Victoria cupped his cheek in her hand as she skirted past him. Oh, honey, it's a tough day, I know, but you have so many strengths that you don't even realize. Can you tell me some of them? Because I've forgotten all of them. His mother adjusted the fabric before she deftly began to tie it. Really? Maybe Ellie is the better one to remind you of them, since she found you pretty wonderful. Maybe she had a momentary lapse of judgment. No, she didn't, Victoria said with an amused grin as she finished with his tie. There. Now let's sit down and talk for a minute. Nate heaved a sigh as he grabbed his jacket from the bed and crossed to the armchair to sit down. How are you holding up? Not great. Did you pick a topic of conversation for the dance? He slid his eyes closed. Yeah, but it's not that. Stephen was here earlier. Victoria shifted in her seat, her lips pressed together. I'm afraid he didn't take the news very well. He accused me of lying. Said Ellie set the whole thing up with Julian. Basically, he said I did it because I was jealous. Honey, he's hurting. He doesn't want to believe what's happening. When he finally comes to his senses, he'll realize what you did for him. If we don't kill each other before then. I know this is hard. I know things involving Chloe are difficult to begin with, and things between you and Stephen haven't been the same since what happened with her. But honey, this isn't your fault. I brought her into this family. She brought herself into this family. Did you ever stop to think that she was at that bar for a reason that night? She had her sights set on this family. And I was stupid enough to fall for it. No wonder I'm not royal marriage material. Victoria straightened, her forehead pinching. Says who? Probably King Frederick. I don't think that's true, Nate. Well, he hasn't approved me yet, Nate answered with a scuff of his shoe on the floor. He's only just met you. Give him a moment to realize you are the man his daughter chose. It's not easy, you know. Nate raised his gaze to her, his eyebrows pinching. It's not? No. How do you think your father and I felt when you said you were proposing to Chloe? Ready to murder me? I didn't care for that girl at all, not one iota. But we had to accept that you chose her. You did a better job than he's doing. You didn't tell me I couldn't marry her. Our lives are very different. She will rule a country. You'll just run a company. Though I hated to see her get her hands on part of that. And now she still might, Nate said with a shake of his head. I'm guessing Stephen didn't insist on a prenup. We'll worry about that later. I'm hoping he wises up soon. The shorter this marriage, the better. But that's not my concern right now. You're the one who needs my support. He flicked his gaze sideways. Well, you tied my tie. I mean for more than that. How are you feeling about tonight? He couldn't answer that question. He wasn't certain how he felt. He loved Elena dearly, but he was quickly starting to wonder if they were meant to be. At every turn, something threatened their relationship. I love her. I hope I can make her proud. You already do that, Nate. And things will get easier. Once you've gotten the king's acceptance, I think you'll feel much better. If, he thought, if I get the king's acceptance. Should we head down? He swallowed hard as he realized the time had come. With a nod, he rose and donned his jacket. Honey, Victoria said as she set her hands on his shoulders. You'll be fine. Just be yourself. You're a great person, and Ellie's parents are going to see that. He offered his mother a tight-lipped smile, trying to cling to her words as they left his room behind. Each step toward the ballroom tied the knots in his stomach tighter. They arrived outside of the massive oak doors leading inside, the space aflutter with chatter as guests lined up for the royal procession. The ballroom shimmered with opulence, every surface adorned with gold and crystal. Chandeliers cast a warm glow over the guests. Caroline grinned at them as they approached. Hello, Kingsleys. I'll take you to your spot. Remember to bow or curtsy as the royal family passes, and do not speak to them even if they stop. Nate nodded as he glanced over his shoulder at his mother, who wiggled her eyebrows at him. They followed Caroline into the room to take their spots. He glanced down the line, spotting the royal cousins at the head of it, before he turned to his mother. Where are Stephen and Chloe? I'm not certain, she whispered, before passing the question along to his father. Charles shrugged and shook his head. Nate shifted his weight, wondering if someone should check on them, when trumpets blared, calling his attention to double doors at the top of a set of stairs. The trumpeters folded their instruments under their arm as another man stepped forward.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, the royal family of Eldoria.
A rousing march played as the doors whisked open and King Frederick appeared with Queen Sophia. Behind them, Elena, in an emerald green princess ball gown, with a tiara on her head. The sight of her took his breath away. "She looks beautiful," Victoria said as the procession began. People bowed and curtsied in a wave as the family passed. Queen Sophia reached out to someone on her right. King Frederick acknowledged someone on the left with a nod. Elena walked behind them, poised and perfect. Nate's heart hammered harder as the procession approached them. He sucked in a breath as Caroline whispered behind them, "Now!" He bowed, noting the shadows on the floor that hovered over him, unmoving. He flicked his gaze up to find the royal family in front of him. King Frederick motioned for them to rise.
"So pleased to have you in our company."
Elena reached forward to squeeze Nate's hand before they continued down the line.
"Well done, Kingsleys," Caroline said from behind them. "You will be the talk of the ball after that."
A smile spread across Nate's features. Maybe he could pull this off. Was King Frederick coming around? The royal family finished their procession, arriving at the thrones and taking their seats. The music stopped, and the man stepped forward again, announcing the visiting royals. The second family processed down the aisle of people for another set of bows and curtsies. Nate forced his face to stop from tugging into a deep frown at the sight of Prince Eric, who offered him a haughty grin as he passed.
"Pay him no attention," Caroline whispered. "He is jealous, as Her Highness has told him in no uncertain terms where her heart lies."
The words bolstered him a little as the two royal families greeted each other, with Eric giving Elena a rose and a kiss on the hand. Awes rose from the crowd, and it took all in him not to roll his eyes. After the fanfare, an announcement was made that the royal ball would commence with the dancing being led by King Frederick and his daughter, Princess Elena.
"Here we go," Caroline answered. "The Queen will approach you just before the others join in. I'll prompt you. Are you prepared with your conversation topics?"
"Yes," he said with a nod, butterflies filling his stomach.
"Don't fret. She is very kind."
He nodded, though the words did little to ease his nerves. King Frederick led Elena to the dance floor. She curtsied to him as he bowed to her before they took up their form. The music began and they floated across the floor, swirling in perfect time. For a man who said he found the dance challenging, it looked to Nate as though he'd never had any issues mastering it. Elena appeared at perfect ease, too, gliding along with her father with a wide grin. "She makes it look so easy," Nate said to his mother. She offered him a reassuring squeeze as the Queen rose from her seat. His heart began to pound harder as she strode toward him.
"Good luck,"
his mother whispered. He bowed, his breath catching in his throat as the Queen stood in front of him.
"Hello, Mr. Kingsley. Would you join me?"
"Gladly," he said, as Caroline offered him a wink and a nod. She led him to the floor as other couples prepared to join in the waltz. "You look very lovely."
"Thank you,"
she answered as they took up their closed form.
"Relax. It's not meant to be painful."
"Sorry," he said, letting his muscles go a little looser than the rigid, tense hold he had.
"There is no need to be nervous, dear. I don't bite."
She grinned at him. He laughed a little too much at the joke as they began moving to the music. "Sorry, again. I'm not very sure of the steps. I'm nowhere near as polished as His Majesty."
"No one expects you to master all facets of royal life in less than a week."
He swallowed hard, forcing a smile onto his face as he sought to recall the topics he was supposed to discuss. I want to prove that
you can marry my daughter?"
she finished for him. He nodded, and she matched his expression.
"Yes, I understand.
However, that really comes down more to your ability to accept Elena's lifestyle than how polished your footwork is." His forehead creased as he desperately tried to remember his steps and hold up his end of the conversation. Why had it looked so easy when Elena danced with her father? It is quite important that she have a supportive spouse, one who understands the demands that will be placed on her as Queen of Eldoria. It can be grueling. There will be times when she kisses you goodbye before the sun rises and does not see you until the sun sets, if at all. Yes, I understand. I want to support her very much. She feels that you would be up to the task, too. And what do you think? Nate asked, immediately wondering if he shouldn't have. I think that you have potential. As she made her last statement, the dance ended. The dancers came to a halt to applaud before moving to other partners for a more relaxed dance or leaving the floor to mingle. After a kiss on his cheek, Elena left her father's side and hurried to Nate. "And how did he do, Mother? Are all your toes intact?" "Quite. An admirable job for a beginner. If you'll excuse me." With a slight bow of her head, she stepped away, leaving them alone. "You did fantastic from what I could see," Elena gushed. "And Father stopped during the procession. Quite a good sign." Before he could answer, someone bumped into him, sloshing liquid all over his sleeve. "Oh, terribly sorry, Kingsley," Eric said. "My apologies." He offered the man a less than genuine smile as he brushed the liquid off. "Oh, let me fetch a towel," Elena began as the man shook his head. "Actually, I'm certain Caroline can assist. I hope to have the next dance with you." "Sorry, but—" she began. "I insist. It will give Mr. Kingsley a chance to clean up." Prince Eric handed his glass off to a man who trailed him as he held his arm out to Elena. "Go ahead," Nate said. "I'll be right back." She smiled and nodded before she accepted Prince Eric's arm. Nate grimaced as he led her to the dance floor and smoothly pulled her into position to glide across the floor. They spoke as they danced. "Think nothing of it," Caroline said as she patted his arm with a towel. "Polite courtesy between countries. It is an unfortunate part of the role. She will dance with many men who find her charming and beautiful, but she will be yours." "Thanks, Caroline. I think I needed to hear that." "You're welcome. Now go ask her to dance." Nate grinned at her. "I will." As the dancers applauded again, he made a beeline to her. "All cleaned up, Kingsley?" Prince Eric asked. "Yes, and looking for that dance." "Of course," Elena said with a grin as she slid her arm around his. "Eric, thank you." "I really didn't think you could get any more beautiful," he said as he pulled her closer. Her smile broadened. "Well, I am so pleased you think so. And more pleased Father stopped at your family. This bodes so well for us, darling." They whirled around the dance floor together until the song ended and they stopped to applaud. Elena leaned closer to congratulate him on an excellent job with the dance. "Thanks," he answered. "Do you mind if we get something to drink? I'm parched. I think I got nervous talking to your mom." "Of course. How did that conversation go?" His mind went over the details, recalling her comment about not just being polished on protocol, but also accepting Elena's sometimes hectic lifestyle. "Pretty well, I think." As they crossed the room toward the refreshments, King Frederick approached.
"Mr. Kingsley, an admirable job at the waltz. My wife tells me you were quite good."
"Oh, thank you, Your Majesty," he said with a nervous grin. He nodded before he reached toward Elena. "Elena, Lord Hitherby is asking after you." "I will find him at once, Father. Thank you. Talk later." Nate nodded, trying to show his support as she flitted away. King Frederick tilted his chin back as he clasped his hands behind his back.
"She will have many nights like this."
Nate bobbed his head. "Yes, I realize. I understand. There are plenty of galas, charity events, networking dinners that we attend."
"Yes," King Frederick answered. "Though our social events often go far further. The lifestyle can be exhausting.
I hope to find a spouse that can support Elena's needs in that respect. Nate lifted his chin. I promise to do that. Words are one thing, actions another. I hope to prove this to you, Your Majesty, and I am very pleased you are allowing me the chance. He offered Nate a tight-lipped smile before his eyes scanned the crowd. There are several people I must speak with. Excuse me. Of course. Nate swallowed hard as he watched him stride away, hoping he'd made another good impression. He crossed to the refreshments to ask for a punch when Prince Eric approached him again. He clenched his jaw, not wanting to speak with the man. Kingsley, terribly sorry about that mishap earlier. I hope there is no harm done. None, but thanks for checking. Of course. You must be parched. Prince Eric grabbed 2 glasses, setting them down to grab cocktail napkins first, before he whirled around and offered one to Nate. Thank you. Cheers, Kingsley. You are giving me a run for my money with Elena. Nate raised the cup before he took a long drink. I plan to. I love her very much. Prince Eric narrowed his eyes as he bobbed his head. Well, may the best man win. With that, the prince strode away from him. He took another long drink of the punch. He chuckled as he found his sister dancing with Alexander. A few minutes later, the dancers started to blur in front of him. He sucked in a deep breath, tugging at his collar. Heat washed over him as he began to feel lightheaded. He needed some air. He spotted Elena across the room with her father and a foreign dignitary. Prince Eric stood with them too, smiling and friendly as he wrapped his arm around Elena's waist. His heart hammered in his chest as he stumbled across the ballroom floor. He started, his words slurring as his balance faltered. He tried again. She twisted to face him, confusion on her features as he tried to stay upright. Kingsley, are you all right? Prince Eric asked. Nate slid his eyes closed, trying to regain himself, before he felt himself fall backward. He collided with a nearby table, sending a delicate vase crashing to the floor. Gasps echoed through the ballroom from the commotion. Prince Eric hurried to his side to pull him upright. Is he ill? Queen Sophia asked as she rushed over. Ill? Prince Eric wrinkled his nose. This man is drunk. King Frederick's stern gaze fell upon him, disappointment evident in his eyes. Elena's features crinkled as she stared at him, her gaze questioning. Nate's stomach dropped. He'd just cost himself his chance with Elena. Chapter 19. Elena. Elena's stomach turned jittery as Nate bumped into her, his speech slurred. She twisted to face him, drawing her chin back as he stumbled to the side, attempting to say her name again. Next to her, Eric screwed up his face, asking if he was all right, before he fell backward into a table. Elena's eyes went wide as she sucked in a breath, pressing a hand to her abdomen. Nathan! Her mother hurried over to ask if he was ill. Eric pulled him to standing, wrinkling his nose. He leaned closer, sniffing. Ill? This man is drunk. Elena's eyebrows pinched as she shot him a questioning gaze. Had he been drinking because of the pressure? She didn't want to believe it, but his behavior fit that of a drunken man. No, he slurred out. Oh, come on, Eric said. You smell like a tavern, and you can barely stand, let alone speak. Nate, honey, are you okay? Victoria asked as she hurried to him with Charles in tow. I'm just... It appears your son has had too much to drink, King Frederick said in a low voice to the Kingsleys. Perhaps you should take him to his room to recover. No, Nate said as he struggled to stay upright. Eric snorted in disgust. Really, Kingsley, you are an embarrassment to both yourself and Elena. Get out of here before you cause even more of a scene. Elena chewed the inside of her cheek, her stomach churning with upset.
How could this happen? Why would he do this? Something seemed off. She'd hoped after the ball her father would accept Nate as her fiancé, but this was a setback that could cost them everything. "Oh, honey," Victoria said with a click of her tongue. "I think we should go." "No!" he shouted angrily, tugging his arm away from her as he stumbled to the side again. "I'm not drunk." King Frederick's nostrils flared as his jaw clenched. He clasped his hands behind his back and stepped closer to him. "Go to your room, Mr. Kingsley." "I'm not—" "I said go to your room," King Frederick interrupted. "You are not welcome at this ball in your condition." "But I said go, Mr. Kingsley." King Frederick firmed his jaw again as Victoria and Charles flanked him. "Come on, Nate," Victoria said. "Let's get you back to your room." "No," Nate said, his voice desperate. "I'll go with you," Elena answered. "Elena, no. You are needed here," King Frederick said. Elena twisted her hands into fists. "Father, I am going with him." Queen Sophia laid a hand on her husband's arm. "Let her go, Frederick. But do not dally, Elena. There are several people who would like to speak with you." King Frederick nodded. "Fine. Be quick about it." Alexander approached them as they started for the doors. "What happened? Is everything all right?" "No, it isn't," Elena said, her voice quivering with upset. She glanced behind her as Victoria and Charles shuffled along with an unsteady Nate. "Nathan appears to be drunk." "Drunk?" Alexander cast a glance over his shoulder before he took a step backward. "Here, let me help." He replaced Victoria, slinging Nate's arm over his shoulder as he helped steady him. "We can use the private sitting room if he cannot make it up the stairs," Elena said. Caroline rushed toward her. "Your Highness, is there anything I can do?" "Perhaps coffee?" Elena shrugged. "I'll fetch it, though I don't recall seeing him have anything other than punch to drink. I've monitored him quite closely in case he needed help navigating anything." Elena's brows pulled together before she nodded. "Please, fetch the coffee. Fetch a doctor, and meet us in the sitting room." They left the din of the ball behind and snaked through the halls to the sitting room. Elena pushed the double doors open and ushered them inside. Alexander and Charles plopped Nate on the couch. Elena perched on the sofa next to him, rubbing his back as he struggled to keep his eyes focused and open. "Darling, what happened?" I didn't drink." Victoria closed the doors behind them before she crossed over to him, her hands on her hips. "Nate, you can't lie about this. You're drunk." "No," he murmured again, his features pinching. She perched on the edge of the coffee table, taking his head in hers. "Honey, I'm your mother, and I love you, but I'm not going to let you destroy yourself again. It's obvious you've been drinking. I know things have been stressful. You're dealing with a lot, and we're here to help you." "I wasn't drinking." Charles hovered over his wife's shoulder. "Nate, you can't form a sentence, and you can't stand up straight. What do you want us to think?" "Was it the thing with Chloe?" Victoria asked. Nate collapsed forward with a sigh, sinking his face into his hands. The door popped open, and Caroline hurried in with a cup of coffee. "Nathan, here is some coffee. Try drinking a little," Elena said as she accepted the cup from her lady's maid. His features crinkled as he glanced at her. "I'm not drunk. I'm not. Please, Ellie. You have to believe me." She pressed her lips together as she studied his features. She hadn't been around when he'd been drinking, so she didn't know if he'd lie while drunk. But she knew when he said he'd cleaned up his act, he'd been proud of it. Had the pressures of living up to royal expectations driven him back to the bottle? She squeezed his hand, her gaze attempting to offer unwavering support. "All right, darling. I believe you. Try this coffee." "No, you don't."
Nate said as he tossed himself back against the couch. You're just saying that because you pity me.
That's not true. Elena reached to stroke his hair. It's not. But let's take care of you first before we discuss it further. It's obvious you aren't feeling yourself. He took the coffee, the cup rattling against the saucer in his shaky hands, and sipped it. Good, she answered as she shot a glance at Victoria. Mr. Kingsley, can you sit with Nathan? I need to speak with Caroline and Mrs. Kingsley. Charles eased into a nearby chair with a nod.
Of course.
Elena nodded a thanks to him as she rose, drawing Victoria and Caroline across the room. Alexander joined them. Mrs. Kingsley, is Nathan in the habit of lying when he's been drinking? Victoria sucked in a breath.
I've never seen him act like this, but when he was drinking, he was secretive, and he did deny that he had a problem. But he never said he wasn't drunk when he was, no.
Elena clenched her teeth as she flicked her gaze over to Nate, nursing his coffee on the couch.
What is it, Elena? Alexander asked.
Caroline said she never saw him take a drink, Elena answered.
Caroline nodded. That's right. I saw him have a punch, that's all.
Alexander narrowed his eyes at the woman.
Were you with him the entire time?
Mostly.
I stayed close in case he needed assistance.
Elena leaned closer, her voice low. Caroline, can you say for certain that he did not have alcohol?
With wide eyes, she let her gaze slide among them. Well, no. I mean, he could put something into his punch, perhaps. I never saw him with anything alcoholic, but I suppose he could have used a flask. We can check for that, Alexander said as he glanced over his shoulder at Nate. We can search his pockets.
I didn't see him with a flask, though, Caroline said, her forehead wrinkling. He was with you, then His Majesty, then he went for the drink. He had no flask then. Prince Eric spoke with him, gave him a glass, and left. He could have— Wait, Elena said with a shake of her head. Eric? Caroline bobbed her head. Yes, he spoke with Prince Eric at the refreshment table. Alexander shifted his weight, his eyebrows crinkled.
Wait, spoke with Eric or received a drink from Eric?
Caroline said as she rubbed her forehead. Both. He spoke with Prince Eric, and then His Highness offered him a glass of punch before he left. Elena heaved a sigh, her gaze shooting to her cousin. Do you think we can find the glass?
I'll try, he answered. Wait here.
What are you thinking? Victoria asked. Elena tapped her toes on the floor as she crossed her arms. That Nathan is telling the truth. He isn't drunk. He was drugged to make him appear drunk. Victoria's eyes went wide. What? By whom? Eric, Elena answered. He has made it clear that he hopes Nathan is not approved as a suitable spouse. This is the perfect way to achieve it. But how would he know about Mr. Kingsley's drinking? Caroline asked. Elena pressed her lips together as she searched for a way. Had it been public knowledge? Were there any incidents that would have appeared in the newspaper? Victoria shook her head with a sigh.
No, but I have a feeling I know how he found out.
How? Elena asked.
You know about Chloe and your cousin? Victoria asked. Caroline's eyes went wide as her jaw opened.
What?
Yes, Julian admitted it. We informed Stephen this morning. I'd guess he or Chloe spilled the beans and it got back to Prince Eric.
And they used it against him.
Ellie, Victoria said. I hate to say this, but as much as I want to believe this was a setup, Eric is right. He smells like a bar.
Yes, of course he does, Elena answered with a sigh. Eric spilled a drink all over him earlier. He set him up. We just need the proof. The doors burst open as the family's doctor strode in.
Your Highness, are you ill?
No, not me, Nathan. Can you test his blood? He has been accused of being drunk, but I believe he was drugged. The man's thick eyebrows smashed together.
Well, yes, but—
Do it, Elena said. The man fluttered his eyelashes as he adjusted his grip on his medical bag and nodded before he crossed to Nate and sank onto the couch next to him.
"What are you doing?"
Nate demanded. Elena picked up her skirt and hurried toward him. "Just taking a blood test, darling."
"I'm not drunk,"
he shouted at her. "I know that, Nathan," she said, taking his hand in hers. "I believe you. That's what we're trying to prove."
"Or disprove,"
he said, his lips tugging into a frown. "No, darling, I believe you. We all believe you, but we need to prove it." He let his head fall back against the cushion behind him. "Nathan, it's true. We believe you. I think Eric did it. That's what we need to prove."
"Prince Eric?"
Charles asked, with his eyebrows furrowed. Elena nodded. "Yes, he gave Nathan the punch. I believe he put something in it. Alexander is trying to retrieve the drink now, but we can test Nathan's blood." Alexander hurried into the room, puffing for breath.
"I have the glass, and the unfortunate news that your father is asking after you."
Elena rose and smoothed her dress. "I will go to him." "Will you stay and oversee this?"
"Absolutely," he answered. "I'll let you know the moment we know anything."
"Try to relax, darling. We're going to prove that you are right," she said to Nate before she kissed his cheek. "I'll check in on you soon." Elena hurried across the room to Alexander. "Do not let that blood sample out of your sight. I don't trust Eric."
"Of course."
Alexander offered her a nod before she slipped from the room, returning to the ball. She scanned the crowd in search of her father. She found him talking to Lord and Lady Montgomery across the room. As she stepped toward him, Eric sidelined her, grabbing her arm and leading her to the side.
"And how is poor Mr. Kingsley?"
She yanked her arm from his grasp. "Fine, no thanks to you."
"To me?"
He offered her a confused glance.
"What are you saying?"
Elena pressed her lips together, stopping herself from accusing him of drugging Nate. She didn't want to tip her hand. She needed proof before she outed what he'd done, and she didn't want there to be any tampering with the results. "You've been pushing at him and pushing at him." Eric's features twisted from astounded to consoling.
"Elena, darling, I know how you feel about him. This must be so very difficult to realize he doesn't have what it takes for this lifestyle."
"He was fine until you confronted him."
"He will be confronted by many people as your spouse. I've done you a favor. Now you realize before it's too late."
Her lips tugged into a pout.
"Let's go somewhere quiet, darling, where we can talk."
She shook her head. "I must go to my father."
"He'll understand, darling. Come with me."
"No," she said as she pushed past him. "I must go." She grimaced as she crossed the room, disgusted by the man's desperate attempt to ruin her relationship with Nate.
"Ah, Elena, there you are,"
King Frederick said as she sidled next to him. She forced a smile onto her lips, making the expected small talk with her guests until the party wound down. As the final guest departed, she twisted to face her father. "I must check on Nathan."
"Just a moment, Elena. I believe we need to speak about Mr. Kingsley."
Elena's stomach twisted into a knot. She squared her shoulders, lifting her chin. "All right." Before they could leave the ballroom behind for his private study, Eric stepped in front of them.
"Excuse me, Your Majesty. I hope to ask Elena to take a moonlit walk. With your permission, of course."
Elena's lips tugged into a frown. "I'm about to have a conversation with my father. Another time, perhaps." King Frederick arched an eyebrow as he glanced at his daughter.
"Yes, Elena and I have an important discussion."
Eric forced a smile onto his lips that didn't reach his eyes.
"Of course, Your Majesty. Before you go, please allow me to tell you once again how lovely you looked this evening. I look so forward to that walk at your next convenience. Good night, dear Elena."
With a bow to the king, he departed. Elena heaved a sigh as she faced her father.
"Thank you. I could not stomach a walk with him tonight." He nodded before he led her to his private study. After he shut himself inside, he twisted to face her, disappointment on his features.
"Elena."
"Father, please, I know what you are about to say, but you are wrong." He crossed the room to his desk.
"Am I? Elena, I know what I saw tonight. Mr. Kingsley drunk at the ball, unable to handle the pressure."
He shook his head.
"I am sorry, darling, but he is hardly suitable for you. I must put my foot down."
"You are wrong," she said, heat entering her voice.
"Elena, I am not. He couldn't handle one party. He resorted to making a spectacle of himself. As such, I have no choice but to put a stop to this relationship."
"He was not drunk,"
"Elena,"
King Frederick said, his voice a warning.
"Father, he was not. This was a setup."
He scoffed and shook his head.
"Setup? Elena, really?"
"It is. Father, Eric did this. Eric drugged him for this very reason. He wants my hand, but I have told him in no uncertain terms that I did not want him. He did this." King Frederick raised his eyebrows.
"That's quite an accusation, Elena. Have you any proof?"
"Well," she began, wringing her hands.
"So you haven't."
"But, Father—"
"No, Elena. I have given into this whim long enough. He is not suitable. I'm putting an end to this now. You will not marry Nathan Kingsley."
She collapsed into a chair at the words, shaking her head in disbelief.
"Elena, I am sorry. I had high hopes for him, but he is not the man for you. I am terribly sorry, but you cannot blame this on everyone else. Not me, not Eric. Only Mr. Kingsley."
She chewed her lower lip as she held back her tears.
"Father, please."
"Elena, I have been patient enough. This is over. We will announce your engagement to Prince Eric as planned tomorrow evening."
Her stomach twisted into a knot as a tear rolled down her cheek.
"No, I won't marry him. I will not have this conversation again. You were given your chance. It did not work out. I am sorry. Good night, Elena."
She leapt from her seat as he strode past her, her fingers curling into fists.
"No, Father. It is I who am sorry. I will not marry him. I will not." She rushed past him from the room as tears streamed down her cheeks, running the halls to her bedroom. After pushing inside and bolting the doors, she slid to the floor in a heap, sobs racking her. Her heart shattered into a million pieces as her father's words echoed in her mind. "It's over," she cried, her voice a whisper over her own sobs. "I've lost him."
Chapter 20. Nate.
Nate's head continued to pound despite the coffee and the water he'd downed to try to stop it. The continual thud matched the heavy ache in his heart as the dark of night turned to the soft glow of dawn. The first rays of the morning sun filtered through the curtains in his bedroom, casting a muted light over the room. He winced at the coming day, knowing it held things he preferred not to face. After he'd smashed into a table at the previous evening's ball, he imagined his family, with him in tow, would be sent on their way. He'd failed Elena in the worst way possible. The specter of his past had been raised, not only reminding everyone of his former mistakes, but solidifying in their minds that he was doomed to repeat them. Except he hadn't. He hadn't taken a drop of alcohol. Elena had insisted on a blood test, saying she believed him and wanted to prove his innocence. But doubt lingered in his mind. Did she want proof of his innocence or his guilt? With a groan, he pulled himself up to sit, gritting his teeth against the pain.
His mother lifted her head from the chair next to the bed, where she'd fallen asleep while sitting vigil. "Hey, honey. How are you feeling?" "Awful." "Can I get you something? Maybe something to eat or drink? Or a few aspirins?" His stomach clenched at the thought of putting anything into it. "Nothing." "Nate, you need to try to eat something." He shook his head, immediately wishing he wouldn't have. "I can't handle it. Have you heard anything from Ellie?" "Sorry, honey, I haven't." Nate's heart dropped like a stone into the pit of his stomach, a sinking worry setting in. He wondered if she'd somehow gotten the news that his test had showed alcohol in his bloodstream. "I'm sure she's probably exhausted after last night." He grabbed his phone, intent on texting her, but his trembling hands hesitated. With a disgusted sigh, he tossed the phone down on the bedspread and ran his fingers through his hair. "Nate," his mother tried. "Don't. Please just don't. I'm not in a great mood." "I can imagine. But she believes you. We all do. We just have to wait for that blood test to come back along with the analysis of the punch." Nate shook his head, his lips tugging into a frown. "I don't know." "What don't you know?" Victoria asked, stroking his hair. "What if it comes back saying I was drunk? What if Prince Eric made sure of that?" "Then we'll prove it another way. Did you notice anything in the punch? The taste of alcohol, maybe?" "No, it tasted fine to me. Maybe a little sweet." Victoria bobbed her head. "Okay, so then let's hope it comes back with good news." "But what if it doesn't?" He clamped his hands on his head. "My past is going to cost me my relationship with Ellie." "We don't know that. You need to take a breath. You're probably feeling anxious because of whatever is in your system." Nate tugged his hands away and nodded, his lips still in a tight grimace. "Why don't you text Ellie? See if she's awake and if she's heard anything." He glanced at his phone ruefully. "Because I don't know if I want the answer." "Come on, Nate. You're not one to not face your problems." "Really?" His voice took on an incredulous tone. "Because I did a pretty good job of not facing what happened with Chloe, and instead sinking into the bottom of a bottle. And now I'm paying the price for those choices." Victoria offered him a consoling smile, grabbing his hand in hers. "Don't give me that look." "I'm giving you the look whether you like it or not. Now, do you want me to give you a pep talk or to kick your butt into gear? If you love this woman, you have some damage control to do." He shook his head with a sigh. "I love her, Mom, but I don't know if it's enough." "That's your headache talking. Text Ellie." "If you're trying to make sure I'm not alone, I'm fine. You can go try to get some real rest." "I'm trying to make sure you're okay, honey. Last night was awful." Nate grabbed his phone, turning it in his hands over and over. "I'll text her. Go get some sleep, or get ready for the day, or whatever." Victoria rose from her chair, her hand gently brushing through Nate's, before planting a tender kiss on his forehead, a silent reassurance of her unwavering support. "I love you, Nate. We'll figure this out, I promise." He heaved a sigh as she crossed the room and let herself out the door. Alone, he stared at the phone, uncertain he was ready to face the day. Even if the results were in his favor, which they should be, someone had done this to him. Would it affect his chances with Elena? He stared down at his darkened display before he finally toggled it on and typed a message to Elena. "Hey, you awake?" He tapped his fingers against the side of the phone as he waited for a response. Nothing came. His stomach twisted into a tight knot. Was she still asleep? Or was she not speaking to him? Had she been forbidden to speak to him? His tormented mind created multiple scenarios, all ending in tragedy, before his phone finally chimed. I'm on my way to you." He stared at the simple response. It betrayed nothing. Was she angry? Relieved?
The brevity, unlike her, suggested the former. He chewed his lower lip, wondering if she thought he was lying based on the results of the test. He pulled himself from his bed and paced the floor, his heart thudding hard against his ribs. He chewed his lower lip until a knock sounded at his door. Nate's chest tightened with each passing second, his gaze fixated on the imposing oak doors of his bedroom.
Nathan?
Elena's muffled voice called. He crossed and tugged open the door. Elena offered him a warm, sympathetic smile. He tried to return her expression, but his faltered.
How are you feeling?
She asked. Okay, he answered with a shrug as he shuffled away from the door. He wanted to ask if the test results were back, but he wasn't sure he wanted the answer. What if they were bad news? What if Prince Eric had somehow bribed the lab? No one would believe him then. Not with his track record. Elena eased the door shut behind her, clicking her tongue as she approached him.
You poor darling. You don't look well. Perhaps you ought to climb back into bed and remain there for the day.
He pressed his lips together as he turned to face her, noticing her puffy eyes. Had she been crying? It tightened the knot in his stomach. I'm ready to crawl under the bed and hide.
I'll bet,
she said, her voice soft and consoling.
But I have good news.
He creased his forehead as he studied her, waiting to hear it.
The test came back. You tested positive for phenobarbital, as did the liquid in your glass. Someone drugged you.
Nate scoffed, feeling both vindication and upset all at once. Never thought I'd be so excited to hear those words.
I know,
she said as she wrinkled her nose.
I am sorry, darling, but I've just spoken with my father and presented the evidence to him. So now he must change his mind. This bodes so well for us.
Nate huffed out a sarcastic laugh. I'm glad my drugging bodes well for our relationship.
That's not what I meant,
she answered as she approached him and caressed his cheek. I'm sorry, I'm just...
tired, unwell, I know. Why don't we get you into bed? You need rest.
She led him toward the bed and motioned for him to climb in. He shook his head. I don't want to go to sleep. She gave him another consoling smile.
I understand. How about some breakfast or tea?
No. He paced the floor at the foot of the bed. What did you mean when you said your father must change his mind? Elena shifted her weight from foot to foot, wincing.
Well...
He stopped his meandering to stare at her.
Last night, Father assumed... He misjudged, and...
And what? Nate questioned. Elena pressed her lips into a thin line.
He made his decision about our relationship.
Nate's heart plummeted at the words. I assume I'm not suitable. His voice shook as he choked out the words.
Darling, please don't let this tiny setback upset you. Things looked rather grim. But with the evidence in your favor, he cannot ignore it.
He couldn't give me the benefit of the doubt either, could he? Nate spat.
I was not happy about it either. I argued with him, but he wouldn't hear it. But now...
Now that you took a blood test to prove his first choice drugged me, maybe I'll be accepted? I mean, you didn't say I was, right?
Alexander and I presented the evidence this morning. He has not made a final decision as of yet.
Nate's nostrils flared as he shook his head and resumed his pacing. Because he's going to say no.
We don't know that. And given what Eric has done, he is certainly not a suitable option.
Nate whipped around to face her, his fingers curled into fists. Then why hasn't he made a decision yet?
Well,
Elena said, her discomfort obvious from the lines etched into her features.
He is being cautious.
Nate puffed out an angry breath, shaking his head again.
There is some concern about your past,
Elena murmured in a low voice, before she stepped in front of him, her eyes pleading.
But he will see what I see. He will see that you've grown past it, I promise. We just must hang in there a little longer.
And what if he doesn't? What then? Do I just pack my bags and go home? Elena shook her head.
He will.
He hasn't yet. I think we need to discuss what's going to happen here when your father finds me unsuitable. Elena licked her lips, her lower lip bobbing as she searched for words, but found none. That's what I thought. You have no answer.
You're being unreasonable, Nathan.
Oh, really? Am I? Unreasonable because my supposed fiancé cannot answer what's going to happen if we are not allowed to get married? I mean, what does that even mean when you're an adult?
Things are different for me, though, and—
Yes, I know, he said, his voice sharp. You're going to run a country. You're going to be queen. And that means you have to have a husband above reproach. A saint among men who has never made a mistake.
That's not true,
she shot back.
Although, it sounds as if you resent my position.
Maybe I do, he said as he settled in front of the window, noting the tautness of his features in the reflection of the glass. Elena stiffened, raising her chin at the words.
Unfortunately, it is a large part of who I am. No one said my spouse must come mistake-free, only ready to take on the challenges royal life brings.
Well, maybe I'm not ready for that. So what happens when your father makes that call for us? You still haven't answered me. He whipped around to face her. Are you going to fight for our relationship, or are we over? Elena swallowed hard.
You're being unfair. Likely because you're feeling unwell from the drug. Perhaps it is best that we continue this conversation when you are feeling better. I'll leave you to rest.
I want to finish it now. I find it a little disturbing that you won't answer me. Her eyes widened in disbelief.
I find it disturbing that you are being so selfish. I must give up my life for you, rather than you making the effort to assimilate into mine.
Her voice trembled with frustration and hurt. Your father won't let me.
We don't know that. But you continue to carry on as though he's made his decision, demanding to know what I will do. What would you have me do, Leave my country, leave my throne because you had a setback?
What other choice will I have?
We will fight for each other,
she answered. He flicked his eyebrows up as he shook his head. Fight for each other? Or fight so you don't have to marry Prince Eric? Her jaw unhinged.
What is that supposed to mean?
Exactly what I said, he shot back. I'm starting to wonder if this has been more about avoiding your marriage to him than your feelings for me. Color rose into her cheeks as she set her jaw. Her voice went an octave higher, turning into a squeak.
How can you say that?
I don't know. Maybe because you're a little too cavalier about the very real possibility that your father won't accept me, which makes me think that all you care about is escaping Prince Eric. Her features twisted as he said the words.
How dare you?
She said, her voice barely above a whisper. He sucked in a breath, sticking his hands on his hips, almost immediately regretting what he'd allowed to spill out of his mouth. Tears welled in her eyes, but she blinked them away, her lips tugging into a frown.
Well, if that's what you believe, then perhaps you should leave.
I think you're right. I don't belong here. A flicker of emotion crossed her eyes before she replaced it with her usual stoic, neutral face.
Fine.
She stood for another moment. He searched his mind for something to say, but he couldn't find anything. When he failed to respond, she spun on a heel and stalked to the door.
For what it's worth, I may have gone to Sterling City to escape Eric, but I returned a woman in love. But I will not apologize for wanting my life, too.
Nate's features softened, a mixture of regret and longing crossing his face as he closed his eyes, the weight of his words settling heavily upon him. The slamming of the door startled him, and he snapped his eyes open, staring at the spot she'd stood in a moment ago. His stomach dropped as he realized he'd just lost the woman he loved. And it hadn't been her father's fault. It had been his. But there was nothing he could do. He didn't belong here. This time, love wouldn't conquer all. It would only lead to heartache.
Chapter 21. Elena. Elena fought to steady her trembling lower lip as she hurried out of Nate's room, but her efforts proved futile. A sob threatened to escape, and she hastily clamped a hand over her quivering mouth, the taste of saltiness already lingering on her lips. Their epic argument had shattered their relationship, leaving Elena reeling. The man she had envisioned marrying just days ago now felt like a stranger, a painful realization that pierced her heart. Tears welled in her eyes. She fought them as she barreled around the corner, nearly running into her cousin, Alexander.
"Elena,"
he said as he caught her and steadied her. Elena blinked furiously, attempting to conceal the tears welling in her eyes, but Alexander had already caught sight of them.
"What happened? Have you spoken with your father again? Has he made some decision?"
"No," she choked out. "I have spoken with Nathan."
"Did you give him the good news?"
She nodded, pressing the back of her hand to her lips.
"Why are you crying? You should both be elated."
She squeezed her lips together, attempting to hold back her emotions, but she was unable. She leaned forward into his chest and sobbed as he wrapped his arms around her.
"Why don't we find a quiet spot and you can tell me what happened?"
She wiped at her cheeks as she nodded at him. With his arm wrapped around her, he led her to a private study near his bedroom and eased the doors closed behind them. Elena collapsed into an armchair, sniffling. Now, what happened? Surely Nathan was pleased to learn he'd been vindicated. "One would have expected it, yes, but—"
"But? Heavens, even Uncle Frederick seemed to be convinced. I believe he may ask Prince Eric to leave."
Elena snapped her gaze to him, her eyes wide. "Really?"
"It was uncalled for, Elena. His behavior was disgraceful."
"While I quite agree, I would be surprised if Father went that far. You heard him this morning. Even after Nathan had been proven innocent, he still hesitated when it came to accepting him."
"He is just being your father, Elena. Cautious, conservative, contemplative."
"Yes, well, his contemplation may well have ruined my relationship with Nathan." Elena hiccuped the last words out as she began to sob again.
"How?"
Alexander settled onto the couch next to her, taking her hand in his. Elena huffed out a shaky breath. "When I told Nathan about the conversation we'd had with Father this morning, I mentioned that this was a positive step. He shot back that Father hadn't given him the benefit of the doubt, and that he still hadn't accepted him."
"But it's likely a matter of time. Surely Uncle Frederick will see how much you love him."
"Well, Nathan worries he will not. He pushed me to answer what would happen if Father decides he is unsuitable." Alexander clicked his tongue, heaving a sigh as he stared at his clasped hands.
"Let me guess. You didn't take kindly to it."
"Alexander, he's pushing me to abdicate, to leave Eldoria behind to save our relationship."
"It may not even come to that. Did you tell him?"
"I tried to. I even suggested we leave the conversation for when he was feeling better, but then he pushed further. He suggested the only investment I had in our relationship was to avoid marrying Eric."
Alexander cringed, his nose wrinkling. "Oh no."
"Oh yes, and you can imagine how well I took that."
"Not well?"
Alexander asked with a pinched face. "We argued. I said if that's what he thought, perhaps he should leave. And he said—" Elena's features twisted as another sob escaped her. "He said he didn't belong here, and it was best he did go." She covered her face with her hands as tears fell to her cheeks again.
"Oh no, Elena."
Alexander rubbed her shoulder.
"I am so very sorry. Perhaps it will pass. Words said in anger never really are meant. They are meant, she answered. He's mentioned abdicating before, and he doesn't want this lifestyle, that is obvious. But I know nothing else. Do you think he misinterpreted your goals because you had fled to Sterling City in an attempt to escape? Escape marriage to Eric, yes, not to escape my duty entirely. I just wanted to show my father that I could make wise decisions on my own and thusly should be allowed to pick my own partner. A sigh escaped her and her shoulders slumped. Though I have proven quite the opposite, haven't I? I don't think so, Alexander said. You've had a fight, Elena. You will have many more, even as a married couple. The trick is to talk through it. Elena fluttered her eyelashes as she wiped away tears. Well, we don't seem to be able to do that at the moment. Give it some time. Maybe when you speak again, you'll be able to tell him Uncle Frederick approves. Then you can laugh over the silly argument and be back in each other's arms in seconds. Elena sucked in a deep breath. I am beginning to wonder, Alexander, if that is wise. He flicked his eyebrows up. You're having second thoughts? Elena's lips settled into a frown as she stared at her hands. I am beginning to see what holds my father back. But you love him. Love isn't always enough, Alexander. Not when you're a royal. Behind them, the door to the sitting room popped open. Queen Sophia stuck her head in the door. I thought I heard voices. Elena, your father is looking for you. Oh, Elena said, her forehead creasing as tears formed again. Her mother's face pinched with concern. Elena, is something wrong? Elena offered her mother an upset glance before she nodded. I will leave you to talk, Alexander said, rising from his seat and skirting past Queen Sophia as she strode into the room. Her mother eased into the spot Alexander had vacated, concern etched into her delicate features. Elena? Mother, I believe I have made a terrible, terrible mistake. Her mother's lips parted at the words, and her eyebrows flicked up in silent question. Nathan and I had an awful argument. We have broken things off. I feel like I have upset the entire household for nothing. Her mother rubbed her arm. I am sorry, darling. Though perhaps you're making it worse than it is? I am not. He has expressed that he wishes to leave, and I agreed. I see, her mother said. Father will find me childish, I assume. He will tell me how he told me so. He will not, Elena. Your father wishes you to be happy. Well, then he has not gotten his wish. Because I am quite miserable. Elena doubled over as sobs racked her again. Queen Sophia perched on the chair's arm as she stroked Elena's hair. Oh, darling. You know your father and I have had many arguments in the past. We always find a way past them. Perhaps father had a point about Nathan, though. Did I hear you properly? King Frederick asked from the doorway as he stepped inside with a smile. It quickly vanished when he noticed her tears. What's this? Has something happened? Elena and Mr. Kingsley have had a terrible row, her mother explained. Oh, darling, I am sorry, King Frederick said as he approached her. Are you? Elena asked with a hiccup. Or are you pleased? Of course I am not pleased to find you in tears, Elena. It must bring you some comfort to know that I realize what a fool I've been. You haven't been a fool, he answered as he eased onto the coffee table in front of her. Short-sighted, perhaps, but not a fool. Short-sighted is not something a future queen should be. You will learn from every experience, darling, though even I can be short-sighted at times. I believe it may have been the reason you had the argument with Mr. Kingsley."
"It did not help," Elena admitted, casting her gaze to her lap. "But it is not the entire reason."
"I still feel somewhat responsible. My hesitance on Mr. Kingsley has been frustrating for you both, I'm certain."
"Yes, it has been. Though—" King Frederick raised his eyebrows, prompting her to continue. "It has led him to show his true colors. He wants nothing to do with this life, not even to share it with me."
"He said that?"
King Frederick said, his voice raising as color rose into his cheeks and anger burned in his eyes. "In so many words, yes. And in the span of a single moment, I suddenly understood your reluctance. You saw this in him when I could not. And I must apologize for my terrible behavior over a man who did not deserve the faith I placed in him." The words burned through her as the memory of the argument raced through her mind. What a fool she had been. He'd only been keen on her when she'd neatly fit into his life. The moment a problem had cropped up, he'd given up on them, insisting on having the assurance that she would walk away from her life for him. But he wasn't willing to walk away from his responsibilities. He had expected her to be at his side for galas and events, for business deals and hosting dinners. When the going got tough for them, though, he'd given up right away. Maybe they were from two different worlds. Two worlds that were too far apart to find a common ground.
"I am so very sorry, Elena. I did have reservations, but did think he had potential."
"Apparently, he does not." King Frederick sucked in a deep breath as he patted his daughter's hand.
"This visit has been eye-opening, though, and I no longer wish to force you to marry anyone."
Elena sniffled, raising her eyes to her father's. "You will not require me to marry Eric?"
"No, darling, I will not."
Elena pressed her lips together, a weight lifted, but a different guilt descending onto her shoulders. Had what happened been her fault? She told Eric in no uncertain terms she wouldn't entertain his proposal. He'd reacted accordingly, forcing the issue. He'd made good on his promise to do anything for his chance. "Thank you, Father," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. Queen Sophia stroked Elena's hair.
"Why don't I walk you back to your room? We'll call for tea, and I will have Caroline cancel your appointments for the day."
"No, Mother," Elena said with a sniffle. "I will go have tea before I begin my day, but I will not wallow." Her father smiled.
"I have raised a strong daughter."
Elena raised her chin, sniffling again. "Yes, you have. I will move forward from this." "I am so pleased to hear it, darling. But please take the time you need," her mother said. "This has been quite an experience for you." "Thank you, Mother," Elena said as she rose. "I will see you for lunch." Elena left her parents behind, tears threatening again when she found herself alone. She never wanted to feel this way again. She pushed into her bedroom, shutting out the world behind her. Caroline entered with her dress for dinner, her face immediately pinching with concern. "Your Highness, have you been crying?" "Yes," Elena squeaked out, desperately trying not to cry again. Caroline dropped the dress and hurried to Elena. "What happened? Is it your father? Has he decided you must marry Prince Eric?" "No," Elena answered. "Nathan and I have ended our relationship." Caroline's eyes went wide. "What?" "Please, Caroline, I have discussed it with Alexander and my parents. I haven't the energy now. Nathan has decided this lifestyle is not for him, and we have parted ways." "You poor darling. I shall ring for tea." "Yes, thank you." Elena crossed her room and grabbed the carousel from her dresser. A few notes squeaked out from it as she lifted it, her eyes tearing again. Memories of their first date, carefree and simple, floated through her mind. "Please give this away. Thank you. Are you certain, Your Highness? I cannot look at it any more, Caroline. It brings me only pain now. I was foolish to think what we had in Sterling City could survive. It was an illusion. But Your Highness, please, Caroline, Elena said, desperation in her voice. Caroline bobbed her head, swallowing hard. I will see to it. Elena sucked in a deep breath as the item left her hands. She nearly called to her lady's maid to stop her from taking the gift. Her lower lip trembled as memories of their first kiss taunted her. She firmed her jaw, sucking in a sharp breath. She would move on as she told her father. She would not wallow, and she would move forward in a way that would protect her heart from this ever happening again. She sank onto the stool at her vanity, staring into her own emerald eyes. She sniffled, leaning forward to touch up her makeup as a knock sounded at her door. With a deep inhale, she called out for the visitor to come in. The door pushed open, and Eric stepped inside.
You asked to see me?
He said, his voice tentative. Yes, I did. Elena raised her chin as she rose. I suppose you have heard by now that Nathan Kingsley's blood has shown he was drugged. Eric flicked his gaze to his feet.
Yes, and I suppose you have worked out.
That you did it? Yes, I have, she answered. He raised his gaze to her.
And now you wish to scold me for it?
No, she answered. I do not. You asked for your chance, and you made it very clear that you would do anything to receive it. His eyebrows flicked up, his surprise apparent.
And because of that, you will not berate me?
I will do better than that. Her stomach twisted into a knot as she prepared to speak her next words. You were correct when you said we are well matched. You understand what is required of my life.
Yes, I do. And with my bold move against Mr. Kingsley, I believe I have proven how invested I am in winning your hand.
Yes, you have, she answered, sucking in a deep breath. Am I to understand then that you still wish to move forward with our engagement?
Am I to understand we may?
Elena gritted her teeth, taking a moment before she answered. Yes. The word made her lips tremble, but she firmed them, raising her chin.
Oh, Elena,
Eric answered, rushing toward her. She stopped him, twisting sideways before he could scoop her into his arms. Please understand that I do not have a romantic interest in you, Eric. I am sorry, but I do not. One corner of his lips tugged back into a smile.
Not yet, but we will grow closer. I promise, Elena. You have made the best choice.
She nodded. That is all.
We should tell our parents.
Her head bobbed again. We will make an announcement following dinner. Until then, please keep our arrangement to yourself.
Do you believe the Kingsleys will retaliate?
He clasped his hands behind his back.
Not that I cannot handle the situation. I assure you I can. I only hope to be prepared.
No, the Kingsleys will not be here.
I understand. Well, I am sorry about that, my dear, but I believe this has worked out for the best.
Elena offered a final nod before he kissed her cheek and left the room. She sucked in a deep breath, swallowing the bile creeping into her throat. She'd just promised her life to the man she'd been running from for decades. But she couldn't face the heartache again. She wanted the pain to end. In this way it would, because her life would end.
Chapter 22. Nate threw another shirt into the suitcase, allowing some of his frustrations to seep out with his actions. The fight he'd had with Elena had rattled him to his core. He'd said things he probably shouldn't have, but he couldn't stop them from slipping out. Maybe it was for the best. They clearly didn't belong together, and she'd walked away pretty easily, too. Was his statement about her correct? Had this all been about avoiding a marriage to Prince Eric?
He sank onto the edge of the bed, his chest heavy with the weight of his emotions. Clutching a tie in his hands, he couldn't shake the feelings of despair that consumed him. He ran his fingers along the silk, recalling when he'd selected it to pack. He'd been filled with nervous energy then and determined to fit in. He'd also been excited to see Elena again. But when he'd arrived, it had been one issue after another. He imagined their royal life would be like this too. They'd had fun when they hadn't had any pressure on them. They'd fallen in love. But as soon as the walls of reality closed in around them, their relationship fell apart. And there was likely no salvaging it. They'd both made their final feelings clear. With a disgusted grimace, he tossed the tie into his suitcase and rose to collect more of his things from the drawer he'd stowed them in. A knock interrupted him, and he dumped the clothes on the bed and crossed to open it. His heart pounded against his ribs as he wondered if he'd find Elena on the other side. What would he say to her? He tugged the door open, finding his mother. "Hey, honey, how are you?" Her words stopped as her eyes fixed on the suitcase on his bed. "Going somewhere?" "Home," he answered. Her eyebrows shot up and her eyes went wide at the words. "Home? We're not scheduled to leave for another week." "I'm leaving now. You, Dad, and Maddie are probably welcome to stay, but you may want to check on that." He shuffled back to the pile of clothes he'd left behind and tossed a few more things into his luggage. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," his mother said, catching another tie as it went into the bag. "What's going on? Did something happen?" "Oh yeah, something happened," Nate scoffed and shook his head. Victoria's eyebrows shot up. "Do you want to clue me in, or am I supposed to guess?" "What do you think?" Nate snapped, tossing down his shirt in frustration. "Whoa," Victoria said, her eyes going wide. "Tone down the attitude. I didn't do anything to you." He licked his lips, frustrated with everything from the situation to the lecture his mother just gave him. "I'm not a kid. But I'm also sorry. I know it's not your fault." "It's not. Now what happened?" Nate heaved a sigh, his eyes squeezing closed. "It's over, Mom." His voice cracked with emotion as he said the words aloud. "King Frederick said no?" Victoria's jaw dropped open as she waited for an answer. "Does he know we think you were set up?" "I was set up," Nate answered. "Ellie said my blood test proved it." Victoria pressed a hand against her chest as she blew out a breath. "Oh, thank goodness. Well, that's great news, honey." She tilted her head as she studied his features, which he was certain remained etched with pain. "But there's something else, isn't there? Why don't we sit down?" He nodded as she slid her arm around him and led him to the chairs. They settled into them, and Nate stared into the cold hearth, the dark stones mirroring the darkness in his heart. "What happened, Nate?" "Ellie came by to tell me she'd told her father that I'd been drugged. She said her father hadn't made a decision on our relationship yet." "Okay. I don't see why you're packing if he hasn't made a call." "I asked her what would happen if he said no, because, honestly, that felt like where we were headed." And she couldn't answer that." He snorted a laugh as the conversation replayed in his head. "Or wouldn't." "There may be no need to answer it." He finally flicked his gaze to his mother. "But that's the point. She won't answer. But it's a very real possibility. And what's going to happen if he says no? Is our relationship over just like that?" And she couldn't answer. Victoria offered him a consoling glance. "And so, then," he sucked in a deep, shaky breath. "I said she was just using me to get out of marrying Prince Eric." Victoria clicked her tongue. "Well, Mom, honestly, she's been pretty cavalier about this whole thing. She won't talk about what it means if her father says no."
I'm not surprised, Victoria said. Honey, do you think maybe this is your upset from Chloe talking? Nate's jaw tightened, his nostrils flaring as he gripped the chair arms. What's that supposed to mean? I mean, you were used by Chloe, and now you see that everywhere. I don't. I didn't see it before, until we came here. I don't think Ellie was using you, Nate. She seems to genuinely care about you. Nate shrugged, flicking his gaze back to the fireplace. Well, it doesn't matter. We decided to end things. I told her it may be best if I left, and she agreed. That's how we left it, so I'm leaving. Victoria leaned forward, taking his hand in hers. Honey, you had a fight. You're first, and that's always tough. Emotions are running high. It's been tense and stressful. But I think you're overreacting here. Am I? I don't think so, Mom. I don't belong here. Her father is right. Honey, I understand there are so many rules and protocols coming at you right now that it's tough, but... No, it's not. It's not the forms of address and the pomp and the protocols. It's us. We're not right. We're not compatible, at least not in this environment. When we first met, things were simple and easy. Well, of course. You had no responsibilities. You had no expectations. And we had a nice time. But when life came at us, we fell apart. Victoria patted his hand. I don't think you fell apart. I think you had an argument. Maybe a bad one. Maybe the worst one you'll ever have. But if you love each other, you work through it. Nate didn't answer, letting his gaze lower to his feet. I know it feels raw right now, but honey, please don't do something you may regret. If you walk away from this right now, you may never get another chance. Nate shifted in his seat. That may be for the best. Like I said, if you, Dad, and Maddie want to stay, I'm sure they won't kick you out. Victoria huffed out a breath as she shook her head. If you're going, we're going. Maddie will be disappointed, but she'll live. But I think you should think about this. Nate, life isn't going to be easy no matter who you marry. Your father and I have had some major arguments over the years, especially when you boys were growing up. Life is messy. And if we can't make it past our first argument, Mom, then we're not meant to be. It's as simple as that. Are you saying that for my benefit or yours? He leapt from his seat, shaking his head. I don't know what you want me to say. This life isn't for me. I mean, we can't even decide we're right for each other without having it go through the country's legislature. It's not that bad, Victoria said, shooting him an incredulous glance. Close enough, Nate answered. I just don't like that. I don't like the control over our lives, okay? I tried it. I gave it a go. It doesn't work for me. Victoria rose, holding her hands in the air. Okay, if that's what you think, that's fine. It's your call. But please, Nate, before we walk out that door, please be sure. What you seem to have with Ellie is not something you're going to find every day. If you're certain you can walk away from it, then by all means get on that plane and leave Eldoria behind. But if not... What? Go find out I don't have the choice anyway because her father doesn't approve? His mother heaved a sigh before she squeezed his arm. Just think about it. She brings out the best in you, Nate. She kissed his cheek before she strode from the room, pulling the door closed behind her. He collapsed into the chair, his head pounding from the leftover effects of the drug and the emotional toll. He chewed his lower lip, his hands clasping and unclasping as he sorted through his feelings. Was he being hasty? He swallowed hard, trying to determine which decision was the mistake. Was it leaving or staying? His hazy mind couldn't think anymore.
He forced himself to stand. He'd made a call, and he wasn't going to second-guess himself. Another knock sounded at the door, and his shoulders slumped. He didn't want to talk to anyone. He crossed to it and pulled it open, finding his dad. He held back a sigh as he motioned for the man to enter. "I assume Mom told you," Nate said with a huff.
"She did. I'm not here to tell you what to do."
"Good," Nate said as he let his door swing shut. "Because I made up my mind." Charles bobbed his head.
"Okay."
Nate stalked to his suitcase and started to fold a shirt, his gaze lingering on his father. "So, what are you doing here?"
"Well, I'm not going to tell you what to do. I'm not going to try to change your mind. But I am going to give you a piece of advice."
Nate stopped his folding, tossing the shirt down and setting his hands on his hips.
"Because you know more about my relationship than me, huh?"
Charles wagged his head with a frown.
"Nope, I don't. But what I do know is you. And you tend to make these hot-headed decisions."
"Hot-headed? Dad, we literally don't even have a relationship right now because we don't know if we're allowed. And Ellie just has nothing to say about that." Charles sucked in a breath as he nodded.
"Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. This is stressful and very different from what we are used to. But son, you do make quick decisions. Look at what happened with
Chloe? Yeah, you mean the rash decision to get engaged?
And the one to go after your brother. All I'm saying is to take a minute. Maybe stay away from her for a day, but don't leave. Take some time to really think, Nate."
Nate chewed the inside of his cheek before he shook his head. "Thanks for the lecture, Dad, but my mind's made up."
"All right. Well, we'll support you no matter what you decide, Nate."
His father shuffled to the door. He twisted, his fingers lingering on the knob.
"Just make sure you can live with your decision."
Nate slid his eyes closed, and his stomach twisted as the door clicked shut. He opened his eyes, staring at the half-packed suitcase. Was he making a mistake leaving? Should he try for one final conversation with Elena? Maybe with tempers cooled, they'd have a different outlook. He sucked in a breath, leaving the suitcase open and his room behind. He slipped into the hall and headed for Elena's room. Every step he took weighed on him. What would he say? Was he making a mistake? He rounded the corner, spotting a figure coming toward him. His stomach clenched and his heart plummeted at the sight of Prince Eric. His muscles stiffened as the man approached him.
"Mr. Kingsley, I am happy I've run into you."
"Oh, you planning on drugging me again?" Prince Eric frowned as he clasped his hands behind his back.
"No, and I owe you an apology for that."
Nate swallowed hard. "Yes, you do." Prince Eric bobbed his head.
"I am sorry. I lost sight of myself in a desperate attempt to win Elena's hand."
Nate snorted in frustration.
"Though I also feel I owe you a debt of gratitude."
Nate's eyebrows pinched as he raised his gaze to Prince Eric.
"Oh, grateful that you have seen the light?"
Prince Eric's lips tugged back into a smirk.
"No, of course not.
Grateful that I have won." Nate wrinkled his nose as he tried to figure out what the man meant.
"Well, of course you haven't heard. Elena has accepted my proposal. We announce our engagement tonight."
His smug grin widened, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Nate's heart pinched at the words as he stared at Eric. Surely the man was lying. He'd already proven he'd stoop to any level to win. But what if he wasn't? Had Elena already moved on? Chapter 23. Elena. Elena stared at the French door to her balcony, her features set and her arms crossed. With each heavy thud, Elena felt her heart sinking deeper into her chest, weighed down by a crushing sense of despair. A hollowness echoed with every beat against her ribs, and sadness burrowed deep into her mind. She'd made her decision, and she planned to stick to it.
She'd given love a chance, but in her life, love wasn't to be, and she couldn't bear any more heartache. She had gone to Stirling City to escape the royal duty of marrying Prince Eric, and ironically, she'd ended up tethered to him by her own choice. Only now, she nursed a broken heart. But she did what she was used to doing as a royal. She suppressed her feelings, making a choice for the good of the order. Instead of following her heart, which had led to disaster, she'd take the stable path, the one that had been prescribed to her long before she'd even thought of escaping it. Prince Eric was a sensible choice, a stable choice. He would understand her way of life, the demands on her, and the choices she would face. Her father had been correct. She had been short-sighted, demanding she be allowed to explore other options. But those options were doomed to fail, spectacularly. As Elena wrestled with her thoughts, a gentle knock on the door interrupted her turmoil, drawing her attention away from the tumult within. She crossed to her door, her stomach twisting into a knot. What if it was Nate? Would he come to speak to her? What would she say? Would she cave into weakness, or would she stand firm in her decision? With her pulse racing, she pulled the thick oak door back, her breath catching in her throat. She forced a smile onto her face as she spotted her mother on the other side. The woman gave her a slight smile. "How are you, dear?" Elena's lower lip trembled as tears filled her eyes. She wanted to throw herself into her mother's arms and cry like she had as a child. But she resisted the urge, lifting her chin as she blinked back the tears that stung. "Fine." Her mother cocked her head, a consoling but questioning glance crossing her features. "May I come in?" "Actually, I was about to leave. I have several things to attend to and several goodbyes to say. It would be very rude of me to." Queen Sophia stepped into the room, driving her daughter back a step before she swung the door closed. "I cannot help but wonder if you are being hasty, and if your father and I are to blame." Elena stared at the woman, shocked to hear the words coming from her mouth. "What?" Queen Sophia stared down at her clasped hands as she prepared her statement. She flicked her gaze up to Elena's before she began. "You have had an argument with Mr. Kingsley, and you have ended your relationship. But are you certain this is what you want?" "I haven't another choice, Mother. Nathan thinks it best that he leave." "Do you disagree?" Elena pressed her lips together as she stalked away from her mother, unwilling to face her as she spoke. "Not entirely, no." "Even after some thought?" She twisted to face the Queen. "I told you earlier that you and Father were correct. You tried to warn me of what would happen, and it has. Your wisdom has proven invaluable, and I discounted it. Now I must pay the price for not heeding the warning." "Pay the price for not heeding the warning?" Queen Sophia furrowed her brows as she stared at Elena. "Heavens, Elena! This is not a fable or some cautionary tale for you." Yet it has become exactly that. Queen Sophia stepped closer, caressing Elena's cheek. "Oh, darling, do not let this ruin you. You are so bright, so fiery, yet now you seem so defeated." Elena heaved a sigh, crossing her arms. "I am, in a way. But in another, I am not. I have plans to move forward, and I will do just that after I've said my goodbyes. Mrs. Kingsley was very kind to me, and I wish her to know how much I appreciated it. I also will miss Maddie very much." Queen Sophia rubbed Elena's arms. "Darling, I realize you have been through a tough evening and morning. Arguments between a couple are never easy, but time and perspective can change things. Perhaps you ought to speak with Mr. Kingsley again before you give up." Elena's nostrils flared as she sucked in a deep breath, flicking her gaze out the window. "I have already made my decision, Mother." "Really? And you cannot change your mind? We all make snap decisions in the heat of the moment.
but we are all permitted to rethink them and change our minds."
Elena shifted her weight, wondering what her mother would say when she learned she'd already agreed to marry Prince Eric. Queen Sophia led her to the bed, easing them both onto the edge.
"You know, you are so much like your father."
Elena's forehead creased. "Yes, I know. Stubborn, bull-headed."
"And intelligent, kind, warm. So many wonderful qualities. But one of his best is his ability to rethink a situation he has misjudged."
Elena chewed her lower lip. She had already done that, rethinking her engagement to Eric and accepting it.
"You know, we had quite a row the night he collected you in Sterling City."
Elena snapped her gaze to her mother. "You did?"
"Yes," Queen Sophia said with a nod. "He was very angry about your behavior. But what he hadn't considered was that forcing you to choose your country over your heart could be detrimental, and that there needn't be any such choice."
"So you—"
"Convinced him, yes, in a very loud manner."
Her mother grinned at her. Elena chuckled. "Mother, I have never known you to be loud."
"Perhaps not. But I promise you, your father and I had quite the argument about it. And after that, he considered it all and changed course."
"What are you saying, Mother?"
"I'm saying that arguments can be terrible, but sometimes it can make you rethink, reevaluate, and grow stronger."
"I think I have done just that," Elena answered.
Her mother offered her a slight smile. "Then if you feel you have, that is all I can ask. Though, perhaps—"
Elena cocked her head, prodding her mother to continue.
"Perhaps your rounds ought to include Mr. Kingsley. I believe you two deserve the chance to speak one last time before he departs."
Elena offered her mother a fleeting smile as the woman patted her hand.
"And that is the end of my advice."
"Thank you, Mother. I do appreciate you stopping to check on me, though I promise I am fine." She offered another weak smile as they rose. Queen Sophia pulled Elena into a tight hug before she gave her arms another rub and left her behind. Elena swallowed hard as the door clicked shut. Her lower lip trembled as she considered her mother's words. She had pivoted based on the argument this morning. She had rethought just as her father had. Would they be proud of her? The last statement her mother made seemed to contradict everything else. She wasn't certain she could face Nate one final time. She hated to leave the angry words between them, but she couldn't face him again. Not now, not with her engagement to Prince Eric looming over her. And she couldn't face a painful goodbye. She'd used her anger to fuel her steps from the room when she'd left him behind, but with the strong emotion fading, she feared she would fall apart. Her stomach twisted into a knot as she imagined the conversation, the coldness that would exist between them, where warmth had only been before, the stiff words when laughter had normally filled their space. Her tongue darted nervously over her dry lips, a subconscious gesture betraying the tension coursing through her. No, she couldn't face Nate. With her decision made, she picked herself up off her bed and forced herself into the hall. Her knees wobbled as she made her way to the hall containing the Kingsleys' bedrooms. With a shaky breath, she knocked on the door of Nate's parents. A moment later, Victoria opened it, her features softening the moment she spotted Elena. Their suitcases sat open as they filled them with clothes. Tears welled in Elena's eyes, but she shoved them aside, plastering a polite smile onto her face. "Hello, Mrs. Kingsley. I assume you heard the unfortunate news?" Victoria clicked her tongue, her forehead creasing as she nodded.
"Yes, you and Nate had quite the argument. I'm so sorry, honey."
Elena kept the soft smile on her features, trying to treat this like a diplomatic visit. "As am I, and very sorry to see you all going."
"We're sorry to go too. Have you seen Nate again?" Elena shook her head,
her heart thudding against her ribs.
No, I think it may be best if we don't see each other. We spoke very harshly with each other, and I do not wish to risk another argument.
Victoria heaved a sigh. Well, I can't force you to see each other, but I do wish you'd at least say goodbye to each other.
I feel we have already done that, Elena answered. And now I am here to say goodbye to you. Her voice cracked as she spoke the last few words. Tears stung her eyes again, and she licked her lips as a distraction.
Oh, sweetheart,
Victoria said, pulling Elena into a hug.
I'm going to miss you.
I will miss you also, Elena said, a sob escaping her. She pulled back, wiping the tears from her cheeks, as Victoria offered her a lopsided smile, tears shining in her eyes too. Well, I will leave you to your packing. I need to visit Maddie. Victoria nodded, squeezing her hand. She's not happy. I imagine not, Elena forced a laugh. But I do very much want to say goodbye.
Okay, sweetie. Well, I wish you the best.
Thank you. And goodbye, Mr. Kingsley, Elena said with a wave at the man.
He offered her a tight-lipped smile.
Goodbye, Ellie.
She strode from their room with half of her goodbyes completed, but the knot in her stomach still remained. She glanced at Nate's door down the hall, swallowing hard before she twisted away from it and continued down the hall to Maddie's door. With a knock, the door opened. A red-eyed Maddie, tears streaking her face, stood at it. Without a word, she threw her arms around Ellie's neck.
Oh, Ellie, this is terrible. I'm so sorry, Maddie. It is not at all what I had hoped for either. Please, please go see Nate and work it out. You're such a good couple. You just had a fight.
Elena pulled back from her. We just don't see eye to eye on the important things. I'm sorry, darling.
Oh, Ellie, please. You can still make it. You love each other. Remember the carousel and the kiss you shared there and how excited you were when he proposed?
The memories flitted through Elena's mind, but she shoved them aside. She couldn't think of that now. Their relationship was over. Nate didn't want her now. It has been very difficult, but love can't always conquer all. Maddie's nose wrinkled as she frowned. You know, once everything settles, perhaps you could visit me. Maybe around the Christmas holiday. It's quite lovely here with the snow.
Oh, I'd love to. But I don't want to say goodbye now.
I'm afraid you must. But this isn't goodbye forever. We'll still talk via text, I promise. Tears streamed down Maddie's face as she nodded and wrapped her arms around Elena's neck again.
I'll miss you.
I will miss you so much, too. They said their final goodbyes before Elena left her to pack. Even after finishing her task, she felt no relief. The weight of what had happened still pressed down on her shoulders. Her gaze fell on Nate's door, and she stood frozen. An image of his face formed in her mind, and her heart pinched. She wanted to speak with him, at least to say goodbye, or maybe to apologize. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. Instead, she hurried down the hall, racing back to her room and shutting herself inside of it. She let the emotions of the goodbyes spill over once in the privacy of her space. "Oh, darling," Caroline said, hurrying to her to embrace her.
The goodbyes were harder than I expected,
Elena choked out. Of course they were. Caroline led her to her bed and eased her onto it. Did you speak with Mr. Kingsley?
No, I couldn't bring myself to see him.
Caroline stroked her hair as she allowed tears to stream down her cheeks. She cried until no more tears came. Caroline patted a tissue against Elena's cheeks, drying what remained of the salty tears. Well, I think you've cried yourself dry. She accepted the tissue from Caroline, blowing her nose. I have, but I feel no better. Caroline brushed a lock of hair over Elena's shoulder.
Do you know what I think would make you feel better?
Elena sucked in a breath.
Chocolate? Caroline chuckled before shaking her head. No. I believe you need a bit of closure. Why not find Mr. Kingsley and speak with him?
Elena's forehead creased.
Caroline. Darling, I'm serious. You need to do this. I can't face him. Not now. I may fall apart again. Then fall apart. Tell him everything you want to say, and at the end, you'll know you've done everything.
Elena sniffled, chewing her lower lip.
It will not change anything. But you've done it. You'll have no regrets, and you never know. It just may change everything.
Elena's stomach twisted as she considered it. What if she did speak with him? What if she told him how heartbroken she was to lose them all? To lose him? Even if he didn't stay, at least she would have said her piece. She licked her lips before she slowly nodded.
Yes, Caroline. I think you are correct.
A grin spread across Caroline's lips. Let's get you cleaned up a bit first, shall we?
Do I look that bad?
Elena climbed from the bed and approached her vanity, her eyes going wide.
Oh dear, I do look a bit worse for wear, don't I?
Not to worry, Your Highness. I'll have you fixed in no time at all. Caroline brushed her hair as Elena wiped at her puffy eyes before she fixed her makeup. Elena studied herself in the mirror.
Not bad at all, Caroline. What do you think?
I think you'll do. Now go find Mr. Kingsley and say all the things. And no matter what happens, remember, you've made your effort. A sense of urgency gripped Elena as she dashed from her room to Nate's, a nagging feeling stirring within her that this encounter held great significance. Her stomach clenched, but she rose her shaky hand in the air and banged on the door. A minute later, a maid opened it.
Your Highness!
The woman curtsied quickly. Hello, Dora. Where is Mr. Kingsley? Elena searched the space, finding it empty.
I believe the Kingsleys have already left, Your Highness. Their luggage was being loaded.
Elena didn't hear the rest of the statement as she spun on her heel and fled toward the front of the palace. She'd waited too long. She hoped she could catch him. With each step, her urgency grew, her heart pounding in her chest as she raced through the halls, desperate to catch Nate before it was too late. Her chest constricted and she zipped past Caroline, who called to her.
No time to talk, Caroline. The Kingsleys are already getting into the car. I must catch them. Run, Your Highness, Caroline shouted as she hurried behind her.
Elena pushed her legs to carry her through the halls and down the stairs as fast as she could. She puffed for breath as she reached the front door, flinging it open. She searched for Nate and his family, but her heart plummeted as she found no one. Instead, a car pulled down the drive, already almost at the gates. She swallowed hard, her features pinching. She'd missed her opportunity, and now she'd never have another chance. Chapter 24. Nate. Nate firmed his jaw, trying to remain unflappable despite his hammering heart. In front of him, Prince Eric's smarmy smile beamed. "Anyway," the man said, "this is your last day here, if I'm not mistaken. So, happy trails, as you Americans say." Prince Eric stuck his hand out toward Nate, a silent request for a handshake. Nate stared down at it, his stomach twisting into a tight knot. "Pass," he answered. He wasn't going to shake hands with the man who drugged him. Prince Eric withdrew his offer, clasping his hands behind his back again. "Fair enough. Perhaps we can both agree, though, that the best man won. I promise I will make Elena very happy." The words hit him like a physical slap. Was their relationship really nothing more than a ploy to her? "Goodbye, Mr. Kingsley. And good luck. I wish I could say it was lovely meeting you, but you have been a thorn in my side that I am all too pleased to have plucked and pitched away."
With another arrogant grin, the man nodded and twisted on his heel to stride away from Nate. Nate sucked in a shaky breath as he left, still reeling from the news. Had she run straight to Eric to accept his offer only moments after they'd broken up? Did she have any feelings for him at all? His mind struggled to process the bombshell Prince Eric had just dropped as he stood frozen in disbelief. Caroline's unexpected appearance was the only thing that roused him. With a pleasant smile, she approached him and offered a greeting he barely heard. "Mr. Kingsley?" she repeated, her head tilting and her brows pinching. "Oh, sorry," he answered, shaking his head. "My mind was somewhere else." "I'll say, perhaps a million miles from here." "Yeah," he murmured. "Are you all right?" Caroline asked. He wasn't, not by a mile, but he couldn't tell her that. "Mr. Kingsley," Caroline said, concern etching into her features by the second. "You look as though someone has stolen your puppy. May I get you something?" "No, He stared down at his feet, his mind racing. "Actually, yes, there is something you can help with." "Name it." His lower lip bobbed as he tried to force himself to ask about Elena's engagement, but he couldn't form the words. "I know this isn't my place," Caroline said, her voice lowering as she leaned closer. "But I do know you and Her Highness have had a terrible row. And again, not my place, but I believe you both could benefit from a visit with each other." He swallowed hard, trying to reconcile her words with the news he'd just gotten. "I'm not so sure about that." "I am," Caroline said. She is reeling. I know I should not say these things because I am in her confidence, but Mr. Kingsley, she is terribly hurt and upset. Perhaps if you could only talk." "Terribly upset?" He scoffed. "It doesn't seem like that at all." Caroline's eyebrows pinched. "What do you mean?" Nate set his hands on his hips. "Prince Eric just told me they are engaged and announcing it tonight. It seems like she's moved on already." Caroline let her gaze fall to the portfolio clasped in her hands. "So it's true?" Nate prodded. "I am afraid Her Highness is determined to ensure her own misery after your split." His jaw clenched as he looked for truth in Caroline's words. Was Elena doing this out of some sense of loss, or had she merely moved on to accept that she'd need to marry another royal? Caroline placed a hand against his arm, her eyes pleading. "She doesn't love him, Mr. Kingsley. I know she is doing this because she is lost without you." "Yeah, well, her father didn't give us the green light," he retorted bitterly, his frustration seeping into his words. "So maybe she's doing it because she has to. Maybe." He tried to convince himself that her parents had forced the issue, but doubt gnawed at him. "I am convinced he would have. King Frederick can be pensive, though he always makes the right decisions." "Maybe he made his decision. Maybe she's marrying Prince Eric because her father didn't give us his approval." "No, I don't believe so," Caroline answered. "She would have said so. She was adamantly against being forced into a marriage." The words stung. "Yes, I know." Had that been the only reason she'd sought a relationship with him? Because she wanted to prove to her father that she could? Because she wanted to escape an arranged marriage? "I know this is difficult, but if you just spoke—" "I can't," he said with a shake of his head, resolve filling him. "Oh, but Mr. Kingsley—" "I said I can't. Look, I get that you want to protect her, Caroline. That's your job. But Ellie and we don't work. I'm sorry." "Don't you? Or are you both just too stubborn to admit you love each other and say you're sorry?" He shook his head at the statement, though he couldn't find the words to refute it. "Goodbye, Caroline. Thanks for all your help this past week." "Of course, Mr. Kingsley." She stared at him for another moment, her eyes clouded with empathy, before she finally turned away.
With a bitter frown, he did the same, retreating to his room. He closed the door behind him, emotions roiling within him. Would a visit to Elena make any difference? The engagement news seemed to fit right in with his earlier assessment. Maybe she'd never cared for him. He desperately wanted to believe she had, but he couldn't face it. Even if she did love him, they had no way forward, especially not now. He stormed to his suitcase, still open on the bed, shoved in the remaining clothes unceremoniously, and flopped the lid closed before zipping it shut. With a groan, he tugged it from the bed and dragged it to the door. A knock sounded at the door as he reached it with the bag. He pulled it open to find his mother on the other side. She eyed the suitcase in his hand. "I see you're ready." "Yep, we can't get out of here fast enough." She fluttered her eyelashes, her eyebrows shooting up. "Nate, don't," he said with a shake of his head. "I don't want to hear about how I should talk to her, or say goodbye, or give it one last chance. I'm finished with this." "Wow. Okay. I just don't want you to have any regrets." "I don't." Victoria licked her lips, shifting her weight from one hip to the other. "I talked to her, Ellie." "Good for you," Nate said, dragging the suitcase into the hall and pulling his door shut behind him. His heart pounded against his ribs at the simple action, but he wanted to close the chapter on this mistake in his life and move on. "Where is all this sudden bitterness coming from? I know you had a fight, but she's marrying Prince Eric," he burst, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. "What?" "Yeah, I guess she didn't pass the good news along, huh?" "She didn't mention it, no." "Are you sure? Where did you hear this?" Nate set his hands on his hips. "Prince Eric himself took great pleasure in informing me, then telling me that I was the thorn in his side he was thankful to have removed." "Oh, Nate, you can't believe anything that man says. He drugged you. He's probably saying it just to get at you." "Caroline practically confirmed it when I saw her just now. Ellie is marrying someone else. No, wait. Ellie is marrying the man she ran away from, and she agreed to do it mere milliseconds after our breakup." Victoria's features pinched as she studied him. "Do you think it's a reaction to the breakup, maybe? She seemed very upset when she said goodbye to us. She was in tears." Nate fluffed off the information, determined not to deal with it. "And did Caroline confirm it or not? You said practically. So did she say it was true or didn't she?" "Not in so many words, but I'm certain it is. She said something about her being determined to make her life miserable." "Well, she certainly seemed unhappy when she said her goodbyes to us. Maybe you ought to—" He sliced a hand through the air, his nostrils flaring with annoyance. "Don't say talk to her. Caroline said the same thing. I don't want to talk to her. We said everything we needed to say, and her so-called reaction to our breakup is speaking volumes." "Nate, she's in a tricky position. She has to—" "I don't care. It's her life. She can live it however she wants. I just want to get out of here." Victoria shrugged. "What's the rush?" "I just want to put this behind me, that's all, okay?" "All right. I'll go get Maddie and your dad." "What about Steven?" "Steven left earlier, took a commercial flight. He's getting a divorce from Chloe. He didn't want to face the rest of the family just yet." A mix of emotions roiled through Nate, from elation that Chloe was out of their lives to heartache for his brother. He knew all too well the sting from that woman. "Wow, I don't know what to say." Victoria squeezed his arm. "I imagine you're happy about it." "I'm happy not to see Chloe at breakfast every morning, but—" He shook his head. "Steven never should have married her." "We agree on that. At least it's behind him. Your dad's already on the phone with the lawyers. Steven stupidly didn't have a prenup. But given the short duration of the marriage and her cheating, they're confident he can come out of this unscathed." "That's good.
I'd hate to see Genotech suffer because of her. She's taken enough from this family.
We may need Ellie to give a statement about her cheating. Why don't you—
Don't say go talk to her. Go get Dad and Maddie. I want out of this place.
All right, Victoria said with her hands raised. I'll go get them.
Nate paced the floor outside his former room as his mother left him behind to gather the rest of the family. His mother's question about his rush to get out of the palace rattled through his mind. He needed to be away from here. He needed to put distance between him and any chance of seeing Elena. He didn't think his heart could take it. He curled and uncurled his fingers into fists as he waited. A variety of emotions coursed through him with every beat of his heart. He chewed the inside of his cheek as he stared down the hall, suddenly considering going to speak to her. Before he could, the rest of his family appeared.
We're ready,
Victoria said. Good, let's go, he answered, taking it as a sign that he wasn't supposed to see her.
Are you sure you don't want to—
Yep, he answered, taking his mother's suitcase from her and rolling it alongside his. They snaked through the halls and arrived at the front door. He'd already called for the car to take them to the airport hours ago. He helped load the luggage along with the driver before he ducked into the back, sliding into the seat next to Maddie. She refused to look at him, the frown on her face telling him exactly what she thought. The driver's door slammed closed, and the car began to slide away from the palace's entrance. His heart turned over as they rolled down the driveway, leaving the Eldorian palace and its royal family behind. Within 15 minutes, they were at the airport. His stomach flip-flopped as he stepped out of the car. Maybe he'd feel better once he was on the plane. Right now, he felt awful. They should be airborne within 30 minutes. He tried to focus on that. He forced his mind to go over the things he needed to do when he arrived home. He had a number of proposals to review. He needed to check the progress on the anti-aging project. He reached into his pocket and dug out his phone as they entered the airport. He'd get a jump start on returning emails as soon as they were on the plane. Sorry, his father said with a shake of his head, blocking him from striding out the door to the waiting plane. Problem with the plane. We can't board. What? Nate asked. What problem? Something mechanical. I don't know. Some warning is going off. We are not allowed to get on until they find the problem and fix it. No, Nate said, his voice raising. They can fix it while we're on there. They can't. Regulations and all that. Sorry. But, Nate, there's nothing we can do. Just grab a seat. Nate stared longingly at the plane. If he could just get on it, he knew these doubts that were eating away at him would dissipate. Well, how long is this going to take? It takes however long it takes, his mother chimed in. Sit down, Nate. Nate stared at them incredulously until his sister clapped a hand onto his shoulder.
Yeah, sit down, Nate. It's your fault we're here, so—
It's not my fault, he snapped as he dropped into one of the airport seats.
How do you figure that? You broke up with Ellie because you're an idiot.
I'm not— Oh, never mind. I'm not having this conversation with you. You're a kid. You have no idea what adult relationships are like, okay? He blew out a sigh as he ran his fingers through his hair before he tried to focus on his phone.
I'm not a kid, first of all. And second of all, I know you're making a huge mistake. Ellie loves you, and you just don't care. You're so selfish.
He screwed up his face as he stared at her. Are you serious? She's marrying someone else.
Because you made her. Duh.
Maddie shot back. Nate's heart thudded against his ribs as his sister accused him of exactly what he couldn't admit to himself. All right, you two, that's enough. If Nate wants to end his relationship with Ellie, that's his business. We all have to accept that. Victoria crossed her arms and slouched in her seat.
Well, Ellie said I could visit over Christmas, and I'm going to,
Maddie answered, mirroring her mother's posture. Fine. I'm sure that will be lovely for the both of you.
But if Nate does not wish to associate with her, that's up to him. His nose wrinkled as they spoke, the memory of his pizza date with Ellie and his sister floating through his mind. He shoved it away, determined to stay the course. He'd made a decision. He didn't belong here. He stared at his phone again, unable to concentrate. "I'm going for a walk." Before anyone could answer, he rose and strode away, crossing to the few small shops in the airport. He ducked inside one, searching for anything to distract him from the sinking feeling he had as every moment ticked away. "I'm not making a mistake," he murmured to himself. "I'm not a selfish idiot." Somewhere behind him, a woman laughed. The strains of Elena's soft but genuine laughter as they'd played skee-ball at the pizza shop's arcade taunted him. "No," he said with a shake of his head. "No, she's not right for me." He swallowed hard, pushing aside the memory only for another one to crop up. This time they'd been at the museum. He recalled kissing her cheek, the feel of her soft skin against his lips, how easy their conversations were. He shook his head as though it would help dislodge the thoughts, but as he hit the corner of the shop, his eyes fell upon a music box, a single carousel horse. The sight was a dagger to his heart. The recollection of their first date, their first kiss, his first gift to her, along with every other moment they'd shared, rushed back into his mind. He contrasted it with the harsh words he'd thrown at her this morning. He had been an idiot. Regret washed over him as he acknowledged his own foolishness. He had unjustly accused her, letting his anger and hurt cloud his judgment. But that wasn't an excuse. He had been such a fool. He loved her. It was that simple. He loved her. He desperately didn't want to leave. Caroline was correct. He'd been stubborn, not willing to admit his faults. But now, in the face of losing her entirely if he stepped onto that plane, he couldn't think of anything else. He glanced at the clock on his phone. When was she announcing her engagement? Could he get back to her in time? He had to try. He grabbed the carousel horse from the shelf and raced to the cashier to make the purchase, then quickly navigated to a text message thread with Caroline, hastily typing the words, "I need your help." With the message sent, he raced back to his family. After gulping in a breath, he said, "How fast can you get the car back?" "Why?" Victoria asked. "I made a huge mistake. I need to go back." "You forget to pack your socks, Nate?" Charles teased. "No. I forgot that I am head over heels in love with Ellie. I can't let her go. Not without one last try. But I need to get back to the palace. She's announcing her engagement to Prince Eric tonight. If I don't get there before that, there may be no hope for us." "Well, turns out," Charles said as he rose, buttoning his blazer. "I kept the car around in case the plane didn't work out. It's right out front." "Okay, let's go," Nate said. "We have to hurry. I need to get to her. I need to tell her how I feel." His family rose, ready to stand behind him as he tried to fix the massive mistake he'd made earlier. They pushed through the others in the airport to make their way back to the door and climb back into the car. With every passing second, his anxiety grew, his heart racing as the palace loomed on the horizon. He couldn't shake the feeling that time was slipping away, leaving him with an insurmountable distance to cover. Such a short trip, but too long for his taste. As the car lurched forward, his resolve solidified, his determination driving him forward. With each passing milestone, the looming question remained. Would he reach Elena in time to stop her from making a decision that could change both of their lives forever? Chapter 25. Elena. Elena's heart plummeted as she stared at the car winding down the drive, away from the palace. A storm of conflicting emotions churned within Elena, tightening her chest and blurring her vision with unshed tears. Each breath felt like a struggle against the weight of disappointment and heartache.
A winded Caroline caught up to her, panting for breath as she joined Elena outside the palace doors. "He left." The words stuck in her throat as a tear fell to her cheek. "Oh no." Caroline tugged her phone from her pocket. "I will call the gates and—" "No," Elena said, flicking away the tear and firming her jaw. "Do not call them." "Why?" Caroline asked. "You wanted to speak with him." Elena crossed her arms, allowing stubbornness and anger to shove aside her disappointment. "He clearly did not wish to speak to me." "But, Your Highness—" "Caroline, he left. He left here without even a goodbye. He had the opportunity to come to me, and he did not. I will not chase after a man who does not know my worth or care a fig about my feelings." "I don't believe that's true," Caroline said with a shake of her head. "He's hurt too." "Is he? I did not hurl the insults he did. I stood by him as Eric framed him to paint him in a bad light. I fought against my own father for him. To be accused of using him only to escape marrying Eric?" Elena snorted out a laugh. "I will not chase him down." Caroline followed her as she stormed back into the castle. "He learned of your engagement to Prince Eric." "How?" Elena asked, her eyes wide. I believe Prince Eric told him." Caroline tugged her lips into a grimace. "I didn't confirm it directly when he asked me, but he did learn of it." Elena's gaze fell to the floor. Had this been the reason he'd left without a goodbye? "I could still have them tracked down at the airport," Caroline said, with a wave of her cell phone in the air. Elena stared at the device for a moment before she shook her head. "No. If he wanted to speak about it, he would have." She curled her fingers into fists, sucking in a steadying breath. "No. We move forward as I planned." "But, Your Highness, this is surely a path toward misery. Please, before you ruin your entire life over one argument, let me arrange a meeting for you." "No, Caroline. I will not put my heart through that again. I cannot." Her features pinched and fresh tears stung her eyes. "I cannot stand it." Caroline pulled her into an embrace. "Oh dear. I realize this is difficult. But let's just have one more go at it, shall we? I'll call the airport." Elena pulled back, wiping at her tears. "I said no, and I meant it. My heart will heal." A new voice entered the conversation as she sniffled and hurried to dry her face. "Elena, is something wrong?" King Frederick asked. She shook her head, plastering on a weak smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "No, Father. I am perfectly fine." "Mr. Kingsley has just left, Your Majesty," Caroline explained. King Frederick bobbed his head. "I see. And the goodbye was taxing, I imagine." "No, it was not. There was no goodbye. He merely left. For the best." She lifted her chin, desperately trying to conceal her emotions from her father. "I disagree. I think we should have at least seen them off." "I realize it may be viewed as rude, but Nathan preferred it this way. He did not wish to speak to me, and I honored that." King Frederick raised his eyebrows. "I see. It is a terrible shame that things ended on such a sour note." "Is it? Perhaps you were correct in being so cautious before issuing your approval. Perhaps things were always meant to end on a sour note." King Frederick's gaze lingered on Elena, his features etched with concern. He offered her a fleeting smile before he heaved a sigh. "I don't believe so. He seemed a nice young man." "But you had reservations." "Elena, you are my only daughter. I will always have reservations over any man you marry." "You did not have them with Eric," she shot back. "Your engagement hadn't been announced yet. Give me time. I probably would have found some." Her eyebrows pinched as her stomach twisted. Would the news of their engagement following the meal tonight be unwelcome? She assumed her parents would be thrilled. Had she misjudged? She shook her head. "No, Father, you are right. Nathan Kingsley is not cut out for royal life." "I am not as certain as you are.
the king answered. I feel I was too hasty in saying that.
Elena's lips parted as he said the words. She drew her chin back to her chest, her head cocking in question. What do you mean?
I think he is a man of genuine character, and that alone makes him an excellent choice as a partner.
Elena's features crinkled, and Caroline slid a hand onto her shoulder. So, you would have approved of our relationship?
Yes, he answered. I wonder if I had told you this sooner, if it would have made a difference.
Elena wiped away a tear that had fallen to her cheek. Their first argument had stemmed from the lack of approval from her father. But their second point of contention had not. He felt she'd used him. No, I doubt it would have. But I do appreciate you telling me, Father.
Are you certain? Perhaps another conversation with Mr. Kingsley is warranted, armed with the new information.
It is not, Elena answered. He made his thoughts clear, and while some of his reservations about our relationship stemmed from the lack of obvious approval, not all of them did. It is those last few that I have used as the basis of my conjecture.
I see, King Frederick said. Well, I suppose that should bring me some measure of relief, but it does not.
Why? Elena asked.
Because you are hurting. Elena, despite what you may think, I wish things would work out. I want to see you happy.
She offered him a fake smile, but it was all she could muster. Thank you, Father. I appreciate the sentiment. He nodded at her before he squeezed her shoulder, a rare display of affection between them. As he strode away, Caroline leaned closer. You did not tell him about your arrangement with Eric. He will know soon enough, Elena answered.
Perhaps he no longer agrees it is wise.
Elena sucked in a steadying breath. Eric understands our way of life. He is a wise choice. Father knew that before, and he will understand once we make our announcement. Now, I think I would like to lie down before we dress for dinner. It has been a most stressful day. And will likely prove to be a stressful evening, Caroline said. The words cut Elena, and she tugged her lips into a frown, realizing the truth they held. She had no desire to marry Eric, but had a strong one to protect her heart. At least he couldn't hurt her. He hadn't the means, because she didn't love him. Their marriage would be what it had always been intended to be, convenience. An arrangement between two royal families to pair two people at similar stations. As she snaked through the halls to her room, her mind conjured the image of a romantic movie she'd once watched, with an arranged marriage between two countries' royals. The bride had wept at the altar for half the ceremony before someone finally put a stop to it. She'd happily ran into the arms of the man she loved. But that wouldn't happen for Elena. Instead, she would marry the man she didn't love to protect herself and fulfill her duty to her country. She reached her room and closed herself inside, hoping to find solace there. As she lay on the bed, though, all she found was pain. The roses from Eric had already started to wilt, a few of their petals finding their way to the top of the dresser. It mirrored her own wilted hopes and shattered dreams. The absence of the carousel, once a cherished token of affection, now served as a stark reminder of her fractured heart and uncertain future, instead of the lovely first date it had symbolized before. She'd asked Caroline to give it away, no longer wishing to see the bitter reminder of her failed relationship. But now she questioned the move. At least she could have held on to one piece of it and used it to remind herself of better times. But it would likely only bring her heartache. Even the memory of it caused tears to well. She twisted away from where it had sat, searching for another focal point. Memories of her time with Nate bombarded her. She clamped a pillow over her head to shut out the light and noise of the room, hoping to make it stop. With each passing second, She wondered if she'd made a terrible mistake not allowing Caroline to call the airport. She tossed the pillow aside and sat up, staring at the clock. With a shake of her head, she flopped back on the bed. It had been too long. The Kingsleys' private plane would already be in the air. There was no stopping it now. She couldn't have the plane turned around and brought back to Eldoria. She would have to accept her fate. She, herself, had done it. She could blame no one else. As the sun drooped in the sky, Caroline pushed into her room. "Is it already time?" Elena asked. "Yes," Caroline said. "It is time to dress for dinner. There is still time to put a stop to what is supposed to happen afterwards." "There is not. I have entered into the agreement. And you may back out. Tell him you are upset or tired. You have had second thoughts. Please, Your Highness, do not be so short-sighted." "Oh, Caroline, I do appreciate your candor," Elena said as she plopped onto the stool to have her hair done. "But this really is for the best." Caroline heaved a sigh as she picked up the hairbrush. "Nathan must be well on his way by now," Elena said, her eyes staring ahead, but not seeing anything. "I could check." "No," Elena answered, focusing her gaze on her lady's maid. "Although I will likely ask you to ensure they arrived safely in Stirling City. I want to know that much. I will be certain to keep tabs on it and report to you the moment they have landed. I imagine that will be sometime during dinner. At least I will know they are safely home before Eric and I make our announcement." Caroline did not answer, her focus solely on Elena's hairstyle. "I know you do not agree, Caroline, but really it is for the best." "I did not say anything this time." "You did not have to. Your silence signals your disapproval loudly and clearly." "It is not disapproval, Your Highness. Merely sadness. You seemed so in love." "I was," Elena answered wistfully. "And I never wish to be again. I never want to feel this hurt again, which is why I must guard my heart and marry Eric." "You must do what you feel is right, Your Highness. Have you selected the dress?" "Whichever," Elena answered. "Whichever? It is a night you will remember for quite some time. Red or blue?" "I care not," Elena said with a shake of her head. "Red, blue, brown, black? Oh, perhaps black." Caroline clicked her tongue. "Oh, Your Highness. I will make the choice for you. Red." "Fine." Elena nodded in her approval, though she didn't care which she wore. They finished the process, and Elena left her room behind for dinner. A smaller, more private affair, she managed to make it through, though her stomach refused to cooperate, and she left most of her food on her plate. Her mother wrapped an arm around her as they went to the sitting room for a nightcap. "Darling, are you feeling unwell?" "I'm all right, just not hungry." Queen Sophia smiled at her before Queen Elizabeth caught her arm to ask a question. Elena lumbered to the room, each step feeling like she was walking to the gallows. She hadn't heard from Caroline yet. Had the Kingsleys not landed? It didn't matter, she supposed, as she stepped into the sitting room, received her sherry, and eased onto the couch. "Darling," Eric whispered as he eased onto the cushion next to her. "Perhaps we should make our announcement now, so there is time for celebrations." Celebration was not a word she would use, but she nodded and slipped her hand into his. He led her to the piano, where he set his drink down and cleared his throat. "Excuse me, everyone. There is an announcement I would like to make." Elena's heart thudded hard against her ribs as the room quieted. Second thoughts crowded into her mind, and her throat parched. "Elena and I—" Eric's voice faltered as the doors swung open with a dramatic creak. All eyes turned toward the unexpected intruder. Her heart stopped as she stared at the figure hovering in the doorway. Nate, wide-eyed and gasping for breath, focused on her. "Ellie, stop! You can't do this!" Chapter 26. Nate.
Nate's heart hammered against his ribs as the car navigated closer to the palace. He stared at his cell phone, waiting for an answer to the frantic text he'd sent. It chimed, and he nearly dropped it as he swiped with shaky hands to read the message from Caroline. "Anything you need?" He typed back as quickly as he could. "I made a big mistake. I need to talk to Ellie. Any way you can arrange that?" His phone rang a moment later, and he answered Caroline's call. "Caroline, please tell me you can help me." "I can get you to her, yes, but please, please tell me you are on your way back already. She plans to announce her engagement tonight, and they have just left the dining room." His heart rose into his throat. "We're nearly there. I will meet you at the front door." "Thanks." He ended the call, his stomach twisting into a knot as he waited to arrive. "Can he drive a little faster?" His father passed the request along. The man offered him a nod, the engine revving as he squeezed out more speed from it. Victoria's voice cut through the tension in the car. "Is Caroline going to help?" He nodded. "Meeting me at the door, but she's supposed to announce her engagement in, minutes. I just hope we get there in time." He drummed his fingers on his thigh as they passed through the gates. He tried to plan what he'd say to her, but his mind couldn't think past stopping her from announcing her engagement. As long as he did that, he hoped the rest would just flow naturally. The car began to slow as the doors came into sight. Before it stopped, he bounded from the vehicle and raced toward Caroline, who waited inside the open door. "They're in the sitting room. Hurry, Mr. Kingsley. Prince Eric will not dally in making the announcement." Nate's heart raced as he sprinted down the hall. He had to reach her in time, he thought, his fingers trembling as he flung the doors open, breathless. Elena stood at the piano with Prince Eric clasping her hand in his. All eyes turned to him as he burst into the room. "Ellie, stop! You can't do this!" King Frederick rose from his seat, his forehead crinkled as King Henry leapt up, his features pinched. "What is the meaning of this?" he questioned. Nate kept his gaze focused on Elena, his eyes pleading. "Please, Ellie, can we speak for a moment?" She opened her mouth to answer when Eric stepped forward, placing himself between them. "No," he answered. She snapped her gaze toward him, her eyebrows squashing. "Excuse me," Queen Sophia said. "I believe he was speaking to my daughter." "Yes, your daughter, who is about to become my fiancée." King Frederick shot Elena a questioning glance. "Yes, that is correct, Your Majesty. Elena has accepted my offer of marriage. We were just about to announce it when this man burst in. How did you get in here anyway, Kingsley? I thought you had left." "I had," Nate answered. "But Please, Ellie, can we talk?" "I have already said no," Prince Eric shot back. Elena's jaw dropped open, and she fluttered her eyelashes. "You do not speak for me." "We are about to become husband and wife, Elena. It is my duty to—" "Oh, shut up," Queen Sophia said. "You have made no announcement as of yet, so you are not duty-bound to do anything. Besides, Elena has her own mind." Prince Eric sucked in a breath, his nostrils flaring. "We have already agreed privately. Elena, are you telling me you will not keep your word?" "Elena, is this true?" Her father clasped his hands behind his back as he set his gaze on her. Nate's stomach twisted again. If she admitted it was, would she be held to it? Was he already too late? "May we have a private word, Father?" "Yes," he answered, waving toward his wife. "Sophia, if you would join us." "Wait just a moment," King Henry said. "I would like to hear Elena's answer to your question." "And you shall, after our private discussion," King Frederick answered. "If you will excuse us." "No, we will not," King Henry answered. "My son has made an offer it seems that has been accepted. I demand an answer from your daughter at once. If she refuses—" King Frederick arched a graying eyebrow. "The offer will be withdrawn, and we shall leave Eldoria at once." The king bobbed his head emphatically, his face red. Elena's eyes widened as she glanced at her father, awaiting his response. Nate shifted his gaze from king to king, wondering if he'd just created an international incident. King Frederick sucked in a deep breath, his chin lifting a little. "You must do what you feel is right, Henry. Please, let one of the staff know if you need a car. Come along, Elena." Elena skirted past Prince Eric and scurried after her father and mother. "Mr. Kingsley, despite the urgency of your request, I trust you can wait to speak with my daughter." Nate bobbed his head at the man, swallowing hard. "Good." Caroline approached him as the royal family disappeared behind another set of closed doors. "You made it." "Did I?" He peered in at the Corinthian royals. "They don't seem happy." "Their loss," Caroline answered as she pulled the doors closed, shutting out his view. "Please tell me you plan to rekindle your relationship." "If she'll have me," Nate answered with a sigh and a weak smile. Caroline offered him a furtive grin as she raised a finger in the air. She bustled down the hall, disappearing into another room for a moment before she reappeared. "Give her this. Remind her of all the reasons she fell in love with you." Nate glanced down at the object in her hands, his heart lifting as he spotted the carousel he'd given her after their first date. Paired with the new horse, it would be the perfect reminder of their relationship from start until now. She wanted it removed from her sight, likely because she was so broken-hearted. He took it, pressing it against his chest as doubts gnawed at him. "I hope she'll take me back." "She will," Caroline said with a grin. "I don't know what to say to her. I've been so stupid." "Just let the words flow. Tell her everything. You can do it, Mr. Kingsley. She loves you. I know it." Nate offered her a tentative smile and a slight nod as the doors opened to the king's private office. His heart pounded against his ribs again, and his knees wobbled. Suddenly, he seemed far less certain. "Mr. Kingsley," King Frederick said as he stepped from the room. "May I have a word with you?" Nate swallowed hard, his chest tightening. "Yes, of course." "Please, step inside." "Good luck," Caroline whispered as he stepped forward. With a curt nod, he continued past her and into the office. He expected to find Elena and her mother, but neither was there. King Frederick closed the doors behind him before he circled around Nate. "I am somewhat surprised to see you back, Mr. Kingsley." "I'm very sorry for interrupting your evening, but—" King Frederick held up a hand, stopping his words. "May we be frank with each other, Mr. Kingsley?" Nate's parched throat nearly choked him as he said the word. "Yes." "Good. You may be sorry for interrupting our evening, but I am somewhat glad that you did. I'm hoping the reason you did this is because you wish to work things out with Elena?" Nate shifted his weight, his sweaty palms slipping on the carousel he held in his hands. "I hope to, yes. I know I haven't made a very good impression, but Well, if we are being frank, Your Majesty, I have been a complete fool." King Frederick offered him a smile that seemed warmer than he'd expect from the man. "We all tend to have our moments, Mr. Kingsley. I will not speak for my daughter, but I do hope you are able to work things out." Nate tried to keep his features neutral, but his eyebrows pinched slightly. "Yes, Mr. Kingsley, I am giving my approval. I came to the conclusion earlier today, but before I could speak with you... Well, let us put what happened earlier behind us, shall we?" "I certainly hope we can," Nate answered, his pulse racing. He'd earned the king's approval. Now he just needed to earn Elena's back. "Well, hopefully Elena will see what I have come to recognize. And with that said, you will find her in the private sitting room beyond those doors. Good luck, Mr. Kingsley." The king waved to another set of double doors hidden behind thick velvet curtains. Nate offered him a fleeting smile. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He crossed to the doors, his hand lingering on the cold brass knob as his heart rose into his throat again. He eased it open and slipped into the well-appointed sitting area. Elena stared out the window across the room. She twisted to face him as he entered, her features registering a mix of emotions. "Ellie." He tried to stop his voice from shaking, licking his lips as he sought words. "Nathan, No, please," he pleaded, his voice cracking with emotion. "Please, let me talk." "All right," she said, her voice soft.
He glanced down at the carousel and lone horse in his hands, reminded of all their special moments together and of what had driven him to return from the airport.
"Ellie, I'm sorry. I know that doesn't mean much, just saying the words, but I was a complete idiot to have pushed you about what would happen if your father didn't accept our relationship." Elena sucked in a deep breath as he spoke, her arms crossed tightly. "And I was an even bigger fool to have accused you of just wanting me because you didn't want to marry Prince Eric." "Yes, you were," she answered. "I can't take back what I said, but I can say I'm sorry, and I can tell you that I love you, and that, if there's any chance you'll take me back, I'll spend the rest of my life proving it to you." Elena eyed him, her features still a mask of stoicism. He searched her face for any sign of forgiveness. "Ellie," he prodded, feeling like he was quickly losing control of the situation. He shifted the 2 gifts in his hands before he thrust them forward. Caroline gave me this, and I want to give it back to you, along with this new horse. Please don't get rid of it. Please don't get rid of us." She sucked in a deep breath, not taking the items. "Nathan?" "Please, Ellie." "You've had your time to speak. Now please let me have mine." His gaze sank to the floor as he realized he was about to get the boot.
I appreciate your apology and the declaration. And I do know that my father approves of our relationship, so our first argument is a moot point now.
He swallowed hard, waiting for the but.
I desperately want to put this behind us, but I worry.
"About?" he asked.
What hurdle will we face next that will leave you reeling and questioning?
He shook his head, closing the gap between them. "Nothing, Ellie."
How can you be so certain?
"Because I learn from my mistakes. I may be an idiot, but at least I learn. And like I said, we can face anything together."
But we didn't face this. At the first sign of trouble, Nathan, you ran. I can't have that in a husband.
He swallowed hard, trying to find a way to convince her. "Ellie, please give me just one more shot at this. I will admit I was really stressed, especially with that drug floating around in my system, but I won't do that again. I'm with you, Ellie. We'll face everything together." She glanced down at the carousel in his hands.
We had so many good times.
"And we can have so many more." He dug in his pocket, pulling out the ring he'd been carrying since he arrived in Eldoria. "Please say you'll marry me." She stared at the emerald sparkling in the soft light before she raised her tear-filled eyes to his. He held his breath, waiting to find out his fate. Her forehead crinkled before her head gave a slight bob.
Yes, I will.
His heart could have burst from the joy of the answer. She took the carousel and single horse from his hands, cradling them in one arm as he placed the ring on her finger for a second time. This time for good.
I love you, Nathan Kingsley.
He pulled her closer, letting his lips brush hers. "And I love you, Ellie." His voice trailed off as he offered her a wide-eyed look. "Oh, your name is so long I've forgotten the entire thing." She giggled at him.
"Ellie is fine,"
she said, before she leaned in for another kiss. "Right. I promise I'll learn your full name." As he held her close, a soft knock interrupted their conversation. The door opened slightly and Queen Sophia poked her head inside.
I am sorry to interrupt, but we are all dying to know if there is reason to open champagne.
Elena grinned at her mother, flashing the emerald engagement ring.
There is every reason, and the Kingsleys will need their rooms back, I'm afraid."
"Caroline has already handled that," Queen Sophia said. "Please join us in the sitting room after you have finished your own celebration." Elena's smile faltered, concern flicking in her eyes.
"Oh, but what of the
royal family is packing," Queen Sophia answered. "And after what Prince Eric did, they ought to be leaving in shame. Welcome to the family, Nathan." Nate grinned at her and offered a soft "thank you" before the door closed behind her and he refocused his attention on Elena. Their future would have bright moments and difficult ones, but they would survive them all together. To be continued. This has been The Billionaire's Royal Challenge, a Sweet Royal Billionaire Romance. Devotion and Dynasty Sweet Royal Billionaire Romance Trilogy, Book 2. Written by Nellie Steele. Read for you by Allie Gordon. Copyright 2024 by Melissa Marie Sovak. Production copyright by A Novel Idea Publishing, LLC.